Chapter 1632. Madam, this Lu advises you to surrender obediently, so you can suffer less. This Lu is also a man of character, and does not wish to embarrass a woman. On the battlefield below, one of the older men shouted as he attacked, seemingly trying to persuade the woman to give up resisting. The other man, who looked slightly younger, coldly snorted and said, "Brother Lu, why bother talking nonsense with her? This woman's figure is quite good. Just wait until my brother and I capture her alive. We'll enjoy her and then harvest her essence qi, making her beg for death." Although Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivator cultivated the fire attribute, they had a secret technique that allowed them to use Ice Heart Valley's ice attribute Saint Qi to improve their cultivation in a very short time. The two sects had been opposing each other for countless years, and many of Ice Heart Valley's women had mysteriously disappeared, most of them being taken captive by Brilliant Flame Sect. The fate of these women could be imagined. Although this secret technique was somewhat dangerous to Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivators, many of them did not fear it and instead flocked to it, taking pride in humiliating and plundering Ice Heart Valley's women. Brilliant Flame Sect's elders also never paid them any heed. The sight of these two Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators playing the role of bad cop greatly shook the woman's heart. Despicable. Shameless. The woman grit her teeth and shouted as she pushed her Saint Qi and summoned countless jade-like birds made of ice attribute energy. These birds cried out as they shot out in all directions, attempting to interfere with the vision of the two men. "Wanna run?" The younger Brilliant Flame Zong wore a fierce look as his fire attribute Saint Qi surged, making him look like a burning fireball as he charged towards the incoming birds without hesitation. The ice melted and the flames soared. The young man surnamed Lu took advantage of this situation and threw a punch through the gaps between these birds. A huge flame tiger phantom suddenly appeared and let out a roar that shook the heavens as it opened its bloody maw and pounced towards the woman. The woman was caught in a pincer attack, and although she tried her best to resolve the crisis, her shoulder was still grazed by the flame tiger, leaving a half-meter-long wound from which blood gushed out. Her figure staggered, but by the time she stabilized herself, the two Brilliant Flame Sect masters had already arrived in front of her. The woman revealed an expression of despair, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be suffused with a wisp of yearning for life. However, this trace of yearning was quickly shattered, and then it transformed into the will to seek death. She knew that if she really fell into the hands of Brilliant Flame Sect, she would suffer a fate worse than death. Therefore, when the women of Ice Heart Valley went out, the elders would often tell them to commit suicide rather than be captured. Every female disciple of Ice Heart Valley remembered these words. "Not good, this servant wants to die." The younger Brilliant Flame Sect master was shocked. He had fought many people from Ice Heart Valley before and had seen this scene before him, so he naturally knew what the other party wanted to do. "It's not that easy to die." The man surnamed Lu smiled slyly and stretched out his hand. A rope-like artifact suddenly shot out and tied up the woman as if it had a mind of its own. Then he pulled the rope back, and the woman was immediately tied up tightly. The fluctuating Saint Qi fluctuations suddenly subsided, and the woman stood in place, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. "Haha, this Lu's origin binding rope was specially made by an artifact refining grandmaster for your Ice Heart Valley. Now that you've been tied up by this origin binding rope, don't even think about detonating your Saint Qi." Seeing that he had succeeded, the man surnamed Lu didn't bother to disguise himself as he stared at the woman with an evil expression on his face. "Kill me." The woman struggled, but no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to circulate her Saint Qi. The rope-like artifact binding her seemed to have the power to restrain her Saint Qi. The other party was not wrong. This artifact was indeed specially made for Ice Heart Valley, and now that she was tied up, she couldn't circulate her Saint Qi at all. "How could I be willing to kill you?" The man surnamed Lu smiled wickedly. "It's not easy to capture someone from Ice Heart Valley alive, and you're so beautiful. This Lu can't wait to see you die." The woman's face went pale as she could almost foresee how miserable her fate would be in the future. "You want to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Aren't you dreaming?" The younger man coldly snorted as he stretched out his hand and sent a strand of Saint Qi into the woman's body, causing her to suddenly stiffen in place, unable to even speak. "Let's leave here first." The man surnamed Lu glanced over at the big battlefield a few dozen kilometers away, not intending to help. For him, capturing an enemy alive was more than enough. "Junior brother will go with you. The other man grinned meaningfully. Naturally, junior brother will be there as well. The man surnamed Lu understood and stepped forward to pick up the subdued woman. But he had only taken 3 steps when his vision blurred and a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, standing between him and the woman. The man surnamed Lu was startled and instinctively leapt back a few dozen meters before vigilantly staring at the newcomer and shouting, "Who is this friend?" The other party didn't speak and simply stared at him coldly. The bone-chilling coldness in the other party's eyes was almost tangible, causing the man who cultivated the fire attribute to feel a chill run down his spine. "Brother." The younger cultivator also realized that something was wrong. The young man who had suddenly appeared was staring at them with an unfriendly face and murderous intent in his eyes. Obviously, he wasn't one of them. The man surnamed Lu frowned before his eyes suddenly lit up and he exclaimed, "It's you." He obviously recognized the identity of this person. As soon as he said this, he didn't hesitate to use his movement skill to escape into the distance. The other cultivator was stunned for a moment and didn't dare to stay in place any longer, also transforming into a streak of fire as he tried to escape. The newcomer had ill intentions and was an origin-returning realm cultivator. They were no match for him at all. Although they were reluctant to part with the woman they were about to capture, compared to her, their own lives were more important. Moreover, both of them had recognized that this person was the one they had been looking for. Now, the most important task was to quickly report what they had discovered here. How could they have the time to worry about anything else? The 2 cultivators moved extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already crossed a few thousand meters. The young man didn't seem to care, and it wasn't until their figures were about to disappear from sight that he stretched out his hand and flicked his finger twice. There seemed to be a sharp sound of something tearing through the air. Far away, 2 screams rang out as the 2 fleeing brilliant flame sect cultivators came to a stop, as if struck by lightning, and fell to the ground. The woman who was subdued was stunned as her beautiful eyes stared at the back of the man in front of her. For a moment, she felt that this man's back was as broad as a river and as majestic as a mountain, filling her heart with gratitude. She hadn't expected that a master would come to help her at such a critical moment. There were no men in Ice Heart Valley, so she didn't know if this person in front of her was from one of the sects affiliated with Ice Heart Valley. She wanted to open her mouth and thank him, but with her mouth sealed by Brilliant Flame Sect, she couldn't speak a single word. But why does this person's back look so familiar? Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? The woman was puzzled. After killing the 2 Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators, the murderous intent from the young man in front of her quickly dissipated, and he turned around to look at the woman with a complicated gaze. When their 4 eyes met, the woman froze in place as if she had been petrified by some kind of secret technique. Staring at the face of the man who had suddenly appeared and saved her, her beautiful eyes trembled violently. She could hardly believe her eyes. Yang Kai sighed. "Senior Qinya, it's been many years since we last met." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and cut off the rope artifact binding her. Without the shackles of this artifact, Qinya only needed to circulate her Saint Qi to break the seal in her body, but she still stared at the man in front of her in shock, unable to say a word. She had never expected that the one who came to save her would be Yang Kai. This Yang Kai who had not shown his face in the past year, but had stirred up a storm on Scarlet Wave Star. However, she couldn't see through his current strength, which meant that his cultivation was at least a great realm higher than hers. Only such a huge gap would make it impossible for her to see through his true cultivation. How did he grow so fast? Qinya thought that Su Yan's growth was already terrifying enough. After all, they had left Tong Xian realm together. At that time, Su Yan's cultivation was not as high as hers, but after entering Tong Xian territory, Su Yan had caught up with her and reached the First Order origin returning realm at an astonishing speed. Yang Kai's cultivation seemed to be even higher than Su Yan's. Where had he been all these years? How had he come here? Qinya's thoughts were in chaos. After a long time, she gradually recovered and said with uncertainty, "Yang Kai? Is it really you?" "It's me," Yang Kai nodded gently. He had not expected that he would actually meet the former Ice Master, Qinya, on Scarlet Wave Star. The moment he saw the other party, Yang Kai almost thought he was dreaming. Qinya and Su Yan were together. If Qinya was here, then where was Su Yan? Was she also here? Yang Kai's heart was in turmoil, and he could hardly suppress the expectations deep in his heart. "Senior Qinya, Su Yan, she." Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked, his voice hoarse, fearing he would hear a disappointing answer. Su Yan is fine. You don't have to worry. Qingya's answer made Yang Kai feel like a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. More than 30 years had passed since they parted. This kind of parting was different from the parting of Xia Ningchong. Although Yang Kai had not seen Xia Ningchong for many years, he knew that she was in Tongxian realm, waiting for him there. Su Yan was different. After so many years, Yang Kai did not know where she was, how she was doing, or whether she was safe. This kind of worry was far more torturous than longing. Qingya's words made him smile. His smile was filled with relief. Are you really together? Yang Kai asked again. Where is she now? She's not here now, she's in Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley? You joined Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai was stunned. Chapter 1633. Su Yan and Qingya had actually joined Ice Heart Valley. The world was truly unpredictable. A few years ago, during his trip to the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had dealt with the people of Ice Heart Valley, and after accidentally coming to Scarlet Wave Star, he learned that Ice Heart Valley was quite powerful. However, he had never expected that Su Yan and Qingya would actually join Ice Heart Valley. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to look for them long ago. However, Ice Heart Valley only accepted women and was famous for its ice attribute and secret techniques, so it was indeed very suitable for Su Yan and Qingya. After all, Ice Sect and Ice Heart Valley had the same philosophy. Su Yan misses you very much, but she can't return to Tongxian realm. She always told me that when she has the ability to travel through Tongxian territory alone, she will definitely come back to find you. Qingya looked at Yang Kai, thinking that he had been staying on Tongxian realm all these years. I know, I've also been looking for her all these years. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but just as he was about to ask Qingya about Su Yan's situation, he suddenly frowned and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's leave here first." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wrapped Qingya in his Saint Qi before quickly taking her away. After a dozen breaths, a group of 7 or 8 cultivators arrived. After looking around for a while, the leader of this group asked suspiciously, "There were people here just now. How did they suddenly disappear?" "Maybe they sensed our auras and ran away," someone guessed. "And let's not worry about that for now. Our top priority is to support our sect." The leader waved his hand and led the others towards the battlefield. A few tens of thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield, in a small city, Yang Kai and Qingya found an inn and booked a room. Inside the room, Yang Kai carefully asked about Su Yan's situation over the years. After learning that she was doing well, that not only had she entered Ice Heart Valley, but she had also worshipped Ice Heart Valley's great elder Ran Yun Ting as her master, Yang Kai was completely relieved. Ice Heart Valley had many Origin King Realm masters, so it was not a small force, and great elder Ran Yun Ting's cultivation was definitely not low. Being able to become her master was Su Yan's blessing. Yang Kai was vaguely grateful to this Ran Yun Ting. If not for her careful guidance, Su Yan would not have been able to grow to the level of a first-order origin returning realm in such a short time. Xia Ningchong had refined the star source of Tongxian realm to achieve this, but Su Yan was able to stand on equal footing with Xia Ningchong. It was obvious how outstanding Su Yan's aptitude was. Qingya even told him that Su Yan was already preparing to break through to the second order. Yang Kai was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. As for why he was able to join Ice Heart Valley, it was mostly due to luck. According to Qingya, after they separated from Qianyu, they went to Green Mountain Star through the Void Corridor. She, Su Yan, and Qian Hao had worked hard on Green Mountain Star for a period of time, but at that time, their cultivations were extremely low, only third or third-order saints, so they couldn't earn enough saint crystals or spirit pills to meet their own needs. Until he met Ran Yun Ting. At that time, Ran Yun Ting had gone to Green Mountain Star for some reason, but after seeing Su Yan, she was overjoyed and immediately expressed her desire to bring her back to Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. How could the three of them refuse such a good thing? After carefully inquiring about Ice Heart Valley's reputation, Su Yan and Qingya decided to join it. As for Qian Hao, because he was a man, he couldn't join. However, Ran Yun Ting also arranged for Qian Hao to enter a sect affiliated with Ice Heart Valley. Now, he was also a second-order Saint King. After listening to Qingya's story, Yang Kai's expression became strange. "So you really went to Green Mountain Star," he smiled bitterly. Qianyu had stayed on Green Mountain Star for so long. but she had never been able to inquire about Su Yan and the others. It turned out she had arrived too late. If she had gone 20 or 30 years earlier, she might have met them, but by the time Qianyu went to Green Mountain Star, Su Yan and the others had already gone to Scarlet Wave Star. Oh, right, Qianyu missed you very much. You met Qianyu? Is she okay? Qianyu asked in surprise. After they separated that year, she didn't know how Qianyu was doing and had been worried about her all these years. Now hearing Yang Kai say this, Qianyu was overjoyed. Whether she's okay or not, you can ask her yourself. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ask her myself? Qianyu frowned slightly, not knowing what Yang Kai meant. Yang Kai closed his eyes and used his divine sense to communicate with the sealed world bead to find traces of Qianyu. After confirming that she was not in retreat, he reached out and released her from the sealed world bead. What's the matter? Qianyu appeared with a confused look on her face. Look who this is. Yang Kai pointed behind her and said with a smile. Qianyu turned around and her beautiful eyes widened in an instant, tears filling them as she called out in a trembling voice, Sect Master. Qianyu. Qianyu was also extremely excited. Although the Starry Sky territory was wonderful, it could never erase their longing for their old friends. Back on Tongxian Realm, in Ice Sect, Qianyu and Elder Qianyu's relationship was extremely good, almost like sisters. Now that they had parted several dozen years ago, seeing each other again, they couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Both of their eyes were a little red. After greeting each other and confirming that the other had been safe and sound all these years and that their cultivations had increased greatly, both were overjoyed. Yang Kai, you actually found Sect Master. Qianyu looked at Yang Kai gratefully. Since meeting Yang Kai on Shadowed Star, Qianyu had made it her goal to find Qinya and the others. This had almost become a sore point in her heart. Yang Kai had fulfilled her wish today. What about Su Yan? What about my brother? Are they okay? Qianyu asked anxiously. Su Yan is fine, your brother Qianhao is also doing well. He's in a sect called the Illusion God Sect. You don't need to worry, Qinya comforted. That's good, that's good. Qianyu's cheeks were wet as tears of joy flowed down her cheeks, but her face was full of smiles. Come, tell me about your situation over the years. I just told Yang Kai about us. Qinya took Qianyu's hand, sat down, and asked. Qianyu answered truthfully. Learning that she had almost been reduced to a brothel girl, Qinya's cold face was covered with a layer of frost as she shot a grateful glance towards Yang Kai. Learning that Yang Kai had almost unified an entire star now, Qinya was shocked to the extreme. Even if there was no origin king on that star, it was definitely not a simple matter to unify it. Not only did it require an overwhelming advantage, but it also required a great deal of charisma. Time passed slowly, and the two women reunited after a long separation, seemingly having endless things to say. Yang Kai did not disturb them and simply sat quietly, listening attentively. It was not until evening that Qinya seemed to recover and glanced at Yang Kai embarrassedly. We seem to have talked too much. Senior Qinya is too serious, I can understand. If he were to reunite with Su Yan, he would likely do the same. Your cultivation is now far higher than mine, so there's no need to call me senior. Qinya smiled. Moreover, you are now the master of a sect. Whether it is status or identity, it is not something I can compare to. If I continue to call you senior, I'm afraid I will be too ashamed to show my face. Senior is senior. Yang Kai shook his head. He never felt that just because his strength had increased, he could despise his seniors. If you don't mind, you can call me elder sister, Qinya smiled. Su Yan and I are now senior sister from the same sect. This is star territory, no longer Tongxian realm. There is no need to dwell on the past, we should all look forward. Yang Kai nodded and said, Then I will follow Su Yan and call you senior sister. That's good, Qinya nodded. Qinya nodded, thinking of Su Yan. She smiled knowingly. Su Yan should have heard about you by now. Although she lives on the inner island and is in retreat all year round, not having any contact with outsiders, I left her a letter before I left. She comes to visit me once a month, so when she sees that letter, she will definitely know you have arrived on Scarlet Wave Star. Can I enter Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai asked expectantly. Do you want to go? Qinya frowned. Although Ice Heart Valley has treated me and Su Yan well, this time, Ice Heart Valley has mobilized in order to find you. I don't know the specific reason, but if you take the initiative to appear in Ice Heart Valley, who knows what will happen. Can Su Yan leave Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai asked again. Qinya shook her head. Great Elder has high expectations for Su Yen, and now that Su Yen is preparing to break through to the Second Order, the battles between Ice Heart Valley and Brilliant Flame Sect are becoming more and more frequent. It is impossible for Great Elder to let Su Yen leave at this time. Then I want to go, Yang Kai quickly said. You. Qinya opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to persuade him, but when she saw the firm look on his face, she knew that it would be useless no matter what she said. So she just sighed. Let me think about it. Yang Kai nodded and did not disturb her. After a long time, Qinya sighed and looked up at Yang Kai. If you want to enter Ice Heart Valley, you will have to expose your identity and let Ice Heart Valley's people take the initiative to welcome you. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter. Ice Heart Valley has never allowed men to set foot here. There has been no exception for the past 10,000 years. As long as I expose my identity, will they take the initiative to welcome me? Yang Kai raised his brow. I'm not sure, because I don't know why Ice Heart Valley is looking for you, but this time's movement is quite big. If Great Elder and Sect Master attach enough importance to you, it is possible. Then I'll expose myself. Yang Kai grinned. I'll have to trouble Senior Sister Qinya with this matter. There's no need to trouble yourself. I just need to report this matter to the sect's elders, and they will definitely come to take you away. Qinya said seriously, but have you thought about it? If you really enter Ice Heart Valley, no one can predict what will happen. It's fine, I just want to see Su Yen. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Good, since you've decided, I'll contact them. Qinya nodded, took out a communication artifact from her space ring, and poured her divine sense into it. A moment later, a clear divine sense fluctuation came from the communication artifact. After a while, Qinya put away the communication artifact, looked up at Yang Kai and said, 13th Elder is nearby. She will personally take you to Ice Heart Valley. Chapter 1634. Inside the inn's wing, a beautiful woman in palace robes looked at Yang Kai coldly and nodded. Yes, it's him. Qinya, you have made a great contribution this time. This elder will report this to the Valley Master and the Elder Council, so you will be rewarded. 2 hours after Qinya sent the message, the 13th Elder of Ice Heart Valley rushed to the city and met with Yang Kai in the inn. She had led the valley in search of Yang Kai for a year, so she naturally knew what he looked like. Now that she had found him so easily, she was very happy. Many thanks, Elder. Qinya did not show much joy and instead asked with some worry, Elder, may I ask why we are looking for him? The 13th Elder turned her head and glanced at Qinya, a cold light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she asked coldly, Do you care about him? Qinya's expression remained unchanged as she said, He saved my life from Brilliant Flame Sect and can be considered my savior, so, the 13th Elder gently nodded, her doubts disappearing as she slowly said, We naturally have a reason for looking for him. You don't need to ask about it. Since he is your savior, this elder can tell you that Ice Heart Valley will not harm him. You can rest assured. Hearing this, Qinya breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked her. The 13th Elder then turned to look at Yang Kai, observed him carefully for a while, and nodded. Your strength is not bad. What is your name? Yang Kai. You're not from Scarlet Wave Star, are you? The 13th Elder seemed to be a little wary of Yang Kai. No, I'm from Green Mountain Star. Green Mountain Star. The 13th Elder's beautiful eyes narrowed as she vaguely guessed, but she was not certain, simply asking, Since you know that Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley are looking for you, why did you take the initiative to go to Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai smiled lightly. I have some grievances with Brilliant Flame Sect and have killed several of their people. Now that I want to seek shelter, naturally I can only choose Ice Heart Valley. After saying so, Yang Kai asked meaningfully, Does Elder suspect I have some impure motives? One must always be on guard against others. The 13th Elder did not deny it. However, your choice is correct. Now only Ice Heart Valley can shelter you. You can wait here for a day while I make some arrangements. After a day, this elder will personally take you back to Ice Heart Valley. Many thanks. Kai Yang suppressed his emotions and cupped his hands in thanks. Yang Kai, he was finally going to see Su Yen. Yang Kai's heart filled with excitement he could hardly suppress. Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang and the heavens and earth. Inside the inn, Kai Yang anxiously waited. Yang Kai, he is Yang S Yang Yang. That night, The cultivators from the sects and families affiliated with Ice Heart Valley took the initiative to attack Brilliant Flame sect, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Countless large and small battles broke out, attracting almost everyone's attention. Before dawn, the 13th elder came to the inn again, called out to Yang Kai, and quickly led him and Qinya out of the city they were hiding in. 30 kilometers away from the city, there was a group of about a dozen women waiting quietly. After seeing the arrival of the 13th elder, they all cupped their fists and bowed. "Let's go." The 13th elder did not speak any nonsense, simply waving her hand and leading the way. The dozen women spread out and surrounded Yang Kai in the middle before following closely behind the 13th elder, heading towards Pure Ice Island. Smelling the various fragrances that lingered around him, Yang Kai really experienced what it meant to be surrounded by beauties. Regardless of the cultivation of these dozen or so women from Ice Heart Valley, all of them had outstanding looks, graceful figures, and different temperaments, each with their own unique characteristics. As they hurried along, these women glanced over at Yang Kai from time to time with strange looks on their faces. They had been running around outside for a year just for Yang Kai, so now that they saw him in the flesh, they would naturally pay more attention to him. They were all very curious about what was so special about this man that 2 of Scarlet Wave Star's top sects would go to great lengths to find him. For this man, many of their fellow disciples had died tragically, and many more had gone missing. Yang Kai felt a clear sense of hostility towards him. At least half of the dozen or so women who were responsible for protecting him were hostile towards him. Yang Kai was baffled. If it weren't for the 13th elder, Yang Kai estimated that these women might have joined forces to beat him up first. "Senior Sister Qinya, they don't seem to like me," Yang Kai quietly sent a message to Qinya. Qinya smiled bitterly. As a member of Ice Heart Valley who had participated in this operation, she naturally knew the reason, but she couldn't explain it clearly, so she could only say, "It's normal. Our Ice Heart Valley's disciples generally hate men." Yang Kai nodded, not suspecting anything. The team continued to move forward at an extremely fast pace. 3 days later, the group of more than a dozen people passed through a mountain valley. Suddenly, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked down. 13th Elder, who was leading the team, also seemed to notice something and shouted, "Enemy attack." As soon as her voice fell, a violent energy fluctuation came from below. This energy fluctuation was extremely overbearing and scorching hot as a series of fire dragons suddenly flew out from the mountain valley below, baring their fangs as they rushed towards the group from Ice Heart Valley. There were 7 or 8 of these fire dragons, each of which contained a terrifying amount of destructive power. The enemy's timing was also perfect. Even with 13th Elder's warning, the women from Ice Heart Valley were unable to react in time. Just as they were about to release their Saint Chi to protect themselves, the 7 or 8 fire dragons had already rushed into their midst. Screams rang out as 2 of the weaker women were swallowed up by the fire dragons and died in an instant. Everyone else was also quite distressed and hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai shielded Qinya and dodged to the side, squinting his eyes as he looked down. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared in the mountain valley below. These people were not as numerous as Ice Heart Valley's group, but each of them was an origin-returning realm master. The auras of the 2 leading them were even comparable to 13th Elder's. 13th Elder narrowed her eyes as her expression became extremely ugly. She had not expected that even though she had acted so stealthily, she would still make a mistake. She immediately ruled out the possibility of internal strife. This time, the dozen or so women who were escorting Yang Kai were all carefully selected by her, ensuring that each of them was loyal to Ice Heart Valley. On top of that, each of them had a blood feud with Brilliant Flame sect, so it was absolutely impossible for them to do something that would hurt their loved ones and delight their enemies. Was it a coincidence? 13th Elder's thoughts raced as she quietly glanced towards Yang Kai, only to find that he was unscathed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "You Xueqing, you didn't expect this old master to be waiting for you here, did you?" A burst of laughter came from below as a middle-aged man with fair skin spoke. His pair of narrow eyes flashed a strange light as he stared at 13th Elder's graceful body. "Yan Qilei!" Yu Xueqing grit her teeth and shouted. The other party's sneak attack had caused Ice Heart Valley to lose 2 people, causing Yu Xueqing's murderous intent to surge. "It is this old master." The middle-aged man took a step forward. "I knew you were plotting something a few days ago. Why are you acting so sneakily?" Elder Yen, why bother talking nonsense with her? Why don't you just take action? A short old man next to Yen Qi lay coldly snorted. Yu Xueqing looked at the old man, and her beautiful eyes shrank. Jiang Shi. Ha. I didn't expect that even 13th Elder of Ice Heart Valley would have heard of this old master's name. This old master is honored. The short old man smiled triumphantly. Yu Xueqing's face became even uglier as she quietly winked at the women from Ice Heart Valley and asked in a deep voice, Jiang Shi, my Ice Heart Valley has no grievance or grudge with you. Why do you want to involve yourself in this mess? No grievance or grudge. Jiang Shi coldly snorted. Is 13th Elder lying through her teeth? This Jiang has not forgotten the humiliation he suffered 20 years ago. If you want to talk about grudges, you should ask your Ice Heart Valley's 5th Elder. Is that true? Yu Xueqing was surprised. She thought that it was just a rumor, but it turned out to be true. No wonder Jiang Shi had been defeated by Brilliant Flame Sect's Yen Qilei. This was going to be troublesome. Facing Yen Qilei alone, Yu Xueqing wasn't afraid, but Jiang Shi was even more difficult to deal with than Yen Qilei. With his poison secret art, it was impossible to guard against him. The people following her were definitely not his opponent, not to mention there were more than 2 of them. The rumor is true. Qingya looked at the short, ugly old man with a strange expression and muttered to herself. She had obviously heard some rumors. What's true? Yang Kai asked curiously. I heard that 20 years ago, this man wanted to marry my Ice Heart Valley's 5th Elder, but was refused by her. Not only that 5th Elder even seriously injured him, but we all thought it was just a rumor. Never did we expect it to actually happen. Him. Yang Kai's brow twitched. Looking at Jiang Shi seriously, Yang Kai found that no matter how he looked at him, he couldn't find anything special about him. Not only was he short, but he was also ugly. He had a big nose, big eyes, thick lips that looked like 2 sausages hanging from his mouth. His skin was dark yellow, his neck was thick and big, and his limbs were short and small. Yang Kai didn't know what Ice Heart Valley's 5th Elder looked like, but judging from the quality of the women protecting him, Yang Kai was certain she wasn't bad. This Jiang Shi actually coveted their 5th Elder. Kai Yang couldn't help but think of a saying. A toad lusting after swan meat. Although the situation was extremely serious, Qingya still couldn't hold back her laughter. Jiang Shi's hearing was naturally not bad, so as soon as Yang Kai's words came out, he immediately turned his head and looked towards Yang Kai's position, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he coldly snorted. Boy, what did you just say? Jiang Shi's mental state was extremely twisted, so he couldn't bear to hear others speak ill of him. Yang Kai had undoubtedly poked his reverse scale. Yen Qilei also glanced towards Yang Kai's position and suddenly showed a look of surprise, shouting, It's you. At this moment, he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 1635. Wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. The key figure that Brilliant Flame Sect had been searching for over a year had actually been discovered by him by accident. Yen Qilei was overjoyed. At this moment, he finally understood why Yu Xueqing had mobilized her forces to attack Brilliant Flame Sect a few days ago in order to divert their attention. It was obvious that they were trying to make a covert move. Moreover, judging from the direction this group of people was heading, they were indeed heading back to Pure Ice Island. So that's how it is. Yen Qilei nodded lightly before turning to look at Yu Xueqing. So your purpose was this, but unfortunately, since this Yen has encountered you, you are doomed to fail. Yu Xueqing cursed in her heart and could not help glaring at Yang Kai, blaming him for talking too much and causing trouble for himself. At the same time, she shouted in a low voice, What are you standing around for? Hurry up and leave. No matter what, we must send this little brat to Pure Ice Island. As soon as these words fell, Yu Xueqing pushed her Saint Qi fiercely, causing a cold aura visible to the naked eye to spread out from her position. This cold aura almost froze the world, and a thick layer of ice immediately appeared on the ground. Asterisk xiao. Asterisk icicles suddenly appeared behind Yu Xueqing, each one sharp and flashing a cold light. Waving her hand, Yu Xueqing sent out countless icicles towards the people from Brilliant Flame Sect like a swarm of locusts. I've long heard of 13th Elder's name. This Yen will accompany you to play. I hope you won't let me down. Yen Qilei shouted, not showing any fear in the face of these countless icicles as he sent out a punch. With a burst of sound, a scorching hot aura sputtered out as a giant fist of flames met the icicles head-on. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk countless icicles shattered, and the giant flaming fist gradually diminished, eventually disappearing without a trace. Brother Jiang, whether the others live or die is up to you. But that little brat must be captured alive. After Yan Qi Lei shattered Yu Xueqing's attack with a single move, he quickly approached Yu Xueqing while exhorting. Heh. With your words, this old master can rest assured. Jiang Shi grinned maliciously as he activated his poison art. In an instant, the surrounding 10-kilometer area was enveloped by a 5-colored poisonous fog, like a giant inverted bowl, and an unpleasant smell filled the air. All the women from Ice Heart Valley who smelled this aura felt a little dizzy as their Saint Qi became difficult to circulate. Not good, it's Jiang Shi's annihilation poison mist. Someone from Ice Heart Valley shouted in horror. No matter what, send this brat out first. Another person followed Yu Xueqing's instructions and reminded everyone. The women from Ice Heart Valley suddenly recovered. For more than a year, at least 1,000 of their fellow disciples had died tragically outside in order to find Yang Kai. Now that they had finally found his whereabouts, if he was kidnapped here, then the 1,000 of their fellow disciples would have died in vain. Come with us. A young woman shouted at Yang Kai. Yu Xueqing was entangled by Yan Qilei, so she was the leader of the group. You won't be able to escape, right? Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. That old dog is stronger than all of you, and this poison mist seems to be quite powerful. If you really try to escape, you'll be played to death. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Just go. The young woman grit her teeth and shouted, This person is very strong. We can't resist him at all. Strong? How strong? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. The peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. On Scarlet Wave Star, he is one of the most promising candidates to break through to the Origin King realm. Only the top 5 elders of Ice Heart Valley can compete with him. Don't act recklessly. Sure enough, he's very strong. Yang Kai nodded lightly. You. The young woman's stomach was filled with annoyance. She was very dissatisfied with Kai Yang's indifferent attitude. She had already spoken so seriously, but the opposite party didn't seem to care at all. Wasn't this just dragging them down with him? We missed the best opportunity. A woman next to her said sadly. Hearing this, the young woman sighed. If they had taken action the moment 13th Elder warned them, they might have been able to escape, but with Yang Kai dilly-dallying, what chance did they have of survival? Jiang Shi hated Ice Heart Valley and was extremely strong. His poison secret art was even more mysterious and difficult to defend against. Her senior sister and junior sister's fates were not optimistic. Considering all this, the young woman glared fiercely at Yang Kai and grit her teeth. If we die, it will all be because of you. Once we reach the underworld, I won't let you off. Why make it sound so serious? Yang Kai still didn't care. Just kill him. The young woman was stunned, and all the other women from Ice Heart Valley stared at Yang Kai like he was an idiot, thinking that men really were stupid creatures. Didn't he know the gap in strength between him and Jiang Shi? He actually dared to boast so shamelessly. While everyone was delayed, Jiang Shi's 5-colored poison mist had already filled the air around his body, making it impossible to see his figure. Only his creepy laughter could be heard coming from inside the mist. Follow this old master, but remember, don't kill a single one of them. These maidservants of Ice Heart Valley belong to this old master. So this old master will teach them not to judge a book by its cover. Jiang Shi shouted darkly. The several cultivator from Brilliant Flame's sect rolled their eyes, but since their strength was inferior, they could only nod and cooperate. Following behind Jiang Shi, their fire attribute Saint Qi surged as they rushed towards Ice Heart Valley's group. They're coming. We have more people than them, so try to defend first. Be especially careful of Jiang Shi's poison mist. The young woman leading the group shouted, and the 10 or so Ice Heart Valley women began pushing their Saint Qi to the extreme. She glanced over at Yang Kai again and ordered, Hide behind. Hey, what are you doing? As she spoke, she saw Yang Kai actually take a step forward and rush straight towards Jiang Shi and the others, as if he didn't know the meaning of death. Come back quickly. The young woman shouted in fright. On the other side, Yu Xueqing, who was fighting evenly with Yan Qilei, noticed the abnormality and turned her head to look, her beautiful face also paling. Because of this slight distraction, Yan Qilei had taken the upper hand in their originally evenly matched situation, forcing Yu Xueqing to desperately defend while cursing Yang Kai in her heart for acting so recklessly. She knew that this was the end. Not only would she not be able to bring Yang Kai back to Ice Heart Valley, but the dozen or so others would also die. As for herself, her chances of escaping were less than 30%. For a time, Yu Xueqing was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. This little brat is interesting. And Elder Yen said not to kill him, so we can only capture him alive. How troublesome. Jiangxi looked at Yang Kai, who was quickly approaching him, and waved his hand, separating a wisp of poison mist from his body and shooting straight towards Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, this wisp of poison mist arrived in front of Yang Kai and twisted like a rope, wrapping around Yang Kai, obviously trying to capture him alive. This is bad. The young woman's heart sank as she couldn't bear to watch what was about to happen, her heart filled with both hatred and anxiety. If it weren't for Yang Kai's hasty actions, they would have at least had some hope of completing this mission. Even if they had to sacrifice some people, it would have been worth it, but now it was all over. The poison mist seemed to have a mind of its own as it wrapped around Yang Kai's body. This boy is useful to your Brilliant Flame sect, so I'll leave him to you, Jiangxi ordered, not even sparing Yang Kai a glance as he flew past him, heading straight for the young woman and the others not far away. The Brilliant Flame sect disciples exchanged glances before one of them rushed towards Yang Kai, while the others continued to follow behind Jiangxi. The group of 7 or 8 people brushed past Yang Kai. Golden light flashed. Blood spattered and broken limbs flew. Several people's vitality was instantly extinguished. Mangled corpses and mincemeat fell down like rain. The scene was extremely bloody. Perceiving the energy fluctuations behind him, Jiangxi frowned and turned around suspiciously. In the next moment, his eyes bulged as he quickly turned around and stared at Yang Kai solemnly, a look of disbelief filling his eyes. The poisonous smoke he had used to bind this little brat had at some unknown time dissipated, and the Brilliant Flame sect cultivators who had been following him had all died. There was no sound of battle, no screams before death. It was as if there was only a momentary burst of energy and 6 or 7 origin returning realm cultivators had inexplicably died. Jiangxi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as he felt a chill run down his spine. What happened? On the side of Ice Heart Valley, the group of women were also stunned, the young woman leading them trembling slightly as a dazed look appeared on her face, as if she was in a dream. Qingya's beautiful eyes filled with splendor as she showed an expression of understanding. Yang Kai's insistence on not running away, and instead taking the initiative to meet the enemy, was something she had already guessed. She didn't know much about Yang Kai, but from Su Yan, she knew that Yang Kai was someone who could often create miracles and could easily challenge those above his realm. Before, she had only been guessing, but now the facts were right in front of her. The 6 or 7 people from Brilliant Flame sect, ranging from First Order returning realm to Third Order cultivators, had all inexplicably died when they brushed past Yang Kai. This was no longer something that could be explained by simply fighting above one's realm. This was simply a miracle. No one knew how Yang Kai did it. All they saw was a burst of golden light. Impossible? The young woman looked at Yang Kai in shock. At this moment, a golden thread was floating in front of Yang Kai, one that was filled with vitality, as if it had a life of its own, making it impossible to underestimate it. With a faint smile on his face, Yang Kai stared at Jiangxi with slight sarcasm. Jiangxi inexplicably felt a huge pressure, as if he was not facing a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, but a genuine origin king. Using his divine sense, Jiangxi dispelled the uneasiness in his heart and said in a low voice, "Boy, you dare play the pig to eat the tiger? It's you who underestimated me." Yang Kai grinned and said unhurriedly, "Old dog, are you ready to die?" Shameless boasting. Jiangxi shouted as he released his sure and fanned out towards Yang Kai to suppress him. Chapter 1636. His sure has almost reached the grand accomplishment stage. Yang Kai raised his brow and immediately felt that there was a reason why Jiangxi was so feared by the young woman from Ice Heart Valley. With this sure that was almost at the grand accomplishment stage, Jiangxi was indeed qualified to become one of the candidates to break through to the Origin King realm. Jiangxi's sure was extremely powerful and soon reached Yang Kai. The moment before it enveloped him, a mysterious force not inferior to Jiangxi's sure burst out from Yang Kai's body and rolled back. This silent collision was invisible to the naked eye. However, Jiangxi could hear the tremors in her heart. The sounds of cracking could be heard. The sure that he was so proud of which had almost reached the grand accomplishment stage, was like an egg that had hit a boulder, shattering inch by inch, unable to be maintained at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiangshi was enveloped by a thick force. This was his opponent's Shi. Jiangshi was shocked and his face turned pale as he realized that Yang Kai was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Although his cultivation was only at the second-order origin returning realm, his understanding of Shi had far surpassed his own. Madly pushing his Saint Qi to resist the influence of this Shi, Jiangshi released a multicolored poisonous fog around himself to form a protective barrier. At the same time, a series of colorful bursts of energy shot out towards Yang Kai, dealing a terrifying amount of damage. Although Jiangshi was being suppressed in the competition of Shi, his methods were outstanding, and he wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. He was proficient in using poison, and this poisonous fog was a fatal threat to any physique. Yang Kai frowned, but did not dare take any risks. Thinking about it for a moment, he stretched out his hand and summoned the Firebird artifact spirit. With a sharp cry, a 10-meter-long fiery red bird appeared, opened its beak, and spat out a series of scorching fireballs towards Jiangshi. Jiangshi was in an extremely sorry state. His poison mist couldn't do anything to the Firebird at all. Instead, it was riddled with holes by the Firebird's fireballs and evaporated into thin air. His body that was wrapped in the poison mist was gradually exposed, and his expression was extremely miserable. The speed and frequency of the Firebird's fireballs became faster and faster, and Jiangshi was unable to fight back. All he could do was constantly push his Saint Qi to form a poisonous fog around his body. But this poisonous fog was impossible to maintain and would be scattered as soon as it appeared. Yang Kai remained motionless, standing in the same spot as he stared coldly at Jiangshi, grinning sinisterly. "Old thing, you can't do it." All the Ice Heart Valley women wore dull expressions as they stared blankly at this scene. Just by relying on the strange appearance of the Firebird and Yang Kai's Shi, Jiangshi was completely suppressed. If Yang Kai found the right opportunity, Jiangshi would most likely lose his life here. They simply could not comprehend the rationality of what they were seeing. All of them had mentally prepared themselves for heavy casualties and thought that they would not be able to escape this time, so they had prepared for the worst. But how could they have known that Yang Kai would act so exaggeratedly when he did? This bizarre display of strength left all of them speechless. Just a single Firebird was enough to overwhelm Jiangshi, forcing him into an extremely sorry state, unable to spare any energy to deal with them. This time, perhaps he wouldn't have to die. Everyone's hearts leapt with joy as they stared at Yang Kai with eyes filled with amazement and gratitude. The Firebird became more and more valiant as it continued to spew out dazzling flames from its mouth and wings. Not only did it prevent Jiangshi's poison mist from forming, but it also left a series of large and small wounds on Jiangshi's body. The smell of burnt flesh gradually filled the air. Jiangshi's expression became fierce as he suddenly took out an artifact that gave off powerful energy fluctuations and spat out a mouthful of 5-colored poison mist into it. After absorbing the 5-colored poison mist, the artifact quickly twisted and transformed into a huge multicolored python. The poisonous python twisted its body and rushed directly into the sky to meet the Firebird. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiangshi once again pushed his Saint Qi to break free from the suppression of Yang Kai's Shi and rushed towards Yang Kai. He obviously wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai died, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. As for Brilliant Flame Sex Yen Qilei's advice, at this moment, Jiangshi could not even protect himself, so how could he pay any attention to it? In the blink of an eye, Jiangshi rushed to a position only 10 meters away from Yang Kai, and the poison mist lingering around his body began twisting, as if it had a mind of its own, separating from his body and transforming into terrifying attacks that shot towards Yang Kai. At this time, the Ice Heart Valley girls finally came back to their senses, and the leading young woman shouted, "Hurry up and help." As she spoke, ice attribute energy fluctuations burst from her tender body, and a series of powerful ice spikes formed and shot towards Jiangshi's back. The other women also reacted and used their own killing moves and secret techniques to attack Jiangshi. The golden light reappeared, and the golden blood thread suspended in front of Yang Kai was shaken by Yang Kai, trembling slightly before suddenly disappearing. Jiangshi's soul almost left his body. At this moment, he felt as if he would die if he did not escape. Instinctively, Jiangshi paused, grit his teeth, and dodged to the side. The The golden blood thread suddenly appeared and shot through the afterimage he had left behind. Jiangxi broke out in cold sweat, but before he could recover, the attacks of the dozen or so women from Ice Heart Valley bombarded him. The place where he stood was instantly covered by hundreds of ice spikes. The world energy around him became chaotic, and Jiangxi's muffled groan could be heard, obviously injured. The cultivations of Ice Heart Valley's disciples were not as good as Jiangxi's, so they might be instantly killed in a one-on-one battle, but the power of more than a dozen of them working together could not be underestimated. Dust flew up as the scene became chaotic. The young woman leading Ice Heart Valley's group felt her heart skip a beat as she stared nervously. "Is he dead?" someone asked. As soon as these words fell, Jiangxi's voice came from a great distance. "Ice Heart Valley's maidservants, just wait for this old master. Sooner or later, this old master will slaughter his way to Pure Ice Island and kill you one by one." At some point, he had escaped. The young woman's face turned pale as she turned her head in the direction of the voice, only to see a five-colored light escaping at an extremely fast speed. Who else could it be but Jiangxi? She immediately looked towards Yang Kai, hoping that he could intercept him. But after a glance, she was dumbfounded as the place where Yang Kai had been standing was now empty. She had no idea where he had gone. Sensing something, she once again looked in the direction of Jiangxi's escape. When she saw the figure blocking Jiangxi's path, she suddenly understood. This battle was no longer on a level that they could reach. Whether it was Jiangxi or Yang Kai, their foundations were far superior to theirs by countless levels. They didn't even know when Yang Kai and Jiangxi had chased after them. "How did you?" Jiangxi looked at Yang Kai in front of him, a look of shock appearing on his face. Just now, he had taken advantage of the chaotic energy flow, and the enemy's attention had been diverted to use a secret technique to escape. He thought he would be able to do so without anyone noticing, but this young man had actually seen through him and intercepted him. Although he was terrified in his heart, Jiangxi was a ruthless person. He knew that if he didn't break through Kai Yang's blockade, he wouldn't be able to escape. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and his aura inexplicably rose by 30%. His whole body was covered in a faint blood-red light as he fearlessly charged towards Kai Yang. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he snorted and grinned, courting death. Instead of dodging, he raised a fist, which was immediately covered by a layer of golden light. There was a faint sizzling sound, and an extremely sharp aura spread out. 5 elements indestructible sword chi, metal chi. Among the 5 elements sword chi, metal was the sharpest. Using his metal sword chi, Yang Kai's fist was covered in countless sword waves that were difficult to see with the naked eye. Perceiving the terrifying energy contained in this fist, Jiangxi naturally did not want to sit still and wait for death, condensing his 5-colored poisonous smoke again to cover his body. When the fist hit Jiangxi's body, the 5-colored poisonous smoke was instantly dispersed, and the layer of blood-red light covering Jiangxi's body also collapsed. Jiangxi's Saint Qi was unable to play any defensive role and was shattered by the countless tiny sword waves. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Jiangxi's body was sent flying upside down, blood spurting from his mouth midair. His ferocious face filled with panic as he desperately tried to stabilize his body, but the golden light released by a golden blood thread soon engulfed him completely. When the golden light dissipated, Jiangxi's body suddenly shattered into countless pieces and fell from the sky. Jiangxi, who was famous on Scarlet Wave Star and had the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm, had fallen. The group of women from Ice Heart Valley all blushed as they cheered, unable to contain their excitement. Yan Qilei, who was fighting fiercely with Yu Xueqing, changed his complexion greatly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock, his movements slowing down for a moment. Yu Xueqing was the 13th elder of Ice Heart Valley, and although her ranking was quite low, her strength was still quite good. How could she let go of such an opportunity? Taking advantage of the situation, she frantically suppressed Yan Qilei. In fact, she was also quite shocked, never having expected that Yang Kai could actually kill Jiangxi. After all, this young man was extremely mysterious. Even if she had faced him head-on, she would have definitely been at a disadvantage and might even have died at his hands. However, Yang Kai had killed Jiangxi in only 20 to 30 breaths of time. In Ice Heart Valley, only the Great Elder could accomplish such a feat. Was this young man actually a character who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Great Elder? Yu Xueqing's heart shook as she felt the need to re-examine Yang Kai. Brother, please help 13th Elder. The young woman from Ice Heart Valley shouted to Yang Kai. No problem. Yang Kai nodded lightly before pointing his finger at Yan Chi Lei and shouting, Kill him. The firebird flew straight towards Yan Chi Lei. Yan Chi Lei's strength was on par with Yu Xueqing's, neither of them able to defeat the other. But with the addition of the firebird artifact spirit, Yan Chi Lei was not Yang Kai's opponent at all and was forced to retreat without being able to fight back. Little brat, I am an elder of Brilliant Flame Sect. If you dare attack me, you're dead. It's not too late to withdraw now, otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the world, Brilliant Flame Sect will not let you go, Yan Chi Lei shouted angrily, hoping that Yang Kai would refrain from joining forces with Yu Xueqing. Chapter 1637. As long as Yang Kai didn't get involved, with Yu Xueqing's ability, she wouldn't be able to stop him, and he could easily leave. As such, his life or death was in Yang Kai's hands. Yu Xueqing frowned and hurriedly shouted, Little brother, don't be afraid. His Brilliant Flame Sect's strength is not ordinary, but my Ice Heart Valley is not made of mud. Naturally, we will protect you. Please help me kill this thief. She was afraid that Yang Kai would be intimidated by the other party's words and back out. After all, Yan Chi Lei was different from Jiang Shi. Although Jiang Shi's strength was high, he was just a loner. Even if he was killed, no one would avenge him. On the other hand, Yan Chi Lei was an elder of Brilliant Flame Sect with a huge force supporting him. Of course I'll kill him. Yang Kai grinned as he looked at Yan Chi Lei sarcastically. Even at this time you still want to threaten me? Are all your Brilliant Flame Sect's people so stupid? Yan Chi Lei's face turned pale. Right, I forgot to tell you. This isn't the first time I've killed someone from Brilliant Flame Sect. I killed a guy named Kong Wendong in the Emperor Garden before, and someone named Zhang Qing in the Blood Prison some time ago. Both of them were from your Brilliant Flame Sect, right? Yan Chi Lei really panicked this time. He hadn't expected that the grievances between Yang Kai and Brilliant Flame Sect would be so deep. Whether it was Kong Wendong or Zhang Qing, both of them were famous figures in Brilliant Flame Sect, elders ranked above him. However, Kong Wendong had gone to the Emperor Garden and failed to return while Zhang Qing had gone to the Blood Prison. If what Yang Kai said was true, didn't that mean they had all died at his hands? I don't have a good impression of your Brilliant Flame Sect, so die. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold as an extremely pure spiritual energy condensed into a straight line and blasted towards Yan Chi Lei. The soundless but vast power was like a sharp sword that could cut through anything. It directly tore apart Yan Chi Lei's defense and pierced into his sea of consciousness. Yan Chi Lei screamed as his face turned as white as paper, his soul clearly damaged. Yu Xueqing's beautiful eyes lit up. She took this opportunity to stimulate her own potential and intent field. With her body as the center, the area within a radius of 300 feet immediately became extremely cold, as if even the air had been frozen. A thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of Yan Chi Lei's body as the cold air invaded his body, affecting the circulation of his Saint Qi and the flexibility of his body. The fiery bird seized the chance and swooped down, opening its bloody mouth and swallowing Yan Chi Lei. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the firebird artifact spirit's abdomen began to bulge, but the scorching power offset it. As time passed, the commotion became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. A ball of lightning suddenly appeared in the firebird's body. The firebird turned into a streak of fire and returned to Yang Kai's body, leaving behind a pile of wreckage. It was clear that this fellow had also been affected by the heaven-scorching lightning fire secret technique. Just like Zhang Qing and Kong Wendong, the heaven-scorching lightning fire had been devoured by the firebird after its death in order to increase its strength. A calamity was miraculously resolved. Yu Xueqing stood in place, gasping for breath while looking at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. The other women from Ice Heart Valley were also shocked. Only Qingye wore a smile on her face. After a long time, Yu Xueqing reluctantly accepted reality and nodded to Yang Kai. Thank you. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's sudden display of strength, it would have been fortunate if 2 or 3 of Ice Heart Valley's disciples had managed to escape. But now, not only were they unscathed, even the people from Brilliant Flame Sect had been killed. Yu Xueqing was grateful to Yang Kai from the bottom of her heart. No need, I was just trying to protect myself. Can we set off now? Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yu Xueqing nodded, and asked one of her subordinates to collect the spoils of war before leading everyone in the direction of Pure Ice Island. However, this time, no one was hostile to Yong-kai anymore. All of them restrained their inexplicable hostility and no longer surrounded Yong-kai to protect him like before. The battle with Brilliant Flame Sect's disciples made everyone realize that Yong-kai was the strongest in their group. He didn't need their protection at all. Along the way, they would glance at Yong-kai from time to time, full of curiosity, wondering what this young man was capable of. He was clearly only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was able to display such exaggerated combat power. 13th Elder, why are we looking for him this time? Qingya observed Yu Xueqing's expression and knew that now was the best time to ask about this matter, so she immediately asked. The other Ice Heart Valley disciples also looked confused as they looked at Yu Xueqing suspiciously. They had been running around outside for a year, each of them searching for Yong-kai. Many of their senior sisters and sisters had died in front of them, so they were naturally curious as to why this had happened. Yu Xueqing frowned and showed an awkward look before saying, I don't know the specific reason, but since Brilliant Flame Sect is looking for him, our Ice Heart Valley can't let them succeed. Perhaps he knows something. While saying this, Yu Xueqing glanced at Yong-kai thoughtfully. Yong-kai's expression was indifferent, as if he was lost in thought and had no intention of answering at all. You don't need to worry about this matter. Since Sect Master and the Elder Council are acting this way, there must be a reason. Yes. Everyone nodded. The rest of the way was uneventful, and under Yu Xueqing's leadership, the group flew forward for half a month. It was not until half a month later that the group arrived at a city adjacent to the sea. This was obviously the territory of Ice Heart Valley. Yu Xueqing led Yong-kai directly to the space array built in the city and used it to teleport them to Pure Ice Island. On the outer island, as soon as Yong-kai appeared, his expression changed as an uncontrollable look of excitement appeared on his face. He turned his head and stared in a certain direction, his gaze seemingly able to cross the barrier of space and peer into the distance. At the same time, inside an ice room on the inner island, Su Yan, who was meditating, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and her tender body trembled slightly. At this moment, she sensed something. She had sensed Yong-kai's aura. The two of them had cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, so as long as they were not too far apart, they could sense each other. Although the outer island and the inner island were several hundred kilometers apart, the spiritual connection between Yong-kai and Su Yan could not be erased. She's here. He's here. The two of them noticed each other's existence at the same time. Yong-kai stood in place, his eyes as gentle as water, almost capable of melting stone. Su Yan hurriedly got up and walked out. But just as she walked out of the ice room, she was stopped by two women. Junior Sister Su, where do you want to go? Of the two women responsible for guarding Su Yan, the woman surnamed Zhou looked at Su Yan coldly and blocked her way. Senior Sister Zhou, I want to go out. Su Yan looked at her pleadingly. No. The woman surnamed Zhou decisively shook her head. Great Elder has ordered that you must stay here for a while, not even taking a single step out. Don't make things difficult for your senior sister. Yes, Junior Sister Su, the two of us guarding you here is already boring enough. Although you are Great Elder's disciple, you can't just put a senior sister in your eyes, right? Please go back. The other woman also looked at Su Yan coldly. Guarding Su Yan was really boring. Not only could they not walk around, but they also could not concentrate, which made them suffer greatly. This task made the two women complain deeply about Su Yan, and coupled with the fact that they didn't like Su Yan being favored, they naturally wouldn't be polite. Two senior sisters. Junior sister doesn't want to make things difficult for you, but I have to go out for a while. I promise I'll be back in half a day. Su Yan bit her red lips and looked at the two women helplessly. Junior sister really doesn't put senior sister in her eyes. The woman surnamed Zhou sneered. Have you ever thought about what kind of punishment we will receive if Great Elder finds out that you are going out? I don't know what you're going to do, but I won't take responsibility for your senseless actions. Junior sister is Great Elder's most valued disciple, so Great Elder may not punish you too harshly, but what about us? It's not like you don't know how strict Great Elder is. Junior sister, you are beautiful, but your heart is like a snake or scorpion. Do you want to kill us? Su Yan opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. Although the words of these two women were a bit exaggerated and extreme, it was undeniable that if she really went out, the two of them would definitely be implicated. Su Yan's expression dimmed for a moment as she whispered softly. Junior's sister was not thoughtful enough. Her man had clearly arrived at Pure Ice Island and was so close to her, but she couldn't go out to meet him, causing Su Yan to feel like a knife was being twisted in her heart. Good, now go back. The woman surnamed Zhou coldly snorted. Su Yan nodded helplessly and turned back. Seeing Su Yan close the door of the ice room and enter retreat again, the two women guarding outside sneered. The woman surnamed Zhou said, "We've finally vented our anger." Did she really think she could act so arrogantly just because she became Great Elder's disciple? The other woman giggled and said happily, "Who told her to be so arrogant before? If she had a good relationship with us before, we wouldn't have made things so difficult for her this time. As senior sisters, we should teach her how to behave properly. Should we report this matter to Great Elder?" The woman surnamed Zhou hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No need. Since she can't go out, even if we report it, she won't be punished. It's better to wait until she really makes a mistake before reporting it. When that time comes, Great Elder will definitely not tolerate her. Senior sister is right. The other woman's eyes lit up. Little brother. Yu Xueqing's shout awakened Yang Kai, and he finally took back his gaze to look at Yu Xueqing. The 13th elder of Ice Heart Valley wore a strange expression as she lightly coughed and said, "That is the inner island of Pure Ice Island. As a man, it is absolutely impossible for you to set foot on it. We are now on the outer island, and if it were not for the special situation this time, you would not have been allowed to enter. It is Junior's honor to be able to enter Pure Ice Island. Junior thanks Senior." Yang Kai cupped his fists and thanked her. Because of Su Yan, Yang Kai was in a good mood and suddenly found that all the women from Ice Heart Valley were radiant, so their attitude was naturally very warm. Although she didn't know why Yang Kai had changed so slightly, Yu Xueqing didn't pursue the matter and simply nodded. "You can stay here for the time being. As for the future, wait until I return to Sect Master and the Elder Council." Chapter 1638. On the outer island, there were many lofts adjacent to the sea. After Yu Xueqing arranged for Yang Kai to live in one of the lofts, she left with the others, leaving behind some of the weaker women from Ice Heart Valley to take care of Yang Kai's daily life. Before leaving, Qingya cast a glance at Yang Kai, telling him not to be impatient. Kai Yang understood tacitly. Now that he had arrived on Pure Ice Island and learned that Su Yan was just a few hundred kilometers away, Yang Kai's eagerness to see her again surged like never before. But he also knew that Pure Ice Island was not an ordinary place, so naturally, he would not wander around casually. Sitting cross-legged in his loft, Yang Kai held Su Yan's ice soul bead in his hand, motionless. He did not release his divine sense, but he could clearly feel that a few hundred kilometers away, there was an aura that was closely related to him. It was Su Yan's aura. At the same time, Su Yan was also sitting in her own ice room, her beautiful eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Both of them were feeling each other's existence and the ups and downs of each other's emotions. This kind of silent and formless telepathy was better than words, and both of them felt warm in their hearts and minds. At a certain moment, the two of them smiled at the same time as a mysterious force burst out from their bodies, crossing the barrier of time and space to meet at the center of Pure Ice Island. Yang Kai seemed to be able to see Su Yan standing in front of him, the figure that had existed in his heart for more than 30 years finally appearing in front of him today. He could even feel that Su Yan was reaching out to touch him. Yang Kai responded. The spiritual connection between the two of them became closer and closer, gradually becoming one. There was no verbal communication, but both of them could clearly see everything the other had experienced over the years, as if they had experienced it themselves. Somewhere on the inner island, inside Ran Yun Ting's ice room, Ran Yun Ting, who was meditating, suddenly frowned, seemingly noticing something as she looked up towards the void with a puzzled look on her face. At that moment, a divine sense fluctuation suddenly came from the communication artifact beside her. She picked up the communication artifact, poured her divine sense into it, and after perceiving the message contained inside, her face could not help sinking. Junior sister, you actually found that little brat and even brought him to Pure Ice Island? So that's how it was. It was that little bastard who was interfering with Su Yan's mind. Little beast, you court death. Ran Yun Ting's eyes flashed fiercely as her tyrannical spiritual energy suddenly sputtered towards a certain location on Pure Ice Island. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of communicating with Su Yan, did not expect that someone would suddenly attack him. The connection of the mind was different from the power of divine sense. The former had no offensive or defensive power at all, while the latter was an existence that could attack and defend. Yang Kai's souls, and Yang to his soul's soul was cuts, his face's hearts, he's, and he almost coughed out a mouthful of blood to him. To his heart to souls he was, and to his soul was soul, and almost to his to his divine soul. Yang who was to heart, yang, to the her yangs. He could naturally feel that the power that had severed his connection with Su Yan contained some murderous intent, as if it didn't care whether he lived or died. If it weren't for his spiritual energy being far stronger than an ordinary person's, he would have been seriously injured. This kind of injury to one's soul was not something that ordinary pills could repair. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became cold, but soon he shook his head helplessly. Yang Kai's actions just now were indeed a bit abrupt. After all, this was Pure Ice Island, the headquarters of Ice Heart Valley. He was the first man to set foot on the outer island in 10,000 years, so it was indeed somewhat inappropriate for him to act so rashly. After understanding this, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer bothered with this matter. However, this soul's soul was extraordinary and most likely belonged to one of the top 5 elders of Ice Heart Valley. After suffering such a loss, Yang no longer acted rashly. In any case, there would be a chance to meet Su Yan again. As for Su Yan's safety, Yang Kai was not worried. No matter what, she was still Ice Heart Valley's great elder, so whoever interfered with him, no matter which elder it was, would not harm Su Yan. Inside Su Yan's ice room, she suddenly opened her eyes, her face pale as she called out, "Honored Master, reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. If you dare act like you did just now again, this elder will personally take that little bastard's head." Ran Yunting's cold voice rang in Su Yan's ear. Su Yan's face turned even paler as she opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but no words came out. "You're on your own now." Ran Yunting seemed to be quite disappointed with Su Yan's current state, so after coldly dropping these words, she did not respond. Inside Ice Heart Valley's Ice Palace, after a year, all of Ice Heart Valley's elders gathered once again. "Valley Master, why have you summoned us sisters this time?" An elder asked. Bing Long smiled gently and nodded. "There is one important matter, but it is a happy one." "Oh, what is it?" Everyone became curious. "Elder Yu has found that young man and brought him to Pure Ice Island." Bing Long got straight to the point and announced with a smile. "She found him. Junior sister Yu really has good methods. Being able to find him is a great merit. It's good that she found him. After more than a year, many people in Ice Heart Valley have died, so it's time to withdraw." "But Valley Master, did you find out why Brilliant Flame Sect was looking for him? What kind of secret is he hiding that Brilliant Flame Sect attached so much importance to him?" This queen does not know. "Elder Yu, you brought him back. Did you find out anything?" Bing Long turned her eyes to Yu Xueqing. The latter slowly shook her head. "On the way back, I tried to ask about him once, but that little brat did not answer. However, according to my observations, he is not ordinary." "Why do you say that?" He should be a genius among geniuses. Yen Qilei of Brilliant Flame Sect died at his hands." "What? Yen Qilei died at his hands?" Bing Long's face changed as she frowned. "Didn't you say he was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator?" He is indeed only a second-order cultivator, but he can fight opponents above his realm, which is why I said he is a genius among geniuses." "Indeed." Bing Long nodded. "Jiangxi also died at his hands," Yu Xueqing said with a strange expression. "In a one-on-one fight, he was killed in 20 breaths." "Jiangxi? That Jiangxi?" Ice Heart Valley's 5th elder narrowed her eyes as a look of disbelief appeared on her face. "That Jiangxi? How is that possible?" Although Jiangxi did not come from a prominent sect and had always been a loner, he had many fortuitous encounters in his early years, and his strength was extraordinary. He was not an ordinary third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and I heard that his Shur had reached the grand accomplishment stage. He was one of the most promising candidates on Scarlet Wave Star to break through to the Origin King realm. So how could he be killed by that young man? "Junior sister Yu, are you not joking?" "How could I joke about this kind of thing?" Junior sister saw it with her own eyes, and there are more than a dozen who can testify, Yu Xueqing said seriously. The elders of Ice Heart Valley looked at each other in amazement, and several of them turned to 5th elder. wanting to hear her opinion. Among everyone present, she was the only one who had fought with Jiangxi in the past, so she naturally had the right to speak. Fifth elder did not refuse and after a moment of silence said, "The last time I fought with Jiangxi was 20 years ago. It took me an entire day to seriously injure him, but I was unable to kill him. If it were him now, I may not necessarily be his opponent. In Ice Heart Valley, there are no more than 3 elders who can contend with Jiangxi alone." *C. A series of gasps rang out as the expressions of all the elders present became extremely interesting. Fifth elder was not exaggerating at all and was simply stating facts, but it was precisely because of this that everyone present felt terrified. Doesn't that mean that young man's personal strength ranks in the top 3 among all of us? He's only a second-order cultivator if he breaks through to the third order. More than that, resisting and killing are 2 different things. He was able to kill Jiangxi in just 20 breaths of time, so only Great Elder may be able to contend with him. The expressions of all the elders suddenly dimmed as they spoke these words without any confidence, because even if Great Elder personally took action, she may not be able to take Jiangxi's life in just 20 breaths of time. Exchanging glances with each other, everyone's expression was one of shock. Unfortunately, he's not a woman. Bing Long rubbed her brow lightly and smiled bitterly. If Yang Kai had been a woman, Bing Long would have tried to recruit him into Ice Heart Valley at all costs. Such a talent would definitely have a much higher chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm in the future. The reason why Ice Heart Valley could become one of the 2 great forces on Scarlet Wave Star was because they had an Origin King realm master. If they could have one more, they would be able to completely suppress Brilliant Flame Sect and become the number 1 sect on Scarlet Wave Star. What does it matter if he's not a woman? It's not like our Ice Heart Valley has no one to marry. Can't we just find him a good husband? An elder proposed with a smile. That's a good idea, but he may not agree. Another elder sitting next to her slowly shook her head. His strength and aptitude are so outstanding, and he doesn't look very old, so how could he not have a woman following him? Perhaps there are many women who would be willing to follow him. How could those mediocre women compare to the elites of my Ice Heart Valley? It's a blessing for him to be able to marry one of my Ice Heart Valley's elites. That's right. The group of elders chattered among themselves, each expressing their own opinions, as if they couldn't wait to find a suitable candidate to marry Yang Kai and tie him to Ice Heart Valley. Bing Long lightly coughed and said with a strange expression, "Have you forgotten? Brilliant Flame Sect is also looking for him. My Ice Heart Valley may not be afraid of Brilliant Flame Sect alone. However, this matter is very likely to involve Master Luo Hai of Green Mountain Star. If we offend that master, my Ice Heart Valley may not be able to withstand his wrath." The expressions of all the elders changed as they fell silent. Chapter 1639. This queen will find an opportunity to talk to him. At the very least, we need to know if Master Luo Hai came to Scarlet Wave Star because of him and why. If everything has nothing to do with him, it won't be too late for us to find a way to recruit him. But if Master Luo Hai really came because of him... Bing Long sighed softly. When the time comes, we can only hand him over in exchange for the safety of my Ice Heart Valley. Valley Master is wise. All the elders nodded in unison, having no objections to this decision. Yang Kai's aptitude and potential were indeed excellent. He could fight opponents above his realm, and was very likely to break through to the Origin King realm in the future. However, that was only the future, and right now, he was just a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator. Between the fear of a second-order Origin King Star Master and the promise of a bright but illusory future, which was more important, everyone could naturally tell. Valley Master, when will you see him? This elder will also meet him. Ran Yunting's voice suddenly came from outside the Ice Palace. Everyone turned their heads and saw Great Elder Ran Yunting striding over. Oh, Great Elder is also interested in him? Bing Long was a little surprised. Although Ran Yunting's strength was not as good as hers, the gap between the two of them was quite small. Since she brought Su Yen back to Pure Ice Island more than 30 years ago, she had been devoting herself to cultivating her, showing no interest in other people. Now, she was actually taking the initiative to meet Yang Kai, which naturally surprised Bing Long, of course. This elder is naturally interested in meeting such an outstanding talent. Ran Yunting smiled softly. For some reason, everyone felt a chill run down their spines and looked at each other blankly. At the same time, somewhere 10 million kilometers away from Pure Ice Island, at the headquarters of Brilliant Flame Sect, which was as famous as Ice Heart Valley. Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters was located in the best location on Scarlet Wave Star. The headquarters was surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters, a beautiful environment, and an abundant world energy aura. The two great forces of Scarlet Wave Star had always been evenly matched, but in recent years, Brilliant Flame Sect had been able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Ice Heart Valley. The reason for this was because there were rumors that Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder had suffered a serious injury while cultivating. Supreme Elder-level characters were naturally Origin Kings, and although she would not intervene in the struggles of juniors, such news would affect the morale of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Brilliant Flame Sect had also been steadily advancing over the past few years, faintly suppressing Ice Heart Valley. South of Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters, in a bamboo forest, there were several huts. These cottages were built very simply and looked inconspicuous. They were surrounded by mountains and faced the lake, but the location was not bad. Around the cottages, there were fiery red bamboos everywhere. At this moment, there were two people sitting cross-legged on a stone block in front of the hut. There was a chessboard placed on the stone table in the middle, and the black and white pieces were fighting nonstop. The one on the left was an old man with fiery red hair and beard. He looked very old, but his skin was gentle like a newborn. Every movement of his was filled with a powerful aura. Opposite him was a middle-aged man in a golden robe and a golden crown on his head. 300 meters away from these two, there was a man with an elegant temperament standing silently, motionless like a statue. Only when he looked at these two would a look of yearning appear on his face from time to time. The red-haired old man and the golden-crowned man were still fighting, and from the chessboard, there seemed to be the sound of thousands of horses galloping, shocking one's soul. The red-haired old man's speed was extremely fast, and he often didn't need to think about where to place his pieces. On the other hand, the golden-crowned man often had to frown and think hard as he carefully placed a piece. On the chessboard, the black and white auras became more and more prominent. The black piece belonging to the red-haired old man had the upper hand and was now surrounding the white piece. As time passed, the golden-crowned man spent more and more time thinking, and his expression became more and more cautious. The red-haired old man did not urge him, and simply closed his eyes to meditate while waiting. At a certain moment, the golden-crowned man suddenly revealed a strange smile. He stretched out his hand and put down a white chess piece. The white chess piece's predicament was easily resolved like a withered tree in spring. On the contrary, the originally aggressive black chess piece suddenly fell into a disadvantage. The red-haired old man's eyes bulged as a look of astonishment filled his face. After thinking for a long time, he slowly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Luo Haizgo's skills have really improved a lot. This old master is not his opponent. The golden-crowned man smiled lightly. Chihua, it's not that my Go skills are better than yours, it's just that you are too impatient. Your intentions and actions are all written on the chessboard, so this king only needs to react accordingly. It's more interesting to be straightforward like this. The red-haired old man shook his head. Life is short. Where do you find time to think about this and that? And I lost this battle. Thank you for letting me win. The red-haired old man turned his head and looked towards a spot not far away before stretching out his hand and beckoning. The elegant man who had been standing 300 meters away stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Wei Qing greets Supreme Elder and Senior Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded lightly and stretched out his hand. The elegant man was Brilliant Flame Sect's sect master, Wei Qing, and his status was not low. Although Luo Hai was Green Mountain Star's Star Master, he could not act arrogantly. What's more, he had a good relationship with Brilliant Flame Sect's Supreme Elder Chihua, so Wei Qing could be considered his junior. Why have you come here? Chihua raised his head and looked at Wei Qing. Wei Qing respectfully replied, reporting to Supreme Elder, the matter Senior Luo Hai gave us may have some progress. Luo Hai's eyes flashed, but he quickly concealed it. Chihua said lightly, speak. A few days ago, a spy saw Ice Heart Valley's 13th Elder Yu Xueqing enter Pure Ice Island through the space array with a young man. Although Ice Heart Valley is heavily guarded, and the spy did not see the face of the young man, he should be the one Senior Luo Hai is looking for. After saying this, Wei Qing stood aside respectfully and no longer spoke. Although he was second only to one on Scarlet Wave Star, He did not dare to show the slightest disrespect in front of Luo Hai and Qihua. "Brother Luo Hai, what do you think?" Qihua looked at Luo Hai. Pure Ice Island is the headquarters of Ice Heart Valley, and no man has set foot there for 10,000 years. Letting a young man in this time shows that they attach great importance to him. It is also possible that he is the one I am looking for. Haha, it seems they want to use that little brat to do something. They just want to express goodwill to Brother Luo Hai, probably wanting you to act as a mediator and resolve their current crisis. Qihua was a rough man, but his mind was extremely sharp. Luo Hai just smiled and said nothing. "Right, Brother Luo Hai, now that things have come to this, can you tell this old master why you are looking for that little brat? What is it about him that would attract the attention of a character like you?" Qihua asked doubtfully. He had been thinking about this question for a long time, but had never been able to find an answer. What could attract the attention of a character like Luo Hai was nothing more than the secret to breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm, or an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. Besides that, there was nothing else in this world that could attract Luo Hai's attention. Luo Hai cared about such things, and so did Qihua. But every time he tried to ask, Luo Hai would not answer directly, leaving Qihua helpless. "Didn't this king tell you before? That little brat passed the blood prison trial with a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, so his aptitude is quite good. This king just happens to be lacking a successor, so he wants to accept him as a disciple to inherit this king's legacy." Luo Hai replied with a smile. "So that's how it is. That little brat is quite lucky." Qi Lu laughed and nodded, obviously not believing Luo Hai's words at all. Luo Hai was now a second-order origin king and possessed a star source, so he was very likely to break through to the Third Order in the future. So why would he be so eager to accept a disciple and pass down his legacy? Besides, even if he wanted to accept a disciple, it was impossible for him to do it in such a way. If a second-order origin king wanted to accept a disciple, there would be countless geniuses scrambling to acknowledge him as their master. How could Luo Hai chase after someone and forcibly accept them as a disciple? No matter how heaven-defying a genius aptitude was, it was impossible for Luo Hai to do this. There had to be something fishy going on. Since Ice Heart Valley has found that little brat, this king will make a trip there, Luo Hai said as he slowly got up. "This old master will accompany you." Qihua grinned meaningfully. Luo Hai glanced at him thoughtfully before nodding. "Very well, Ice Heart Valley's pure ice grand array is quite powerful. With Brother Qihua accompanying me, I believe this trip will be easy." He had no intention of refusing. "And, by the way, Wei Qing, call your good-for-nothing brat over to see this old master. This old master will take him to experience the scenery of Pure Ice Island." Qihua shouted to Wei Qing. "Supreme Elder wants to take Wei Feng to Pure Ice Island?" Wei Qing was startled and said in a panic, "That little brat." What kind of character his son was, he knew very well. As the son of the sect master, his aptitude wasn't very good. Over the years, despite using countless pills and resources, Wei Qing had given him several times the resources he needed. But it was only today that he barely stepped into the First Order Origin Returning Realm. Although he had reached the Origin Returning Realm, he was still unable to condense his own sure. For the rest of his life, Wei Qing was afraid that his son would only be able to reach the First Order Origin Returning Realm and would never have the strength an Origin Returning Realm Master should possess. In other words, he was only slightly stronger than a Saint King, and any Origin Returning Realm Master who could condense their sure could easily defeat him. Supreme Elder had never liked Wei Feng, feeling that he had ruined the reputation of the sect and had even seriously injured him with a single palm strike. But today, why was Supreme Elder taking him to Pure Ice Island? What are you waiting for? Just go. This old master won't kill him. Qihua had a bad temper, and seeing Wei Qing hesitate, he couldn't help shouting angrily. "Yes." A look of horror flashed across Wei Qing's face as he hurriedly withdrew. Luo Hai frowned at Qihua, not knowing what he was trying to do. Pure Ice Island was not an ordinary place. Even if Luo Hai was a second-order origin king, he was still extremely wary of the Pure Ice Grand Array. For this trip, he and Qihua were more than enough, so why would they need to bring along a junior? What's more, this was a junior that Qihua didn't like. After frowning for a moment, Luo Hai suddenly understood and shook his head with a bitter smile. Qihua laughed and said, "Brother Luo Hai, this time, allow this old master to take advantage of the situation. Just this once, but don't go too far." Luo Li's strength isn't bad, so if we really push her too far and she activates the pure ice grand array, you and I will suffer a bit. This old master naturally understands. Brother Luo Hai can rest assured. Chapter 1640. Not long after, Wei Qing returned again with a young man. This young man's appearance was quite good, but his aquiline nose and dark eyes ruined his overall sense of beauty, and his aura was weak. At first glance, it was obvious he was the kind of person who was obsessed with wine and women. When he arrived, the young man was trembling and his face was pale as he kept gulping, staring at Qi Hua with horror and fear in his eyes. Although he was an origin-returning realm master, he was like an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, hiding behind Wei Qing and seeking protection, not daring to face Qi Hua's majesty directly. Qi Hua glanced at him and coldly snorted, the contempt and disdain in his eyes obvious. "Supreme Elder, I've brought Feng Er," Wei Qing said bitterly. "Good, you can withdraw." Qi Hua waved his hand at Wei Qing. Wei Qing opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just sighed, glanced back at his son, slowly shook his head, and quickly left. Wei Feng was instantly at a loss for what to do, and he looked anxiously at his father's figure as he cried out. "Father, shut up!" Qi Hua shouted. Wei Feng shivered and almost fell to the ground in fright, turning his head to look at Qi Hua in horror, his face turning even paler. He had no idea why Supreme Elder had summoned him. His status in Brilliant Flame Sect was not ordinary, and he could rely on his father's power and authority to do whatever he wanted. But in front of Supreme Elder, he was nothing but a fart. If Supreme Elder wanted to kill him, even his father couldn't stop him. Supreme Elder has been in seclusion in the sect these days. I haven't made any mistakes. I beg Supreme Elder not to kill me. Wei Feng suddenly cried bitterly as he knelt on the ground with a thump, and then he started stammering as he kowtowed vigorously, causing his head to knock against the ground to the point it emitted banging sounds. The contempt and disgust in Qi Hua's eyes became stronger and stronger. Luo Hai slowly shook his head and frowned. Wei Qing can be regarded as the future pillar of Brilliant Flame Sect. But why is his son like this? A loving mother leads to a wastrel son. Qi Hua grunted coldly, and then he looked angrily at Wei Feng as he shouted with a grim voice. "Stand up for me." Wei Feng cried out with shock, and he didn't dare dally as he hurriedly crawled up. However, his back was still bent, and he was unable to restrain his tears from flowing while he squeezed out a trace of a fawning smile as he looked anxiously at Qi Hua, and he seemed even more unsightly than if he was crying. "Straighten your back, you good-for-nothing." Qi Hua was full of anger. He strode forward and slapped Wei Feng's face twice. With two crisp slaps, Wei Feng felt as if his face had been slapped away. He was numb. Qi Hua was an Origin King Realm Master, so even if he did not use any of his strength, just two casual slaps would be enough to shatter Wei Feng. Fortunately, Wei Feng was still useful to Qi Hua, so it was naturally impossible to kill him here. Grabbing Wei Feng's neck and lifting him up like a chicken, Qi Hua coldly said, "Boy, your luck has come. Didn't you take a fancy to a woman from Ice Heart Valley? This old master will take you to Pure Ice Island." "Huh?" Wei Feng was stunned as he stared blankly at Qi Hua, seemingly not having expected that Supreme Elder would call him over for this matter. After a moment of stunned silence, Wei Feng was overjoyed and eagerly asked, "Is Supreme Elder serious?" Su Yan's exquisite face, which seemed to be carved from ice and jade, suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, causing Wei Feng's blood to boil. "Would Supreme Elder joke with you?" Qi Hua grinned meaningfully. But what if Ice Heart Valley refuses?" Wei Feng asked. "No matter what, you are the son of my Brilliant Flame Sect master, so your identity and status are extraordinary. Taking a fancy to a woman from Ice Heart Valley is a blessing for them. They have no choice but to comply." That's right. The excitement in Wei Feng's heart completely overshadowed his fear of Qi Hua, and he nodded repeatedly as he began to fantasize about the beautiful scene after he obtained Su Yan, a foolish look appearing on his face as he giggled foolishly. Luo Hai watched from the side and slowly shook his head. He naturally knew why Qi Hua was doing this. It was nothing more than to use this opportunity to suppress Ice Heart Valley and force them to admit defeat. Qi Hua also wanted to borrow his strength, which was why he had said before that he wanted to intimidate Yang Kai. However, Luo Hai didn't care. The struggle on Scarlet Wave Star had nothing to do with him. he had only come here for Yang Kai. Since Chi-hua wanted to use his tiger skin as a banner, Luo Hai would let him. Luo Hai could eat the meat, but he couldn't stop Chi-hua from drinking the soup, as long as Chi-hua didn't pursue the real reason he was looking for Yang Kai. "Brother Luo Hai, let's go." Chi-hua grabbed Wei Feng in one hand and called out to Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded, and the two immediately turned into streams of light, disappearing on the spot and flying straight towards Pure Ice Island. Pure Ice Island, Outer Island. Yang Kai was sitting in meditation in his loft, thinking hard about how to meet Su Yen. It was impossible for him to set foot on the inner island, so if he wanted to meet this beautiful woman, Su Yen would have to come to the outer island. However, Yang Kai found that Su Yen had no intention of coming to see him, her aura remaining somewhere on the inner island. Is she at a critical juncture? Is it inconvenient for her to move? Yang Kai was puzzled. If it weren't for the fact that she was at a critical juncture, Su Yen would have come to see him no matter what. Yang Kai also couldn't imagine that Su Yen wasn't at a critical juncture, but had instead been placed under house arrest by Ran Yunting. However, since he had already arrived on Pure Ice Island and knew that Su Yen was a few hundred kilometers away from him, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. There was bound to be a time when they could meet again. After experiencing the disturbance of their last spiritual communication, Yang Kai didn't dare to rashly communicate with Su Yen again. He was a guest and Su Yen was currently on the inner island, so if he acted rashly, the gains would not be worth the losses. So, Yang Kai waited patiently for the right opportunity. The next day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes, a light flashing across them as he called out loudly, "I wonder which senior has graced me with her presence? Junior must apologize for not coming out to meet you." A soft voice came from outside the door. "This queen is Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master." A trace of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Although he knew that Ice Heart Valley's upper echelons would definitely come to see him in the next few days, he hadn't expected it to be Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master. Ice Heart Valley's Bing Long. Yang Kai had heard Qingyu mention her before. She was Ice Heart Valley's #1 master below Supreme Elder Luo Li, and was the one most likely to break through to the Origin King realm. "Ice Heart Valley attaches so much importance to me." With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai opened the front door and stood up to greet them with a solemn expression. Two women walked in from outside the door, both middle-aged beauties. The one walking in front had a gentle smile and a dignified appearance, her every movement exuding the style of a noble. The one following behind wore a cold expression, and when she first looked at Yang Kai, there was an inexplicable hostility. Yang Kai frowned, wondering why this woman had such a prejudice against him. Bing Long stepped forward and stopped 10 meters in front of Yang Kai, looked him up and down and asked gently, "Are you that Yang Kai?" Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Bing Long. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Bing Long gently nodded. "Sure enough, a dragon among men, your aura is profound. No wonder you were able to kill Jiang Shi and Yen Chi Lei. This queen thanks you on behalf of Junior Sister Yu for acting righteously last time." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I was only protecting myself. Valley Master is too polite." After saying so, he looked suspiciously at the beautiful woman behind Bing Long and asked, This is my Ice Heart Valley's great elder." Bing Long introduced. Yang Kai raised his brow as he realized that the beautiful woman behind Bing Long was actually Su Yan's master. And judging from her aura, it was her who had interfered with his mental communication with Su Yan yesterday. However, her prejudice and hostility towards him seemed to be quite deep. Did she know something? Yang Kai frowned secretly. Thinking so, Yang Kai cupped his fists again and said, "So it is, Great Elder. This junior has been disrespectful." Ran Yunting coldly snorted, not showing any intention of responding to Yang Kai. A trace of astonishment flashed across Bing Long's eyes as she did not know what Great Elder wanted to do. But she quickly tried to mediate. "Great Elder and I came uninvited. I hope little brother will not take offense. Valley Master must be joking. This is Pure Ice Island, and this junior is just a guest. It is this junior's fault for not taking the initiative to greet you." A trace of approval flashed across Bing Long's eyes. She found that not only was Yang Kai's cultivation high, but his attitude was also very humble. This was very different from many of the outstanding talents of the younger generation. Most of these so-called young talents had their eyes above their heads, acted arrogantly, and acted as they pleased. They were eager to carve the word genius on their foreheads and had none of the virtues of respecting the old and caring for the young. Bing Long's first impression of Yang Kai was quite good. After inviting Bing Long and Ran Yun Ting to take a seat, a woman from Ice Heart Valley served them tea. Yang Kai did not know why they had come here this time, but it was not appropriate for him to speak rashly, so he could only sit and drink tea. Ran Yun Ting, on the other hand, had been staring at Yang Kai since she took a seat, as if she wanted to see through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Fortunately, Bing Long was considerate and casually asked Yang Kai a few irrelevant questions, easing the atmosphere considerably. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Bing Long suddenly asked, "Little brother Yang isn't a cultivator from Scarlet Wave Star, right?" Yang Kai knew that she wanted to inquire about him, so he did not try to conceal it and nodded. "I am not from Scarlet Wave Star." "Then where is little brother Yang from?" "My homeland is Tongxian Realm." "Tongxian Realm?" Bing Long frowned, apparently having never heard of it before. On the other hand, Ran Yun Ting's phoenix eyes narrowed as a light flashed across them. Bing Long had never heard of Tongxian Realm, but she had. Su Yan was from Tongxian Realm. This little brat really is the bastard who ruined Su Yan's purity and prevented her from reaching the peak of the martial Tao. A faint murderous intent escaped from Ran Yun Ting's body, and although it was extremely faint, Bing Long felt it. Glancing over at Ran Yun Ting suspiciously, she found that Yang Kai did not seem to notice and did not point it out, simply smiling lightly and saying, "It seems this queen is ignorant and inexperienced. This queen has never heard of this Tongxian realm before. I won't conceal it from Senior. My homeland is very barren and is considered nothing in the vast territory of the starry sky, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it." Chapter 1641. Then why did little brother Yang come to Scarlet Wave Star this time? Bing Long asked again. "I just happened to pass by. Do you know that Brilliant Flame sect has been looking for you for nearly a year now? I've heard about it. Why is Brilliant Flame sect looking for you with such great fanfare?" After asking a few questions, Bing Long's questions gradually became more straightforward. Yang Kai smiled lightly, took a sip from his teacup, and shook his head. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Bing Long chuckled lightly before her voice suddenly became low. "Then this queen will ask again, did Master Luo Hai of Green Mountain Star come to Scarlet Wave Star because of you? Since Senior already knows, why bother asking?" Bing Long was surprised. Did Master Luo Hai really come for you? She had some speculations before. After all, after Luo Hai arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, he went to Brilliant Flame Sect, and Brilliant Flame Sect began looking for Yang Kai. Connecting all of this together, one could not help but have some guesses. Guesses were just guesses, but after being confirmed by Yang Kai, Bing Long still felt quite surprised. What kind of character was Luo Hai? Looking at the entire territory of Starfall Star, he was one of the top masters. Yet for Yang Kai, he had actually come to Scarlet Wave Star from Green Mountain Star. "Why?" Bing Long asked again. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, "Junior cannot answer this question. If Senior wants to know, you might as well ask Luo Hai himself." The surprise in Bing Long's eyes became even stronger. Yang Kai actually called Luo Hai by his name. There was no trace of respect in his voice. One had to know that when one reached Luo Hai's level of strength, regardless of whether they had a relationship with him or not, they would always add the words master or senior to their name to show respect. Even ordinary origin kings were not exempt from this. Although Bing Long was the Valley Master of Ice Heart Valley, she still had to respectfully address Luo Hai as master. Yang Kai, on the other hand, turned a blind eye. Bing Long observed Yang Kai's expression and asked in amazement, "Do you have a grudge with Master Luo Hai? He chased me all the way from Green Mountain Star to Scarlet Wave Star and nearly killed me several times. Senior, do you think there is any grudge between us?" Yang Kai sneered softly. He did not intend to hide this matter, because this kind of thing could not be hidden. Bing Long and Ran Yun Ting shook at the same time as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. After a long silence, Bing Long said with a complicated expression, "Your luck is really good. You were actually able to escape from Master Luo Hai." She thought that Kai Yang being able to come out unscathed was completely due to luck. If not for this, how could a second-order origin returning realm cultivator survive against a second-order origin king? "What kind of grievances do you have with Master Luo Hai? Tell me in detail." Ran Yun Ting suddenly opened her mouth. This was the first time she had spoken since she had arrived here, but her words contained an irrefutable tone. This made Yang Kai frown as he secretly thought to himself, I'm not from Ice Heart Valley, so why is she ordering me around in such an overbearing tone? However, considering that she was Su Yan's master, Yang Kai did not want to give her a hard time and could only say, this junior has no comment. Boy, haven't you figured out the situation yet? This is my Pure Ice Island, and you've provoked a master like Master Luo Hai. If you want to live, you'd best cooperate with us obediently, otherwise, even if you have great skill, you won't be able to escape this calamity. Ran Yunting saw Yang Kai acting so insensibly and her face sank. Yang Kai looked at her, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, Is Senior threatening me? Ran Yunting's pretty face went cold, and just as she was about to say something, Bing Long hurriedly interjected. Great Elder did not mean that, but this matter is indeed not trivial. This queen has called you Yang Kai. Yang Kai, although your aptitude and cultivation are good, you have offended a master like Master Luo Hai, so I'm afraid your future will be bleak. I know, Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Since you know, this queen won't say anything more. My Ice Heart Valley has a supreme elder who is also an origin king. Although she is not as good as Master Luo Hai, her methods are quite good, and she has met with Master Luo Hai a few times. You might as well tell us the whole story in detail, and if possible, this queen will ask Supreme Elder to come forward and say a few good words for you to resolve this crisis. What do you think? Bing Long's sincere appearance reduced the anger in Yang Kai's heart slightly, but he still shook his head and said, This junior does not need to trouble seniors. This junior will handle it himself. You. What ability do you have to deal with such a tricky matter? Ran Yunting seemed to particularly dislike Yang Kai and sneered, Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't want to say anything, then why did you come to my Ice Heart Valley? Hasn't Ice Heart Valley been looking for me? Yang Kai looked over at Ran Yunting. Ran Yunting's expression became angry as she pushed her Saint Chi, causing a great pressure to descend from the sky towards Yang Kai, as if she was about to attack him. Bing Long's face changed slightly as she quickly said, Yang Kai, since you don't want to speak, this queen and great elder won't force you, but you should think about it carefully. If you agree, send a message to this queen at any time, and this queen will ask Supreme Elder to come forward and help you resolve this matter. Junior appreciates Senior's kindness. Yang Kai said lightly, Since that's the case, you can stay here with peace of mind. As for the future, we'll talk about it later. Bing Long sighed, got up, and left. Ran Yunting glared at Yang Kai for a moment before coldly snorting and following after him. But when she reached the front door, she suddenly turned around and glared at Yang Kai coldly as she said, Boy, don't think this elder doesn't know what you're planning. I advise you to give up on this idea. She will eventually fly to the top and become a phoenix. She is not someone you can meddle with, so don't ruin her future. After saying this, Ran Yunting didn't give Yang Kai a chance to refute and turned to leave. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he stood in place, watching her and Bing Long leave. However, listening to the meaning of her words, it was clear she knew about his relationship with Su Yan. No wonder she had been so hostile towards him. Presumably, it was because she wanted to protect her apprentice. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai suppressed the anger in his heart. To be honest, Su Yan being able to have such a considerate master was not bad. But this Ran Yunting's attitude made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable. Junior sister, there's something wrong with you today. On the way back to the inner island, Bing Long looked at Ran Yunting thoughtfully. Do you know something? Why did you speak so harshly to Yang Kai? Did you know him before? I don't know him. Ran Yunting shook her head and pondered for a moment before suddenly sighing. Senior sister, to tell you the truth, this Yang Kai and Su Yan have known each other for a long time. Oh, how did the two of them know each other? Bing Long was surprised. Didn't he say he was from Tongxian realm? Su Yan also came from that place. They used to be senior sister and junior brother, and… Bing Long frowned as she vaguely realized something and asked in amazement, could it be that they used to? Yes. Not only that, Su Yan is no longer pure white jade. What? This time, Bing Long's expression finally changed as she asked in shock, but didn't Su Yan use the ice jade's secret art? How come she didn't suffer any backlash? The backlash has already come. Su Yan's cultivation has declined and her mental state has begun to show flaws. Her ice heart is now covered in dust. Ran Yunting grit her teeth and said, If I'm not mistaken, that little brat took the initiative to come to Pure Ice Island for Su Yan. Yesterday, I discovered that the two of them were communicating with each other using some kind of strange spiritual force. Bing Long's face changed dramatically as she muttered, "The two of them can communicate with each other using spiritual force. Doesn't that mean their hearts are connected? It seems that their relationship is really extraordinary. If that's the case, wouldn't Su Yan's future be ruined? There is a way to resolve this." Ran Yunting's eyes flashed fiercely. Seeing the look on her face, Bing Long quickly realized something and shook her head. "Don't do that. Master Luo Hai came here for him. If he dies now, my Ice Heart Valley won't be able to answer to Master Luo Hai. Moreover, this method isn't safe. If Su Yan holds a grudge against you, it doesn't matter if she holds a grudge." Ran Yunting chuckled with a hint of madness in her smile. "I won't hide it from senior sister. I'm afraid I have no hope of breaking through to the Origin King realm in this lifetime. But Su Yan has the potential. If I can't do it, I hope she can. As long as she can reach that point, what does it matter if she holds a grudge against me? One day, she will understand that I am doing this for her own good." "Junior sister, you?" Bing Long looked at her and suddenly sighed, her expression becoming dim. Ran Yunting said that she had no hope of breaking through to the Origin King realm. So how could she not? She had been stuck at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning realm for countless years and had tried countless times to break through the bottleneck, but all of them ended in failure. She was completely unable to grasp the mysteries of the Origin King realm. As Ran Yunting said, she would probably be stuck at the threshold of the Origin King realm for the rest of her life unless she encountered some kind of heaven-defying opportunity. Bing Long understood Ran Yunting's thoughts, but she also felt that it was inappropriate to do so she could only say, "Let me think about this carefully, don't act rashly." "I know." After walking forward for a while, the two parted ways. Ran Yunting walked straight to Su Yan's residence. She needed to have a frank and honest talk with her disciple and teach her that the Grand Tao was eternal and that love between a man and a woman was nothing more than a passing cloud, not worth remembering. Not long after, Ran Yunting arrived, and from a distance, she saw a woman standing outside Su Yan's ice room, pleading with the two people guarding Su Yan. After taking a closer look, Ran Yunting discovered that this woman was actually Qingya, who had come to Ice Heart Valley with Su Yan. Ran Yunting still had some impression of her. After all, when she brought Su Yan back to Ice Heart Valley, Qingya had also come with her, but her aptitude was not as good as Su Yan's, so she had been living in the outer island. Seeing Ran Yunting come over, Qingya and the two women quickly stopped talking, turned to her, and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Great Elder." Chapter 1642. Ran Yunting gently nodded, her eyes sweeping over Qingya's face indifferently. Ran Yunting didn't know if it was because of Yang Kai, but she suddenly found this outer islander from Tong Xian realm to be a bit of an eyesore. Yang Kai's untactful face flashed across her mind, irritating her greatly. "What are you all arguing about? Don't you know Su Yan is in retreat?" Ran Yunting shouted. The eyes of the two women who were responsible for guarding Su Yan flashed with a trace of panic as they noticed that Great Elder's mood was not very good. The woman surnamed Zhou glanced over at Qingya and said in an aggrieved tone, reporting to Great Elder, "This junior sister insisted on going in to see Su Yan. We have already stopped her, but she is still chattering here, refusing to withdraw." "Great Elder, it is not our intention to disturb Su Yan. There is simply a reason for this." The other woman also cried out. Ran Yunting's sharp eyes fell on Qingya as she said coldly, "If she refuses to withdraw, don't you know how to beat her back? Have all these years gone to waste?" As soon as this statement came out, Qingya and the other two were dumbfounded. None of them had expected Great Elder to say such a thing. In Ice Heart Valley, although there were disputes between senior sister and junior sister, no one would ever fight. But what the Great Elder meant was for him to beat Qingya up. The woman surnamed Zhou was unable to wrap her head around this for a while and stood in place in a daze. "What are you still standing there for? Are you deaf or what?" Ran Yunting shouted again. The woman surnamed Zhou shuddered and came back to her senses, realizing that the Great Elder was not joking. Her heart was filled with anger from being reprimanded, but she had nowhere to vent it. Hearing this, she shouted, "Yes, I will follow the Great Elder's orders." Saying so, she pushed her Saint Qi and pushed her palm towards Qingya. "Great Elder." Qingya opened her mouth to call out, but she had only managed to utter a few words when she was hit in the chest by a fierce force. Her tender body was sent flying almost uncontrollably, coughing up a mouthful of blood mid-air that dyed her white dress red. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk Chinya was sent flying several tens of feet away, crashed into an ice wall, and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His face was pale and bloodless. He forced himself to get up, but he was still unable to catch his breath for a long time. She was now a second-order Saint King, while the woman surnamed Zhou who attacked her was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. The huge gap in cultivation made it impossible for her to resist a single blow. With one palm strike, Chinya was already injured. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at Ran Yun Ting in disbelief. She couldn't understand why the Great Elder had suddenly issued such an unreasonable order. Scram! If you dare set foot on the inner island again, this elder will expel you from Ice Heart Valley. Ran Yun Ting reprimanded mercilessly. Chinya! Su Yan's door suddenly opened, and an anxious look appeared on her face, her tender body flickering as she rushed towards Chinya. Although she had heard the dispute between Chinya and the woman surnamed Zhou and the others just now, because of Ran Yun Ting's orders, she didn't dare to show herself and could only close the door. But now Chinya was actually injured, and she could no longer hold back. The two of them were both from Tongxian Realm and had joined Ice Heart Valley together. They were like sisters, so how could she just stand by and watch Chinya be beaten? However, as soon as she appeared, Ran Yun Ting waved her hand and a strong wind blew towards Su Yan, pushing her back inside. If you dare take a single step outside, I'll kill her right now. Ran Yun Ting stood outside the ice room, looking at Su Yan's grief-stricken face with a cold expression. A trace of panic flashed across Su Yan's face as she stared at Ran Yun Ting with a strange look in her eyes. Opening her mouth, she tried to speak, but in the end, she didn't dare to act rashly. After a long silence, she took a deep breath and grit her teeth. I hope Honored Master will not punish Chinya for her first offense. Ran Yun Ting nodded. As long as you are obedient, I won't embarrass her. Su Yan grit her teeth, clenched her fists, and whispered, I'll listen to Honored Master. Ran Yun Ting showed a satisfied expression. That's good. I came here this time to tell you that that person has arrived on Pure Ice Island. Do you want to commit suicide to make up for the flaws in your state of mind? Or do you want me to help you? Su Yan's tender body trembled as she stared at Ran Yun Ting in horror, a pleading look flashing across her beautiful eyes as she muttered, Honored Master. Committing suicide was tantamount to severing all ties between her and Yang Kai. From then on they would become complete strangers. If she asked her Honored Master for help, there would only be one result. Yang Kai would be killed. Either way, Su Yan couldn't accept it, as it was worse than death. There is no third choice. I'll give you a few days to think about it. Give me an answer when you've made up your mind. Su Yan's beautiful eyes dimmed in an instant, as if they were covered by dark clouds, unable to see the light in front of her. By the time she recovered, Ran Yun Ting had already left and Chinya was no longer there. Only the two senior sister and senior sister from the same sect who were standing at the door were smiling at her. This smile was so dazzling to her. For the first time in more than 30 years, Su Yan had the idea of breaking the shackles that bound her and escaping from this place. It was undeniable that Ran Yun Ting had been extremely good to Su Yan. Since bringing her to Ice Heart Valley, Ran Yun Ting had taught her wholeheartedly and provided her with as many resources as possible, creating an extremely good environment for Su Yan. However, while teaching Su Yan unreservedly, Ran Yun Ting had also put shackles on Su Yan. Her expectations for Su Yan were too great, and she had placed too heavy a burden on Su Yan. It could be said that Ran Yun Ting had poured her own unfulfilled hopes onto Su Yan. The future of Ice Heart Valley, the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Su Yan had heard Ran Yun Ting mention these things more than once. In the past, she didn't think much of it and simply followed her honored master's orders. After all, without Ran Yun Ting, she, Chinya, and Qianhao would still be struggling on Green Mountain Star, not living such a carefree life. But now, Su Yan felt exhausted. The appearance and arrival of Yang Kai gave her someone she could rely on. She didn't want to assume the future of Ice Heart Valley. She just wanted to travel the world side by side with Yang Kai. She had never had such great ambitions, so her request was very simple. Outside the door, the two senior and junior sisters didn't hold back at all as they mocked and ridiculed him. One after another, they seemed to be in a good mood. Su Yan felt a slight chill in her heart, but didn't say anything. simply sitting down cross-legged and closing the door to the ice room with a wave of her hand. In the pavilion of the outer island, Yang Kai found the Ice Heart Valley woman who was taking care of his daily needs. This woman was also from the outer island and was only a first-order saint. She appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, and although she wasn't particularly beautiful, she was quite delicate and gave off a clean aura. Those from Pure Ice Island all cultivated the ice attribute, so there was a faint chill around her. "Girl, do you know Chinya?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "Senior Sister Chinya? I know her." The woman nodded and replied with a slight smile. "Our secluded homes aren't very far from each other, so we often meet. This brother, do you also know Senior Sister Chinya? And can you take me to see her?" "You want to see Senior Sister Chinya?" The woman was startled and frowned, looking a little hesitant. "I'm afraid that's not possible." "Why?" "The elder said that brother can only rest here and cannot walk around at will without the elder's orders." "Brother, you should know that our Ice Heart Valley is all women, and no man has ever set foot here. If you see something you shouldn't see while walking around," as she spoke, the woman's face flushed red. "If that's the case, then forget it." Yang Kai smiled freely and didn't insist, chatting with the woman for a while before turning around and returning to the pavilion. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't make things difficult for her, the woman couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that this young man was quite easy to talk to. Returning to the pavilion, Yang Kai's expression was calm, neither happy nor angry, but he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. "Don't tell me I'm under house arrest?" Moreover, it had been 3 days since Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master, Bing Long, and Great Elder Ran Yun Ting had come to visit. During these 3 days, no one had come to pay him any attention, not even Chinya. This made Yang Kai somewhat puzzled. Others not coming was one thing, but how could Chinya not come? She knew why he had come to Ice Heart Valley this time, but now he was trapped in this pavilion on the outer island, unable to leave, let alone visit Su Yen. During these 3 days, Su Yen had not communicated with him spiritually. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, so he quietly released his divine sense and found that the woman was still guarding outside the pavilion. Space force spread out around Yang Kai, and in the next moment, Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost. If it were anyone else, sneaking out would not be an easy task, but for Yang Kai, who had comprehended Space Force, it was extremely easy. Without the woman noticing, he had already appeared in a hidden location 1.5 kilometers away. Looking up at an ice peak a dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he approached it. While chatting just now, Yang Kai had intentionally or unintentionally inquired about the location of the woman's secluded home and learned its exact location. Since she said that it was not far from Chinya's secluded home should also be on that ice peak. Yang Kai just didn't know where it was. After a short while, Yang Kai arrived at the foot of the ice peak, and while concealing his aura, he looked up. There were hundreds of secluded homes carved out of this ice peak, and all of them seemed to be occupied, causing Yang Kai a slight headache. Releasing his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai found that each secluded home was protected by a barrier. Although with the strength of his divine sense, Yang Kai would have no problem breaking through the barriers of these secluded homes. Doing so would only cause trouble. Yang Kai could only frown and wait quietly. While he was at a loss, a group of 4 or 5 people from Ice Heart Valley suddenly arrived at the foot of the ice peak. The leader of this group was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, while the others were all Saint Kings. Although their cultivations were not very high, Yang Kai felt that each of these women gave off a faint murderous aura, causing him to frown. Chapter 1643. Generally speaking, only those with a violent and ruthless temper would possess such hostility. The ice attribute of Ice Heart Valley's disciples focused on purity and abstinence. So how could there be such a person here? Not only that, these women all had cold expressions on their faces, and they were serious in speech and manner. Their entire bodies emitted an aura that prevented people from getting close to them. They walked straight towards the ice peak and soon arrived in front of a secluded home. The woman in the lead looked around and seemed to be asking someone, "Is this the place?" Immediately, someone replied, "It's here." The woman in the lead nodded before suddenly calling out, "Is Chinya in the outer island?" His voice wasn't loud, but it could be clearly heard from very far away, and it was extremely penetrative. When Yang Kai heard this, he was overjoyed. This was really like someone delivering a pillow to him when he was feeling sleepy. He had been worried about not being able to find Qin Ye's secluded home, but now a group of people had suddenly come to see her. However, this group of women seems to have ill intentions. Yang Kai frowned secretly, but did not rush to show himself, instead continuing to hide in place and observe secretly. As soon as the woman's voice fell, less than 3 breaths later, a thin film barrier outside the secluded home suddenly opened, like a burst bubble, and a woman in a white dress with a dignified temperament walked out. Qingya. Yang Kai raised his brow, but he soon discovered that something was wrong. Qingya's aura was unstable and her face was pale. It seemed she had suffered some serious injuries. She was fine when she returned to Pure Ice Island a few days ago, so how could she suddenly be injured? Moreover, looking at her appearance, it was not because she had made a mistake, but rather, she had been beaten. Yang Kai was puzzled. On the other side, Qingya walked out of the secluded home and saw the face and attire of the newcomers, causing her to pale slightly. She seemed to recognize the woman in the lead. So, it is senior sister Bing Dai. Is there something senior sister wants to see me about? Qingya tried to maintain a calm look, but the trembling in her voice revealed the tension in her heart. At this time, many of Ice Heart Valley's disciples on the Ice Peak had been alarmed by Bing Dai's shout and had come out to investigate. After seeing the scene in front of them, all of them could not help showing a look of horror. It's senior sister Bing Dai of the Law Enforcement Hall. Why would she come here? Furthermore, why is she looking for junior sister Qingya? Oh no, could it be that junior sister Qingya made a mistake? Otherwise, how could this god of plagues be attracted? It shouldn't be that bad. Qingya has been abiding by her duties all these years since she entered the valley. Some time ago, she even seemed to have made a great contribution. How could she make a mistake? It's hard to say. I heard from a senior sister in the inner island that junior sister Qingya did something wrong a few days ago and angered the great elder, causing the great elder to lose his temper. I heard about it too. It seems that a senior sister named Zhou Yunxian even injured her. That can't be. Junior sister Qingya has a very good relationship with Su Yan. With Su Yan here, who would dare hit her? A moment later, the entire Ice Peak seemed to have been alarmed and many people came out of their secluded homes to watch from afar. Whispers came from all around, but the woman named Bing Dai remained unmoved, simply staring at Qingya indifferently as she shouted, Qingya, as a member of Ice Heart Valley, you have been nurtured by the sect, but instead of showing any gratitude, you colluded with outsiders to shake the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Pass down the order of the elders. Qingya's cultivation will be abolished, and she will be expelled from Ice Heart Valley, never to set foot on Pure Ice Island again. A single word stirred up 1,000 waves. Bing Dai's words made the entire ice mountain burst into an uproar. Bursts of exclamations resounded. Many women covered their mouths with their hands, looking at Qingya with shock and sympathy. Their beautiful eyes trembled violently. Expulsion from Ice Heart Valley and the abolition of one's cultivation was the cruelest punishment Ice Heart Valley could inflict. It was even more terrifying than death. Death only lasted for a moment, but if one's cultivation was abolished and one was expelled from Ice Heart Valley, they would live in an unimaginable shadow for the rest of their lives, a stain that could never be erased. Qingya's tender body trembled as her eyes filled with horror. Her already pale face became even paler as she asked in a trembling voice, Senior Sister Bing Dai, what's going on? Colluding with outsiders to shake the foundation of Ice Heart Valley was not a crime that could be taken lightly. Since joining Ice Heart Valley, Qingya had not done anything to harm the sect, and some time ago, because she had found Yang Kai, she had even received a commendation from the Valley Master. So how had she suddenly fallen into such a situation? Bing Dai's sudden visit and announcement of such shocking news was simply unacceptable to her. You know what's going on in your heart. Bing Dai looked at Qingya indifferently, showing no intention of explaining. Do you want to remove your cultivation yourself, or do you want senior sister to do it? Let me say this first, it may be easier for you to do it yourself, but if senior sister doesn't hold back, you may be injured. Senior sister Bing Dai. Qingya grit her teeth and shouted, a fierce look of resistance flashing across her beautiful eyes. Junior sister has not done anything to harm the sect, nor has she colluded with outsiders to shake the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Junior sister refuses to accept this. I want to see the elder. I want to see the Valley Master. Suddenly being accused of such a big crime, Qingya could not admit it no matter what, but she vaguely guessed what was going on in her heart. The so-called collusion with outsiders was nothing more than her connection with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had come to Pure Ice Island because of her. Shaking the foundation of Ice Heart Valley, to put it simply, was interfering with Su Yan. Su Yan had always been regarded by Ran Yun Ting as the future of Ice Heart Valley, so interfering with her could be said to be shaking the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. However, the same thing, if put in a different way, would have a completely different meaning. The law enforcement hall had probably acted because they had received Ran Yun Ting's order. You can't see the elder, nor can you see the valley master. Today, I am in charge here. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think it over. Bing Dai remained unmoved and simply stared at Qingya coldly. Qingya's face suddenly drained of blood as her heart sank. How could she, a little second-order Saint King, resist the entire law enforcement hall? If she really wanted to resist, today, this place would probably be her burial ground. Qingya had heard about the methods of these senior and junior sisters of the law enforcement hall. Qingya smiled bitterly as the cold wind blew, her heart becoming colder than her body. When she had joined Ice Heart Valley, she had been filled with joy and secretly felt that the heavens had blessed her, allowing her to meet Ran Yun Ting at her most difficult time. After joining the sect, she had abided by her duties and responsibilities and obeyed all the sect's orders. She had never relied on Su Yan's identity and status to seek anything for herself, even though she was fully capable of doing so and was qualified to do so. She only wanted to rely on her own efforts to enhance her strength step by step. She didn't expect to be on par with Su Yan, but at the very least, she didn't want to embarrass her. In any case, the two of them came from the same homeland and joined Ice Heart Valley at the same time. As Su Yan's cultivation grew higher and higher, if Qingya was too weak, others would gossip about her. A few days ago, after being mercilessly reprimanded by Ran Yun Ting and injured by the senior sister named Zhou Yunxian, Qingya did not complain and simply returned to the outer island to enter retreat to heal her injuries. She knew that her actions at that time were indeed a bit rash, and that the fault did not lie with outsiders. But today, the news brought by Bing Dai was like a bolt from the blue, causing her to feel disheartened. The Great Elder wanted to kill them all. She was just an outer island cultivator with an insignificant status. All she knew was that she was acquainted with Yang Kai, but because of this, Great Elder was not willing to let her off. On top of that, she had been accused of such a big crime, colluding with outsiders to destroy the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Qingya's beautiful eyes gradually dimmed as the look of resistance in them disappeared. You have 3 breaths of time to consider, Bing Dai said coldly. Qingya brushed her hair behind her ear before gracefully bowing to Bing Dai and saying softly, Senior Sister Bing Dai, Junior Sister will have to trouble you with one thing. Bing Dai frowned at her and said faintly, Speak. Don't let Su Yan know about what happened today. If she asks about me in the future, just tell her that Qingya has gone out for life experience. You don't need to worry about that. As for Su Yan, Great Elder will give her an explanation, Bing Dai sneered. Do you think by mentioning Su Yan's name you can avoid this? The law enforcement hall has always been a man of his word. Even if Su Yan knows about it, she won't be able to stop what happened today. She obviously thought that Qingya had ulterior motives and was trying to use Su Yan's name to intimidate them. Junior Sister did not mean that. Qingya smiled bitterly. Time's up, your decision. Bing Dai issued an ultimatum. I ask Senior Sister to act. Qingya slowly closed her eyes. It had not been easy for her to reach her current cultivation, so Qingya did not want to waste her cultivation. As you wish. Bing Dai's eyes flashed coldly as she raised her palm and pressed it towards Qingya. This palm was wrapped in a cold aura and contained a great deal of destructive power. Cries of alarm rang out all around as the eyes of countless Ice Heart Valley disciples trembled. Many of them frowned secretly as unbearable looks appeared on their faces. Their strength was not bad, so they could naturally see that Bing Dai's palm was not only aimed at crippling Qingya's cultivation, it was also very likely that she would be killed. Even if Qingya was lucky enough to survive, with such serious injuries, she would likely be worse than an ordinary person in the future and would not be able to take care of herself. Sighing in their hearts, they turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch such a cruel scene. Bing Dai's eyes were as cold as ice, seemingly devoid of any human emotion, only coldness. Suddenly, Bing Dai called out in alarm. When her palm was just a meter away from Qingya, her vision suddenly blurred, and a figure appeared in front of her. This figure seemingly casually raised his palm and pressed it against Bing Dai's palm. In the next moment, Bing Dai's beautiful face paled as an unimaginably terrifying power struck her from the front, not only disintegrating her attack, but also shattering the Saint Chi in her body. Bing Dai's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. With a loud thud, the ice butterfly landed heavily on the snowy ground. She slid back for another 100 feet before she finally stabilized herself. Chapter 1644. It happened so suddenly that no one was able to react in time. It wasn't until 3 breaths after Bing Dai was sent flying that one of the law enforcement hall elders recovered and shouted, "Who is it?" At the same time, they turned to look at Yang Kai, and after seeing the face of the person who had attacked them, they couldn't help feeling stunned. "A man! Since when did our pure ice island allow men to enter? Where did this guy come from?" He actually managed to force senior sister Bing Dai back with a single strike and even injured her a little. "Oh, isn't this the person we were ordered to look for some time ago? It turns out we've already found him. No wonder the elders told us to withdraw." The group of female elders from Ice Heart Valley seemed to have seen something novel as they stared at Yang Kai with strange looks. After discovering that he was the person their senior sisters and senior sisters had been searching for the past year, all of them immediately became interested. They had worked hard for a year just to find Yang Kai, and now that they had finally met him, many of them naturally wanted to know what was so special about Yang Kai that Ice Heart Valley would spend so much manpower and resources to find him. However, no matter how they looked at him, they couldn't find any clues. However, Yang Kai seemed to be a little annoyed at the moment, his face extremely cold as he stood alone in front of Chinya, like a towering mountain blocking all the storms. Such a scene caused the elders from Ice Heart Valley to frown and speculate about the relationship between Yang Kai and Chinya. However, the expected pain did not come as expected, and instead, Bing Dai let out a groan. Chinya opened her eyes suspiciously and immediately saw Yang Kai's back. "Why are you here?" Chinya asked in amazement. "I came here to talk to you, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing." Yang Kai turned around and looked at her with concern. "Are you okay?" Chinya shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I'm fine." "Who hurt you?" Chinya bit her red lips but did not answer. Yang Kai sighed slightly before taking out a jade bottle from his space ring and handing it over. "Take this and heal your wounds." Chinya reached out and received it, thanking him, but she didn't consume it on the spot. Instead, she looked at Bing Dai with a complicated expression. After receiving Yang Kai's furious palm strike, although Bing Dai looked extremely miserable, her injuries were not serious. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's current strength, that strike would have directly taken her life. After all, this was Ice Heart Valley and Su Yan's sect, so Yang Kai didn't want to make things too big. Hearing the conversation between Yang Kai and Chinya, a trace of malevolence appeared on Bing Dai's ice-cold face. She stretched out her hand to wipe off the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth and sneered. "Heal?" She didn't have the chance anymore. Chinya from the outer island must die today for openly defying the orders of the elders and wounding the law enforcement hall. Chinya's delicate body trembled, and she clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Yang Kai turned his head and stared towards Bing Dai, his eyes as cold as a knife, exuding a cruel aura. "The one who hurt you is me, so if you want to kill me, what crime has Chinya committed? You can't run away either. No matter what your origins are, since you dare act presumptuously on Pure Ice Island, don't even think about escaping safely. As for Chinya, she's dead for colluding with an outsider, and a man at that, ruining the reputation of my Ice Heart Valley and tarnishing the reputation of the sect. What are you 2 thieves trying to do by infiltrating my Ice Heart Valley?" Chinya's body trembled as she looked at Bing Dai with a pale face and said in a trembling voice, "Senior sister Bing Dai, how can you say such things? There is nothing between me and Yang Kai, and I have never done anything to ruin the reputation of Ice Heart Valley or tarnish the reputation of the sect. Yang Kai is here only because—" "Shut up. You have no right to speak here." Bing Dai ground her teeth and shouted at Chinya, not giving her a chance to explain herself as she sneered. "You call him so intimately yet dare say there is nothing between you and him?" This time, many of the onlookers from Ice Heart Valley showed strange expressions. Although Yang Kai and Chinya had only exchanged a few words, Anyone could infer from their demeanor and tone that the relationship between the two was not shallow. At the very least, they had not just met each other. Could there really be some kind of secret behind all this? Chinya wore a sorrowful look. Senior sister, you can beat me or kill me, but you absolutely cannot insult me. Since Chinya entered Ice Heart Valley, she has never done anything to disrespect the sect. Moreover, this matter was related to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was Su Yan's man, so even if Chinya was muddle-headed, it was impossible for her to have anything to do with Yang Kai. You haven't done anything to him? Bing Dai looked at her viciously. Instigating this man to attack me. Isn't that disrespecting the sect? I haven't. Chinya hurriedly refuted. You still dare quibble? Bing Dai shouted. If it weren't for your instigation, how could he have appeared in such a timely manner? Chinya opened her mouth, but was unable to refute. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. A look of disappointment suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's face. Chinya, since this place can't accommodate you, you don't have to stay. After saying so, he let out a long sigh, seemingly talking to himself. I thought Su Yan would be well taken care of here, but now it seems it's time to take her away. Such a filthy place will only tarnish her pure soul. Su Yan. This man actually knows Su Yan. And what did he just say? He actually wants to take Su Yan away. Is he still dreaming? Men really are unreasonable creatures. Many women looked at Yang Kai with strange eyes, wondering if this guy was another pitiful worm who had been captured by Su Yan's charm. Since Su Yan entered the sect, although she had only gone out a few times, her reputation had already spread throughout Scarlet Wave Star. Even the son of Brilliant Flame Sect's sect master, Wei Feng, was obsessed with Su Yan, let alone others. Over the years, countless people from powerful forces had come to Ice Heart Valley, hoping to have their young talents marry the dazzling Pearl Su Yan. Many of them were rising stars with real talent and aptitude, but without exception, they were all rejected by Ice Heart Valley. Su Yan was the future hope of Ice Heart Valley, so how could she be married off? It was rumored that even the Supreme Elder was very optimistic about her, and when he was in retreat, he would occasionally summon her to pass on his insights. This was a great honor. In all of Ice Heart Valley, only the Valley Master and Great Elder were qualified to meet the Supreme Elder. The other elders did not have the qualifications. Su Yan was a phoenix standing on a branch, and all the men on Scarlet Wave Star were like ants crawling on the ground to her. No one was worthy of her. When Yang Kai suddenly made such a bold statement, the women of Ice Heart Valley immediately misunderstood, thinking that Yang Kai was the same as Wei Feng and the others, a man who had fallen in love with Su Yan but was unable to win her heart and could only secretly love her. You think you can take Su Yan away? Bing Dai's eyes flashed with anger as she shouted, You'll have to live past today first. Everyone listen to my orders. Kill Chinya and this shameless man for me. Straighten out the sect's reputation and set an example for others. As soon as Bing Dai's voice fell, the few women who had followed her immediately rushed towards Yang Kai without fear of death. It wasn't that they hadn't seen Yang Kai deal with Bing Dai before, but the orders of the law enforcement hall were absolute, so even if they knew they couldn't win, they had no choice but to bite the bullet. The people from the outer islands who were watching the fun also frowned, many of them choosing to stand by and watch, while some of them secretly pushed their Saint Chi and stared at Yang Kai due to the prestige of the law enforcement hall. They didn't want to attack Chinya, but dealing with a strange man like Yang Kai wasn't a problem. Ice attribute Saint Chi surged out from Yang Kai's body, causing the already frigid ice peaks to become even colder. It was as if the only thing left in this world was the ice attribute Saint Chi, enough to seal the world in ice. The few law enforcement hall masters who had rushed over suddenly screamed when they were about 5 meters away from Yang Kai and were sent flying backwards, landing on the snowy ground one by one, their faces pale, unable to get up no matter how hard they tried. The outer island's women who had attacked Yang Kai also trembled as their faces paled slightly, staring at Yang Kai in shock, none of them daring to act rashly. No one saw how Yang Kai attacked, but the result in front of them made them deeply realize the huge gap between them and Yang Kai. Yang Kai, don't go too far. Chinya was shocked. She had never expected that on Pure Ice Island, Yang Kai would dare to attack Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Saving her before could be considered reasonable, but now, he actually attacked again. Although he didn't kill anyone, from the looks of these law enforcement hall masters, it was obvious that they were seriously injured. Qingya didn't care about the life or death of her fellow disciples. After experiencing this incident, Qingya's sense of belonging to Ice Heart Valley had completely disappeared. She just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. She was afraid that Yang Kai would go too far and cause Ice Heart Valley's masters to take action. At that time, even if Yang Kai had great ability, he wouldn't be able to escape easily. Bing Dai still stood in place, watching the scene in front of her, and suddenly smiled, but this smile was like that of a venomous snake. With a trace of pride on her face, she shouted, "Good, good, good. This time, no matter who it is, don't even think about saving you, you're dead." Yang Kai stared at her, narrowed his eyes, and said calmly, "Do you think I can't see that this is a trap?" The smile on Bing Dai's face suddenly became stiff. "Come out. You've been sneaking around for a long time, Your Excellency, haven't you?" Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand and slammed it towards a certain spot in the void, sending a huge hand seal towards it. Accompanied by a loud bang, the giant palm print was dissolved by an invisible force, but a figure strangely appeared from the void. Countless Outer Island masters looked up and immediately called out in shock, "Great Elder! Greetings, Great Elder!" Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly bowed respectfully. The figure that appeared from the void was none other than Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder. Ran Yun Ting was wearing a light purple palace robe that gave her a luxurious appearance, and her aura was as deep and unfathomable as the sea. But at this moment, when she looked at Yang Kai, she was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would have discovered her existence long ago. She had thought that everything would go smoothly. Chapter 1645. "Sure enough, it's you." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Ran Yun Ting also snorted as she looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly, as if she was looking down at an ant, her expression indifferent. "It looks like you really want to take my life." Yang Kai sneered. "You spent so much effort trying to lure me into action just for this moment, right?" When he noticed that Ran Yun Ting was nearby, Yang Kai immediately knew that everything that had happened today was not a coincidence, but a carefully planned trap. Today, regardless of whether Yang Kai came to find Qingya or not, he would definitely be drawn here. That was why Bing Dai had deliberately shouted before arriving at Qingya's secluded home in order to alarm Yang Kai, who was inside the loft. As long as he was alarmed by Bing Dai, Yang Kai would definitely take action. However, no one had expected that Yang Kai would also coincidentally be nearby. Repeatedly making things difficult for Qingya, putting a false label on her, and even attacking her heavily, was all to lure Yang Kai into action. In the end, Bing Dai had disregarded the safety of her fellow disciples from the law enforcement hall and ordered them to kill Yang Kai for the same purpose. Everything was going according to plan. The mastermind behind all of this was undoubtedly Ran Yun Ting. As Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder, she held great power and was the only one who could mobilize the law enforcement hall. Qingya was just an innocent pawn, and Ran Yun Ting's ultimate goal was Yang Kai. "Great Elder." Qingya looked at the high and mighty Ran Yun Ting. "Ungrateful thing, you are not qualified to call me." Ran Yun Ting coldly glanced at Qingya and casually waved her hand, sending a bone-chilling wind towards Qingya. Qingya stood in place, unable to react in time. Yang Kai once again blocked in front of Qingya and threw out a punch. Demonic flames burst forth, and the pitch-black flames collided with the ice-cold wind. The two of them countered each other, and in that instant, the cold and heat violently clashed, causing the space around them to seemingly collapse. Ran Yun Ting raised her brow and finally looked at Yang Kai seriously, secretly shocked by his strength. Although she didn't use her full strength in that attack, and it looked like a casual attack, it still contained about 30% to 40% of her strength. However, Yang Kai only used a casual punch to dissolve her attack. Clearly, he still had energy left. "I didn't believe that you could kill Jiang Shi and Yen Qilei with your power. But now, it seems that it is true. You are very good." Ran Yun Ting nodded lightly and didn't show much emotion because of Yang Kai's performance, just casually giving a few words of praise. "However, this ends here. Daring to harm my Ice Heart Valley on my pure ice island, not putting my Ice Heart Valley in your eyes, you must die today." Ran Yun Ting's eyes suddenly turned cold as she stared at Yang Kai without the slightest emotion. "It is your honor to die at the hands of this elder." On the ice peak, countless women from Ice Heart Valley trembled as they stared at Ran Yun Ting in shock. Was Great Elder going to take action herself? What was the background of this young man? Why did the sect try so hard to find him before, but now Great Elder wanted to kill him? What kind of unknown grievance was there? Everyone was at a loss. They didn't know what was involved in this. However, it seemed that Great Elder had not taken action for a long time. It was rumored that the last time she fought was 10 years ago, but unfortunately, no one had seen it with their own eyes. All they knew was that the man she fought with had been turned into an ice sculpture. Now, however, Great Elder wanted to kill this young man on Pure Ice Island. For a time, countless Ice Heart Valley disciples were looking forward to seeing the Great Elder display her divine might. They wanted to see just what kind of heaven-defying methods she possessed. Many people also gave Yang Kai sympathetic looks, thinking that this guy had provoked Great Elder and would likely be buried on Pure Ice Island today. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Kai Yang's originally cold and angry face suddenly calmed down. This strange change made everyone's heart jump, and a faint feeling of unease spread through their hearts. Immediately, Yang Kai bowed slightly to Ran Yun Ting. He actually bowed. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. None of the Ice Heart Valley disciples understood what Yang Kai was doing. Facing Great Elder's monstrous murderous intent, he actually bowed to her. Was he afraid? Did this man know that he was not Great Elder's opponent, so he wanted to compromise and drag out an ignoble existence? Bing Dai sneered to the side as she stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of sarcasm and ridicule. She despised this kind of trash who bullied the weak and feared the strong from the bottom of her heart, not having the slightest bit of manliness. A man like him wanted to capture Su Yan's heart? It was simply a fantasy. It's too late to admit your wrongs now. Ran Yun Ting remained aloof, her expression unchanged as she spoke in an indifferent tone. You should know in your heart why this elder wants to kill you. If you really understand and want to help her, then take your own life. This elder doesn't want to be stained with your blood. After all, I will often see her in the future. As if this was her final act of charity to Yang Kai, Ran Yun Ting waited quietly after telling Yang Kai to kill himself. Yang Kai suddenly smiled, but his expression remained calm as he gently shook his head. I did not do anything wrong. Ran Yun Ting's expression darkened. Even now, you still insist on being stubborn? She is not someone you can match up to. She will eventually reach the peak of the martial Tao, and in the future, you will only be able to look up to her and grow further and further away from her. Rather than suffering in the future, it would be better for you to end your own life now. That way, she might be able to remember you for the rest of her life. The peak of cultivation is loneliness. Only those who can endure loneliness can have all the achievements. Could it be that you still can't see the future clearly? The one who cannot see the future is you. Yang Kai looked at Ran Yun Ting faintly. I bowed to you to thank you for your guidance and care for her all these years. After this bow, you and I are enemies. If you want to kill me, you will have to be prepared to be killed by me. Ran Yun Ting's pair of phoenix eyes flashed with a sharp light, making it difficult for anyone to look directly at her. All the women from Ice Heart Valley could not help but avert their eyes. Yang Kai, however, remained indifferent, meeting her gaze without flinching. As for whether I can match up to her or not, that's not for you to decide. Who said that the peak of the martial Tao is loneliness? I will walk hand in hand with her and reach the peak of the supreme realm. Ignorant boy, it's useless to say more, hand over your life. Ran Yun Ting seemed to be angered by Yang Kai's arrogant words and no longer bothered to talk nonsense with him, simply stretching out her hand and summoning a vortex in front of her. This vortex rotated rapidly, drawing in all the icy aura within a 10-kilometer radius and gradually condensing into an icicle several dozen meters long and 10 meters thick. At first glance, this icicle looked like a giant ice mountain that had been uprooted. The onlookers all exclaimed, dazzled for a moment. Great Elder's move was earth-shattering, causing all of their eyes to fill with awe and yearning. When would they be able to stand at the same height as Great Elder? However, everyone knew that this was just an unrealistic fantasy. In the sect, perhaps only Su Yan and a few other geniuses had such hope. As for everyone else, they were destined to be nothing more than foils for these geniuses. With many thoughts flashing across their minds, these women also used their movement skills to flee. None of them dared to linger in place. A battle at the level of Great Elder was extremely destructive, and if they remained in place, they would be caught up in it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and sent Qinya a few kilometers away before leaping up and meeting the ice spike head-on without batting an eyelid. Ran Yun Ting's eyes narrowed as she formed a series of seals with her hands and spat out a white mist from her mouth, pouring it into the icicle. A layer of light flashed, and the icicle seemed to become even more destructive. Yang Kai's two fists burned with black flames as he pushed his Saint Chi to the limit. The moment before he collided with the huge icicle, he punched out fiercely. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the icicle disintegrated inch by inch. Yang Kai was like a ferocious beast swimming against the current, and wherever he passed, ice chips would fly in his wake. He was simply unstoppable, destroying all the giant ice spikes in his path and arriving in front of Ran Yun-ting. All this happened in the blink of an eye. I respect you as Su Yan's master and didn't want to embarrass you. But since you already have the heart to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Kai's voice was cold as he stood 10 meters below Ran Yun-ting and punched out again. An inexplicable power burst forth along with his Saint Chi, and space seemed to distort as small void cracks began to appear around Ran Yun-ting. The great elder of Ice Heart Valley was shocked and could not help calling out in alarm. At this moment, she felt as if her life was hanging by a thread, as if she did not use her full strength, she would die in the next moment. To be honest, Ran Yun-ting had never put Yang Kai in her heart. Although she had learned from 13th Elder Yu Xueqing that Yang Kai had killed Jiang Shi and Yan Qi Lei, Ran Yun-ting had not seen it with her own eyes. She secretly felt that even if Yang Kai was a rising star who could fight across realms, he was absolutely not her opponent. She had been famous for a long time and was a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator, the strongest combat power below the origin king realm. But as soon as they started fighting, she felt a huge pressure coming from Kai Yang. This young man was like an unsheathed sword, his momentum monstrous and his aura monstrous, as if he was even stronger than her. Cold sweat dripping down her back, Ran Yun-ting's face changed drastically as she madly pushed her Shi. With Ran Yun-ting as the center, the temperature within a 1,000-meter radius plummeted as feather-like snowflakes fell from the sky, each one containing a mysterious power. In this Shi, Ran Yun-ting became the sole master, and the falling snowflakes became her strongest weapon, capable of killing any enemy enveloped by her Shi. Even the void cracks were frozen. She stared at Yang Kai coldly as the murderous intent in her heart intensified. With a single thought, the falling snowflakes seemed to come to life and flew towards Yang Kai to wrap around him. Chapter 1646. Little brat, your courage is commendable, but you are too bold for your own good. Repent your sins in hell, and if there is an afterlife, don't think about eating swan meat like a toad. There are some people you can't reach. Ran Yun-ting madly urged her Shi as she shouted. Each of these crystal snowflakes contained Ran Yun-ting's comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way. Her Shi, which was close to reaching the grand accomplishment stage, was only slightly weaker than her territory, making her invincible among all origin returning realm masters. Yang Kai's body was covered in snowflakes. His aura suddenly dropped, and a visible frost started to spread on his exposed body, freezing it. More snowflakes fell onto Yang Kai's body. It was as if all the ice in the world had been poured into Yang Kai's body. After 2 breaths of time, Kai Yang had been frozen into an ice sculpture, still maintaining his punching posture, his eyes glaring angrily as he stood in midair, his black hair still fluttering in the wind. He was like a work of art that had been carefully sculpted by a grandmaster. A few kilometers away, Qinya, who had just stabilized herself, raised her head, and after seeing this scene, she suddenly panicked and exclaimed, "Yang Kai!" Her voice was filled with grief. Yang Kai had actually been defeated by Great Elder in one move. Was the gap in strength really too big? But if he really died here, then Su Yan, Qinya almost didn't dare to think about it anymore, and for a moment, her entire body froze, her mind in chaos. At this moment, she would rather have been killed by the ice butterfly just now than see Yang Kai fall here because of this troublesome matter. Kill this traitor. Ran Yun-ting glared at Qinya from a few kilometers away before ordering Bing Dai nearby, a look of disgust flashing across her eyes. After saying this, she no longer looked at Qinya. It seemed that to her, Qinya's life or death didn't matter at all. As long as she could make up for the flaws in Su Yan's mental state, she was willing to kill anyone who was related to Su Yan. Bing Dai had just been injured by Yang Kai, but her life wasn't in any danger, so she quickly recovered. Hearing these words, she rushed towards Qinya without hesitation, her eyes flashing a cold light as she pushed her Saint Chi. condensing a thin layer of ice around her body as she glared at Chinya indifferently. "Let's see who can save you this time." While speaking, he had already arrived in front of Chinya and struck out with his palm. Chinya didn't move at all. She simply didn't pay attention to Bing Dai's killing move. She stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was frozen in midair, and the only thing left in her eyes was that ice sculpture. Her eyes were filled with grief, and her expression was desolate. Forget it. Yang Kai had died at the hands of the Great Elder, so he didn't have the face to see Su Yan again. Being buried here with Yang Kai wasn't a bad choice. On the road to the Yellow Springs, at least he would have someone he knew. Facing Bing Dai's sure-kill blow, Chinya slowly closed her eyes, as if she was prepared to die. Bing Dai didn't hold back just because Chinya didn't resist. For her, the orders of the Great Elder were absolute. The surrounding Ice Heart Valley disciples all exclaimed. None of them had expected that after so many twists and turns, Chinya and that young man would still die. Many people's expressions dimmed as they revealed looks of pity. At this moment, in the world of ice and snow, a small head suddenly popped out in front of Chinya. The small head had distinct edges and corners, as if it was carved out of stone. The two black bean-like eyes were extremely spirited, and there was a kind of spiritual light flickering in them. Immediately afterwards, this small head pulled up, like a radish being pulled out of a tree, revealing its entire form. In front of Chinya, a strange creature less than a meter tall appeared. There was clearly no aura of life flowing out of its body, but from its nimble movements and intelligent eyes, it clearly had its own intelligence and spirituality. It was just like a puppet made of stone. "This is..." Bing Dai's brow furrowed as she stared suspiciously at the stone mongoose that had suddenly appeared in front of Chinya, unable to wrap her head around what was happening. Then she saw an incredible scene. This small stone mongoose actually leapt up and stood in front of Chinya, brandishing one of its arms that was somewhat disproportionate to its body and clenching its fist to meet her attack. There were no energy fluctuations, but when this stone puppet's fist struck out, her own ice chi was like a chicken, unable to withstand a single blow, and was instantly broken. In the next moment, a force so great that it made Bing Dai feel despair struck her. Absolute strength conquers 10 techniques. Only when one's strength reached a certain level could they ignore all attacks and break all ice chi. Bing Dai was shocked. With a miserable cry, she was sent flying again, and this time, the injuries she suffered were even more severe than when Yang Kai attacked her. After falling to the ground, she fainted, her life or death unknown. Countless people heard the cracking sound of the bones in her arm breaking. Hiss! Gasps could be heard from all directions. Bing Dai was from the Inner Island, a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, and a cultivator of the First Order Origin returning realm. What exactly is this thing that suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Chinya? It was just a light punch, yet it was able to injure Bing Dai like this. Where did it come from? Even Chinya herself was also confused. She lowered her head and looked at the hunched and charmingly naive stone mongoose in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What is this? Standing in midair, Ran Yun Ting turned her gaze to the stone mongoose with a grave expression. Although she couldn't sense any life or energy fluctuations from the stone mongoose, this strange creature gave her a great sense of danger. It was a sense of danger that she wouldn't be a match for if she were to fight it alone. Her heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously glanced at the frozen Yang Kai. With a single glance, Ran Yun Ting almost screamed. Yang Kai, who she thought was dead for sure, was actually grinning at her from inside the ice crystal, a smile full of sarcasm and mockery. The dignified Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder only has this much skill? To be honest, you are very disappointing. If this is all you have, Su Yan really isn't suitable to follow you. You are not qualified to continue teaching her. Yang Kai's voice came out from the ice crystal. Ran Yun Ting's face changed drastically, as if she had seen a ghost. Down below, the stone mongoose's two black eyes rolled, as if thinking of something, suddenly stretched out its hands and patted itself hard. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk a huge tremor shook the nearby ice peaks, causing countless chunks of snow and icicles to fall. Amidst the loud noise, the stone mongoose's body suddenly grew in size, its originally less than a meter-tall body suddenly growing to a height of 6 meters. It then turned around, picked up Chinya, who was looking up at Yang Kai with a look of pleasant surprise, and ran away as fast as it could. On the white snowy ground, only a trail of smoke was left, stretching far into the distance. It looked like a vicious mountain king who had come down the mountain to kidnap a woman he was satisfied with and could not wait to return to his stronghold. The women of Ice Heart Valley were all dumbfounded. Junior sister Chinya was kidnapped by a stone man. But soon, they understood why the stone man was in such a hurry to leave. A horrifying aura suddenly filled the air. Yang Kai, who should have been frozen, was now exuding a shocking aura. The ice around his body emitted cracking sounds as cracks appeared one after another, as dense as a spider's web. The ice crystal was about to shatter. Ran Yun Ting paled in horror, and so did the women of Ice Heart Valley. They didn't dare to stay in the same place anymore, and they all ran extremely far away. Wishful thinking. Ran Yun Ting shouted fiercely as crystal snowflakes appeared again and shot towards Yang Kai, obviously trying to freeze him again. "Break for me," Yang Kai shouted. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the ice crystal shattered and burst into powder that splashed into the void. Along with it, Ran Yun Ting's shur also shattered. The snow that filled the sky suddenly disappeared and was replaced by countless void cracks. These void cracks were like tiny black snakes, causing those who looked at them to shudder. With Yang Kai as the center, these void cracks covered a radius of 3,000 meters. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ran Yun Ting stumbled back as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, unable to accept such a result. In a head-on confrontation with this young man, she had been utterly defeated. She was Ice Heart Valley's great elder, and her shur had reached the grand accomplishment stage. What ability did this young man have to be able to suppress his shur in all aspects? Moreover, this shur of his contained an extremely strange power. Not only did it fill the area enveloped by the shur field with countless spatial cracks, but it also affected his judgment. She couldn't see where Yang Kai was at all. Yang Kai's position was constantly fluctuating, the distance between them constantly changing. Space Force. Ran Yun Ting's face suddenly turned pale. Only the power of space could form so many spatial cracks, and only the power of space could affect his judgment of distance. How could this young man possess such a strange power? What's more, he had integrated this power into his shur. Ran Yun Ting really felt like she had seen a ghost this time. Die! Yang Kai's voice was cold, seemingly not showing any mercy just because she was Su Yan's honored master. Pushing his divine sense, the space around him suddenly solidified and the countless void cracks began to move towards Ran Yun Ting. "You want me to die? Let's see if you have the ability." Ran Yun Ting roared like a crazy shrew, no longer possessing the dignity and bearing of a great elder. Suddenly taking out a token from her space ring, she poured her saint chi into it. The next moment, an incredible change occurred around them. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he looked around and found that the surrounding ice and snow chi had increased to a terrifying degree. Moreover, this ice and snow chi seemed to have a faint connection with the token in Ran Yun Ting's hand. Below the ground, in the earth vein of Pure Ice Island, world energy surged and radiated in all directions, emerging from the cracks in the ground and merging into the surrounding world. This world energy then flowed through the token into Ran Yun Ting's control. The ice chi gathered around Ran Yun Ting like a dragon, and after only 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai's shur was suppressed. Chapter 1647. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly as he did not dare to face this attack head-on, quickly restraining his shur. If one's shur was forcibly broken, it would cause great harm to one's body and would be very troublesome to repair. The power of a spirit array? Yang Kai quickly figured out what had happened to Ran Yun Ting. Obviously, she was using the spirit array on Pure Ice Island to achieve this. Thinking about it, this was not surprising. Ran Yun Ting's status in Ice Heart Valley was not low, only below the Supreme Elder and Valley Master, so it was natural for her to be able to mobilize the power of this spirit array. Ha ha ha, my Ice Heart Valley's Pure Ice Grand Array ranks first on Scarlet Wave Star. Boy, you can die in peace under this spirit array. Ran Yun Ting laughed as she waved the token in her hand, sending out a stream of light that merged into the surrounding ice and disappeared without a trace. However, a series of ice blade-like attacks suddenly appeared all around and shot towards Yang Kai like a swarm of locusts. This was the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array. Even an Origin King Realm Master would find it difficult to safely escape from it. The moment Ran Yun Ting mobilized the power of the Spirit Array to deal with Yang Kai, all the Masters on Pure Ice Island noticed. On the inner island, inside the Valley Master's Ice Palace, Bing Long's expression changed as she looked up into the sky. Who is using the power of the spirit array? Is it Great Elder? Spreading out her divine sense, Bing Long soon saw the situation on the ice peak of the outer island and could not help exclaiming as she quickly flew out of her ice palace. The dozen or so elders on the inner island also noticed and rushed over. Somewhere on the inner island, in an unknown location, a silver-haired woman was sitting cross-legged beside a cold pond. She did not look very old, only about 16 years old, but her aura was countless times stronger than that of Bing Long and Ran Yun Ting, an Origin King Realm Master. Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder, Luo Li. This silver-haired young woman's face formed a strong visual contrast, giving Luo Li a sense of amazement. At this moment, she seemed to be using the cold energy of the cold pond to do something. Her mouth opened slightly, and as she breathed in and out, a white mist of cold air was sucked out of the cold pond and into her stomach. Luo Li's face was a little pale. This was the aftereffect of her last cultivation mistake. The moment the Pure Ice Grand Array was activated, Luo Li also sensed it, but she only glanced indifferently in a certain direction and ignored it. For someone like her, there was no need for her to intervene in the outside world. It was just a matter of the younger generation causing trouble. Bing Long would naturally deal with it. However, just as Luo Li was about to continue healing her wounds, her expression suddenly changed. She seemed to have sensed something and looked in a different direction. Her expression became serious as she whispered, "Chi Hua, you really can't hold back anymore? Daring to trespass on my Pure Ice Island. Oh, this is no wonder. No wonder you have such confidence." When she noticed the existence of another person, Luo Li's expression became even more dignified. After a long silence, she sighed, "I don't know if Pure Ice Island can survive this crisis, but I hope you don't go too far." Saying so, she slowly got up, her body flickered and disappeared, leaving behind only a clear afterimage. "Fool, if you can mobilize the full power of the Pure Ice Grand Array, you may be able to kill me, but with your meager ability, how much power can you borrow from the Grand Array?" Yang Kai shouted as a five-colored light suddenly burst from his body. This five-colored light was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. At the same time, an unprecedentedly fierce aura burst from Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai grasped the void, and the golden light around him suddenly separated from his body and condensed into a golden sword in his hand. 5 elements indestructible sword Qi, metal sword, focused on killing. With this sword in hand, Yang Kai's murderous intent surged, causing Ran Yun Ting's eyes to tremble violently. Screaming, she madly pushed her Saint Qi and poured it into the token in her hand, attempting to use the power of the spirit array to kill Yang Kai. Countless ice blades, icicles, and arrows formed in the void and shot towards Yang Kai again. "Good," Yang Kai shouted as he swung the metal sword in his hand. The golden light was dazzling, as if it wanted to cut through the void, causing all of Pure Ice Island to pale in comparison as a series of sharp sword Qi shot out. The ice blades, icicles, and arrows were like snowflakes under the scorching sun, sliced apart and melted. Within 10 meters of Yang Kai, no one was allowed to approach. His posture was wild and his black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a war god from ancient times, exuding boundless heroism. Countless women from Ice Heart Valley stared blankly as an irrepressible feeling welled up in their hearts. This feeling made them throb, causing them to focus all of their attention on Yang Kai, as if there was nothing else in the world but the figure standing midair. Inside the inner island, Su Yan's ice room suddenly opened and she rushed out. The first thing she saw was a familiar figure 100 kilometers away, shrouded in golden light. "Junior brother," Su Yan murmured. Although her voice was soft, it seemed to cross the barrier of 100 kilometers. Yang Kai, who was swinging his metal sword, turned his head and glanced over at her with a grin. Su Yan also smiled, and then sped off in that direction. At this moment, the orders of her honored master and the rules of the sect were no longer binding on her. In her heart, in her eyes, there was only the man who had wreaked havoc on Pure Ice Island for her. As long as she could see him up close and enter his arms again, she would die without regret. "Where do you think you're going?" "Su Yan, stop right there." Zhou Yunxian and the other woman who was responsible for guarding Su Yan were also paying attention to the battle 100 kilometers away, but when they recovered, they were shocked to find that Su Yan had actually run away. The 2 women were shocked and hurriedly chased after her, shouting loudly as they did so. Su Yen, you dare violate the orders of Great Elder. You will be punished. Hurry up and go back. If you return now, you'll suffer less physical pain. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Su Yen turned a deaf ear to these words, as if she hadn't heard them at all, her figure gradually disappearing from the vision of the two women. This is bad. Zhou Yunxian's face went pale. No matter what, the two of them would have to bear the crime of failing to protect Su Yen, and Great Elder would definitely punish them. This woman really pisses me off. The other woman ground her teeth and cursed. Senior Sister Zhou, what should we do now? Follow her. Zhou Yunxian stomped her foot and continued to chase. A burst of thunderous laughter resounded throughout Pure Ice Island as Yang Kai, who was wrapped in the power of the spirit array, swept through the air and shattered Ran Yunting's attacks. Ran Yunting's expression was ferocious as her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This young man, just how monstrous was he? With just a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, he was actually able to suppress her while she was using a portion of the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array. She had thought that among all origin returning realm masters, she was already one of the best, and that few origin returning realm masters could compete with her. But today, she deeply understood that there was always a mountain beyond a mountain, and there was always someone stronger. This young man named Yang Kai was able to achieve this level now. So if he broke through to the third order, wouldn't he be able to compete with an ordinary origin king? When this thought appeared in Ran Yunting's mind, she was taken aback. While feeling frightened, she became even more determined to kill Yang Kai. If this boy did not die, Ice Heart Valley would definitely face great trouble in the future. Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder is only S.O. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, not putting Ran Yunting in his eyes at all. Holding his sword in his left hand, he swept his right hand across the golden sword and shouted, "Go!" With a flash of golden light, the sharp sword wave instantly arrived in front of Ran Yunting, intending to pierce her in the next moment. No matter how Ran Yunting pushed the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array, she was unable to stop this golden light. For a moment, Ran Yunting's face went ashen as her eyes began to waver. Only now did she understand that Yang Kai bowing to her before was not because he was afraid of her, but rather because he wanted to end the fate between her and Su Yen. Now that their fate had come to an end, he could kill her without hesitation. Did she regret it? Of course not. Ran Yunting's eyes filled with determination again. Even if she died, she would not regret her decision. Su Yen would be the future pillar of Ice Heart Valley, and whether or not Ice Heart Valley could surpass Brilliant Flame Sect and become the most powerful force on Scarlet Wave Star would depend on Su Yan's ability. She might die, but killing Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder was not a trivial matter. Once the Supreme Elder blamed her, Yang Kai would not be able to survive. As long as Yang Kai died, Su Yen would be able to make up for the flaw in her heart and use her full strength. She would definitely bloom and shine brightly throughout Star's territory, and in the future, she would stand at the very top of Star's territory. What did this young man count for? No matter how amazing his talent was, he would eventually be left far behind by Su Yen. With death imminent, Ran Yunting remained motionless as she stared at Yang Kai with a strange grin on her face. At that moment, the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array suddenly soared. The power of the Spirit Array, which was originally unable to block the Golden Sword, now played an unimaginable role. The rich ice chi gathered together and formed a flawless ice wall in front of Ran Yunting. The golden sword pierced through the ice wall with a grinding sound as it approached Ran Yunting bit by bit. The ice wall seemed unable to stop the golden sword's advance. However, Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to the other side. Over there, Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master Bing Long had appeared at some point, holding a token in her hand that resonated with Ran Yunting's token, increasing the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array. Her face was dignified as sweat dripped from her forehead as she poured her Saint Chi into the token. More and more Ice Heart Valley elders appeared, all of them exclaiming as they took out their tokens. With the support of so many Ice Heart Valley elders, the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array grew even greater. In the end, the Golden Sword's advance was stopped only 3 inches away from Ran Yunting. The incomparably sharp sword chi pierced Ran Yunting's forehead, causing a drop of bright red blood to seep out from between her eyebrows. It was incomparably dazzling. Chapter 1648. Ran Yunting's expression remained unchanged as she glared at Yang Kai coldly and declared, "It's over." The reinforcement of the many elders gave her hope of killing Yang Kai again. "Die!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The other 4 colored lights circulating around his body suddenly separated and poured into the golden sword, fusing with it. The 5-colored light sword immediately took shape. This light sword contained the power of the 5 elements, and as the 5-element aura circulated endlessly, the power of this light sword suddenly soared. Kacha. The ice wall blocking Ran Yunting's way cracked, and a clear crack appeared on it. Ran Yunting paled in horror, while Bing Long and the other elders were dumbfounded. With a bang, the ice wall was completely shattered and the 5-colored light sword pierced towards Ran Yunting's brow in an extremely fierce manner. Just as Ice Heart Valley's great elder was about to lose her life, a white jade hand suddenly appeared in front of her. This jade palm looked pure white and flawless, its 5 fingers like fresh onions rising out of the water. As this jade palm gently clenched, it was as if it was grasping something insignificant. An extremely mysterious and indescribable power emerged from this jade palm. The 5-colored light sword that had shattered the ice wall was actually grasped by this jade palm, and although it trembled violently, it was unable to advance any further. "Little boy, where there is a need to be lenient, why must you be so ruthless?" A cold female voice sounded from the void. Yang Kai frowned and narrowed his eyes. Ran Yunting had just escaped from the gates of hell and was soaked in sweat, but after seeing this jade palm and hearing the cold female voice, she suddenly became overjoyed and shouted, "Many thanks for Supreme Elder's life-saving grace. I ask Supreme Elder to act again and kill this evil creature who insulted Ice Heart Valley." "Supreme Elder?" Yang Kai's face became dignified as he looked up in a certain direction, but could not see anyone. He knew that Ice Heart Valley had a Supreme Elder, an Origin King Realm Master, but she was just a First-Order Origin King. Yang Kai had even offended someone like Luo Hai, who had been chased all over Xing Xing's territory. So even if this Origin King Realm Master from Ice Heart Valley was powerful, she could not scare Yang Kai. That was why he dared to come to Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai was secretly on guard, not releasing his Saint Chi. On the other side, Bing Long was shocked, fearing that Supreme Elder would really kill Yang Kai in anger, so she quickly said, "Supreme Elder, please show mercy. There may be some misunderstanding here. Please leave this matter to Bing Long." Yang Kai's existence was of great importance, so Bing Long didn't dare let him die casually. The cold female voice sounded again, but this time she didn't speak. Instead, she sighed slightly, and the jade hand that grabbed the 5-colored light sword suddenly collapsed and disappeared. With a single thought, Yang Kai took back the 5-colored light sword into his body and stared at Ran Yunting coldly. Ran Yunting was also staring at him, grinding her teeth, extremely unwilling. She seemed to be very annoyed that Supreme Elder had not directly killed Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai had made too much of a fuss just now. In front of everyone's eyes, he had actually tried to kill her, the Great Elder. Ran Yunting absolutely could not tolerate such provocation and insult. However, in the face of Supreme Elder's decision, she did not dare to object and could only secretly feel annoyed. Suddenly, a beautiful figure flew over from the distance, and Yang Kai turned his gaze in that direction, as if telepathically. In the next moment, the shocking murderous aura around his body disappeared, as if it had never existed, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Yang Kai stared in that direction, his eyes as gentle as water. Bing Long and the others seemed to be unable to adapt to this sudden change, and all of them frowned, wondering why this was happening. Following Yang Kai's gaze, Bing Long showed a thoughtful expression after seeing the situation over there. Ran Yunting also saw the appearance of this person, and her expression became gloomy. But just as she was about to shout something, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze land on her. Turning her head, Ran Yunting saw Yang Kai staring at her with a look that seemed to say, "If you dare say anything, I'll kill you right now." Ran Yunting swallowed the words she was about to say and quietly gulped. She didn't know if she was overthinking things, but just now, she had the illusion that she was being stared at by an ancient divine spirit, as if she provoked Yang Kai again, even Supreme Elder would not be able to save her life. This thought made her hair stand on end. The beautiful figure rushing over from the distance only took a few leaps before arriving a few meters in front of Yang Kai and standing in the air. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she bit her red lips. For eyes stared at each other, and a rare smile appeared on her usually cold face that seemed to be carved from ice and jade. The enchanting scenery of Pure Ice Island was overshadowed at this moment. The countless outer islanders of Pure Ice Island all stared blankly. Heavens, Suyen actually smiled? She actually smiled. On top of that, she smiled at a man. I thought she would never smile. Does she know this man? What's their relationship? Why do they look so close? Suyen actually has a man outside? This is really hard to imagine. No wonder she was punished by Great Elder. The inner islands are not allowed to have too close contact with men without permission. What kind of background does this guy have? He actually managed to move Suyan's heart. Whispers sounded from all directions as Ran Yunting's face went pale while Binglong shook her head and sighed. The remaining elders all looked at each other. They did not know that Su Yen and Yang Kai had known each other for a long time, so this sudden scene really shocked them. High up in the sky, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Su Yen. A faint blush appeared on Su Yan's snow-white cheeks, but her unforgettable longing overcame her natural shyness, and her figure flickered as she threw herself into Yang Kai's arms. The two hugged each other tightly. After more than 30 years, the two from High Heaven Pavilion were finally together again. Hugging you is like hugging the whole world. The cold wind whistled and the snow was swept up, causing all of Pure Ice Island to fall silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the man and woman in midair. The scene was beautiful, and the warm atmosphere was enough to dispel the surrounding coldness, making everyone feel warm in their hearts. Ran Yunting's expression changed as she looked towards Bing Long, seemingly wanting to say something, but seeing the helpless look on Bing Long's face, she didn't say anything. Su Yen, you slut, hurry up and get back here. For daring to act like this, you will be punished. Two abrupt voices rang out, disrupting the beautiful atmosphere. Many of the Ice Heart Valley's female disciples glared at the source of the voices, secretly blaming the newcomers for their recklessness and impudence. Two flashes of light appeared, and two women soon caught up. They were the ones who had shouted just now. After seeing the situation here, whether it was Zhou Yunxian or the other woman responsible for guarding Su Yen, both of them were stunned, obviously not having expected so many sect elders to gather here. It could be said that all of the sect's elders were here. The two wore awkward expressions as they glanced over at Ran Yunting timidly. In any case, it was a fact that Ran Yunting valued Su Yen, so if they insulted Su Yen and Ran Yunting blamed them, they would definitely suffer. However, at first glance, the two women were overjoyed. Ran Yunting didn't seem to have heard what they had just said and didn't care about them at all. Instead, she was staring off in a certain direction, her eyes filled with hatred and anger. Following her line of sight, Zhou Yunxian shrieked and covered her mouth. She was shocked to find that Su Yen was hugging a strange man. This is too outrageous. Not to mention that on the inner island, one was not allowed to have close contact with outside men without the permission of their honored master. But Su Yen was the legacy disciple of Great Elder Su Yen. With her status, being so intimate with a man in public was the same as slapping Great Elder's face. Did she still have Great Elder as her honored master? No wonder Great Elder's face was so ugly. Considering all this, Zhou Yunxian quickly said, Great Elder, Su Yen ignored my junior sisters and my advice and insisted on rushing out. I thought she had something important to do, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Acting like this in public is too shameless. Please punish her, Great Elder. Ran Yunting's body trembled as her face filled with anger. There was no need for Zhou Yunxian to say such things. If possible, she would have already torn Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. However, she didn't have the ability to kill Yang Kai. Only the Supreme Elder could do it herself. So, she remained silent and did not respond to Zhou Yunxian. Zhou Yunxian gawked as a trace of suspicion flashed across her face. Just as she was wondering what was going on though, a cold voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Were you the one cursing Su Yen just now? Looking up, Zhou Yunxian found that the man who had been hugging Su Yen was standing midair, staring at her with a pair of indifferent eyes. Su Yen ignored this shocking scene and snuggled up to him like a little bird, a satisfied expression on her pretty face, as if even if she died immediately, she would still be satisfied. Being stared at by those eyes, Zhou Yunxian inexplicably felt a chill in her heart. Quietly glancing around, she found that none of the elders had any intention to speak, so she could only grit her teeth and reply, I was the one who spoke without thinking. Regardless of whether Su Yen was in the wrong or not, it was indeed wrong for her to insult her fellow sect master. In front of so many elders and valley masters, she didn't dare act presumptuously and immediately admitted her mistake. "Apologize," Yang Kai said concisely. A trace of anger flashed across Zhou Yunxian's face as she shouted, "Who do you think you are to dare point fingers at me?" Admitting a mistake was admitting a mistake, while apologizing was apologizing. These were two different things. Zhou Yunxian didn't want to apologize to Su Yen in front of so many people, as doing so would be too shameful. As soon as she finished speaking, a cracking sound rang out from her cheek. Zhou Yunxian felt her cheek go numb as her whole body was swept away by a great force, spinning several times in the air before falling heavily onto the snowy ground. The elders of Ice Heart Valley all paled. They hadn't seen how Yang Kai had acted, only that this girl named Zhou Yunxian was sent flying. Chapter 1649. Zhou Yunxian got up from the snow, covered her cheek with her hand, and stared blankly at Yang Kai. She had never expected that in front of the Valley Master and so many elders, Yang Kai would dare to slap her. "Apologize." Yang Kai stared at her coldly. Zhou Yunxian's tender body trembled. Being humiliated in front of so many senior sisters, as an origin-returning realm master, how could she endure such humiliation? Her face suddenly distorted as she screamed, "You dare hit me?" Asterisk pa, asterisk with another light slap, Zhou Yunxian was sent flying again. Her other cheek went numb. "Apologize." Yang Kai's voice was cold and mechanical, without the slightest emotion, causing those who heard it to shudder. Zhou Yunxian got up from the ground for the second time, a look of horror appearing on her face as she turned her head to look at Ran Yunting, as if begging her to uphold justice for her. However, when she looked at Ran Yunting, Zhou Yunxian felt a chill run from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Great Elder's face was gloomy, and although she stared at Yang Kai, she didn't dare to say a word. The other elders also had the same expression, and even the Valley Master's brows were furrowed. "No one will uphold justice for me." Zhou Yunxian was shocked. She knew that she had done something wrong and shouldn't have insulted Su Yen like that, but there must have been some other reason she didn't know. This young man actually caused everyone to be extremely fearful. "Apologize or die." Yang Kai issued an ultimatum, his murderous intent once again locking onto Zhou Yunxian. Failing to kill Ran Yunting had made him extremely annoyed, and this Zhou Yunxian had just happened to bump into him. Bing Long finally spoke and frowned. "Yang Kai, that's enough. Although this one spoke rudely, you have already punished her, so stop." Zhou Yunxian was still a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, and being slapped twice by Yang Kai in front of her was the limit of Bing Long's tolerance. If Yang Kai continued to be aggressive, Bing Long couldn't just stand by and watch. If he really did that, it would only chill their hearts. "Junior brother, let it go." Su Yan also pleaded for Zhou Yunxian. For her, Zhou Yunxuan's insult didn't hurt her at all. Now, Yang Kai also slapped her twice, which made her taste the consequences. However, Yang Kai standing up for her, Su Yan's heart was still sweet. "Since senior sister says so, then I won't be so ruthless." Yang Kai's expression eased as he looked at Bing Long and said, "Let her apologize and I'll let her go." Bing Long was speechless. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. At that moment, all the elders of Ice Heart Valley wore solemn expressions as they listened attentively, as if they had heard something, their expressions changing rapidly. Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he vaguely detected a divine sense fluctuation in the void, one that he could not identify. Yang Kai immediately understood that Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder was talking to Bing Long about something. Not daring to disturb them, Yang Kai waited quietly. The faces of Bing Long and the others became gloomy, and after a while, they all looked at each other with solemn expressions, vaguely feeling that a storm was brewing. It seemed that something big was about to happen in Ice Heart Valley. "Apologize to Su Yen, and we'll drop this matter." Bing Long suddenly turned to Zhou Yunxian with an impatient expression. Zhou Yunxian's expression froze. She hadn't expected that Valley Master would also side with Yang Kai and Su Yen. Although she was unhappy, her last resort was gone, so she could only reluctantly say, "Junior sister Su, senior sister was in the wrong just now. Please don't take offense." She gritted her teeth, and her eyes flickered with hatred and madness, like a dormant poisonous snake. She knew that in the future, she would become the laughingstock of Ice Heart Valley, the subject of gossip among the senior sisters. Her face had been swept to the ground. "You can go back." Bing Long waved to Zhou Yunxian and ordered lightly. Zhou Yunxian bowed and walked away, but before leaving, she glared fiercely at Yang Kai and Su Yan, as if she wanted to imprint their appearances in her heart and carve them into her bones. "Everyone else, disperse!" Bing Long shouted. Everyone from Ice Heart Valley withdrew. Soon, only the elders of Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai, and Su Yan remained. Qingya stood far away, looking over with a worried expression. "Yang Kai, come with me." Bing Long looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. "Who wants to see me?" Yang Kai vaguely guessed. Bing Long sighed. "Supreme Elder wants to see you." "Not only that, Master Luo Hai, the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, and Senior Chihua of Brilliant Flame Sect also want to see you." "Luo Hai is here?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Yes. And if I don't go?" Yang Kai grinned. "I'm afraid it's not up to you. You know the consequences." Bing Long sighed. Bing Long sighed. "Although you are very strong, in front of Sir Luo Hai, your strength is nothing." Yang Kai stroked his chin and nodded. "It seems I have no choice but to go." "Good, I'll go with Senior. It's time to settle this matter." Bing Long was stunned but didn't ask any more questions, glancing at Su Yan, who was snuggling up to him and sighing. "I'll wait for you up ahead." The other elders followed closely behind as Ran Yun Ting stared at Yang Kai gloomily, her face filled with ruthlessness. Although she didn't know why Master Luo Hai insisted on seeing Yang Kai, even going so far as to use the power of Brilliant Flame Sect to find Yang Kai, it seemed that the grudge between him and Master Luo Hai was not shallow. This little brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to provoke Master Luo Hai. "Let's see how you die now." Ran Yun Ting cursed viciously in her heart. In the next moment, she saw Su Yan and Yang Kai holding hands and whispering something to each other, causing her to feel a burst of anger, wishing she could rush up and separate them right now. But thinking of Yang Kai's means, Ran Yun Ting suppressed her anger, coldly snorted, and chased after Bing Long and the others. "Senior sister, wait for me here. I'll be right back." "No, I'll go with you." Su Yan shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Obviously, she was worried about Yang Kai's safety and wanted to stand by his side. "Then fine." Yang Kai did not continue to persuade her, and instead turned to look at Qingya. Qingya immediately said, "I'll wait for you here." She knew that she was not qualified to participate in this matter, so she tactfully stayed behind. The stone mongoose stood quietly beside her. Yang Kai gently nodded, and together with Su Yan he left. Bing Long was waiting not far away, and seeing the two of them acting like an immortal couple, she could not help frowning, but she did not pursue the matter further, and instead looked at Yang Kai meaningfully and asked, "Now that things have gotten to this point, shouldn't you tell me frankly what kind of grievance there is between you and Master Luo Hai? Does Senior want to know?" Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Bing Long nodded. "Just ask Luo Hai. If he's willing to tell you, you'll naturally know." "You?" Bing Long was stunned. "Haven't you figured out the situation yet? Master Luo Hai and Senior Chihua came to Pure Ice Island together and specifically asked to see you, so they must have come for you. Right now, the only one who can protect you is my Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder. Even now, you're still trying to hide things? Do you want to die? Your Ice Heart Valley's senior seems to only be a First-Order Origin king, right? If Luo Hai really wanted to do something to me, could she stop him?" Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Bing Long was speechless. Above the Origin King realm, every time one broke through a minor realm, their strength would undergo an earth-shaking change. It was precisely because of this that no one could blame Luo Hai and Chihua for trespassing on Pure Ice Island, and when they specifically asked to see Yang Kai, Luo Li could not refuse. If not for this, how could Luo Li allow them to trespass on Pure Ice Island? If it was just Chihua alone, Luo Li would have beaten him back long ago. What's more, I have no friendship with Ice Heart Valley. Even if your Supreme Elder had the ability, why would she protect me? Yang Kai sneered. You want to know what Luo Hai wants from me, right? Or perhaps you want to get a share of the pie from Luo Hai. Bing Long was stunned but immediately smiled bitterly. You seem to understand. Since you understand so clearly, why are you still willing to see him? If I were you, I would have left already. Where would I go? Yang Kai coldly snorted. I was chased around the star territory by him and finally managed to hide on Scarlet Wave Star. But now that he has found me again, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. As I said before, it's time to settle this grievance with him, otherwise, he will always be thinking about me in the future. If he wants to bully the weak, let's see if he has the ability to do so." Saying so, Yang Kai's face filled with a fierce light as his eyes flashed like lightning. Not only did he not shrink back because of Luo Hai's strength, he also seemed to be filled with fighting spirit. Bing Long stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly for a long time before shaking her head and muttering, "Madman?" With just a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, daring to utter such arrogant words, Bing Long felt that Yang Kai's head was definitely abnormal. Yang Kai just laughed and didn't seem to care. From beginning to end, Su Yan didn't say a word, simply snuggling up to Yang Kai and holding his hand, as if she never wanted to be separated, a peaceful and satisfied smile on her face. Bing Long sighed. Normally, such a golden couple would have been a match made in heaven, making others envious. However, Yang Kai had been targeted by Luo Hai, so no one could pry into his future. Su Yan, on the other hand, was a core member of Ice Heart Valley. With her Ice Jade secret art, if she couldn't sever this bond, one day she would fall from grace into the mud and end up living a miserable life. Bing Long remained indifferent. The trio moved extremely quickly and soon arrived in front of a huge ice palace on the inner island. This ice palace seemed to be carved entirely from profound ice, crystal clear like jade and white like snow, giving it an elegant yet awe-inspiring appearance. Inside this ice palace, an extremely powerful aura leaked out. When Yang Kai arrived in front of this white jade ice palace, 3 divine senses instantly enveloped him, one of which was so powerful that the other 2 could not compare to it. Luo Hai. Chapter 1650. Inside the white jade ice palace, Luo Hai sat on a chair, his hair tied up in a golden crown, a trace of excitement flashing across his eyes. "Finally found you." Luo Hai was secretly excited in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He was a top master in the second-order origin king realm, one of the top masters in Star Territory, but he had been unable to do anything to a trivial Yang Kai. Not only had the latter managed to break through his blockade on Green Mountain Star, but he had even managed to escape his pursuit. If not for Luo Hai's patience, Yang Kai might have really escaped. "Let's see where you can run now," Luo Hai thought excitedly. With his strength, there were not many things that could excite him, but the origin essence crystal left behind by the Monster King in the Blood Prison was something Luo Hai coveted, and the Emperor artifact on Yang Kai's body was also something Luo Hai coveted. The former could give him a chance to break through to the third-order origin king realm, while the latter could allow his strength to soar. Once he obtained these 2 treasures, Luo Hai was confident he would become the strongest master in Star Territory. At that time, no one in Star Territory would be able to compete with him. The key to this all lay with Yang Kai. Although Luo Hai concealed his expression well, Chi Hua and Luo Li were both origin kings, so they were naturally able to perceive the change in his expression. Chi Hua's expression changed as he wondered if this boy named Yang Kai really knew some great secret. Otherwise, why would Luo Hai be so interested in him? More than a year ago, Luo Hai had suddenly arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, causing Chi Hua to be very surprised. Immediately afterwards, Luo Hai had ordered Brilliant Flame Sect to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. Chi Hua had been curious at that time and had tried many times to find out why Luo Hai was looking for Yang Kai, but Luo Hai had refused to tell him the reason, leaving Chi Hua helpless. Luo Li also had a thoughtful look on her face, but the deep sadness on her face made her unable to think about it. This time, Luo Hai and Chi Hua had come with ill intentions. Soon, Yang Kai stepped into the Ice Palace. Inside the Ice Palace, in addition to the 3 Origin King Realm Masters, the other elders of Ice Heart Valley stood behind Luo Li, a dozen or so in total. Behind Luo Hai and Chi Hua stood a young man with a sallow complexion and weak vitality. The son of Brilliant Flame Sect's sect master, Wei Feng. At this moment, he was looking around excitedly, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. After seeing Su Yan, his eyes couldn't help but light up, revealing an extremely excited expression, like a vicious dog that had seen an extremely delicious meal, saliva dripping from his mouth. However, when he saw Su Yan holding hands with Yang Kai in an intimate manner, his face couldn't help but sink as he glared at Yang Kai, hatred and anger flashing across his eyes. Where did this bastard come from? He actually dared to hold the hand of his woman. He was simply courting death, and Wei Feng was on the verge of exploding with rage. In an instant, Wei Feng had taken Kai Yang to be a dead man, and he was calculating in his heart how he should properly torture Kai Yang to make him beg for death, and to make him know that there were some women that couldn't be touched. Junior Bing Long greets Master Luo Hai and greets Senior Chi Hua. Bing Long gracefully bowed before turning to look at Luo Li and saying, "Supreme Elder, I have brought him here." Luo Li gently nodded but did not say anything, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai as her brow furrowed slightly. Sensing her gaze, Yang Kai looked back. This was the first time Yang Kai had met Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder, and judging from the strength of her aura, she was about the same as the red-haired old man in Ice Palace, a First-Order Origin King, far weaker than Luo Hai. However, an Origin King was still an Origin King, one who had mastered the power of their own territory. Any Origin King was not someone an Origin-returning realm cultivator could compare to. At the very least, Yang Kai felt great pressure from her. "Brother Luo Hai, is this the boy you were looking for?" Old Monster Chi Hua looked Yang Kai up and down and chuckled meaningfully. Luo Hai nodded, "And it's him." Sure enough, a talented young man. Luo Hai's eyes are as sharp as torches. "Now that you've found him, what does Brother Luo Hai plan to do next?" Chi Hua asked seemingly casually. "What should I do?" "And, naturally, I'll take him back to Green Mountain Star." Luo Hai smiled gently and scolded Yang Kai, "Little bastard, this king won't eat you, so why are you avoiding this king like he's a snake or scorpion? This king just saw that you have good aptitude and wanted to pass on my mantle to you." His attitude was casual, and there was a kind of helplessness in his tone, as if he was telling the truth. The faces of the many elders of Ice Heart Valley shook as they all looked towards Yang Kai with envious looks. Being able to catch the eye of a master like Luo Hai, this Yang Kai's good fortune was simply heaven-defying. From now on, he would definitely become famous throughout Star Territory and soar to the heavens. Yang Kai just smiled softly. Chi Hua's seemingly turbid old eyes narrowed slightly as a faint light flashed across them. Luo Li's brow furrowed slightly, but she did not say a word. In the entire Ice Palace, perhaps only Yang Kai and the other two Origin Kings did not believe Luo Hai's words. Everyone knew that this was just Luo Hai's way of saying he wanted to take Yang Kai away. As for accepting him as a disciple and passing on his mantle, that was simply a fantasy. What kind of character was Luo Hai? How could he make such a big fuss just to accept a disciple? If he wanted to accept a disciple, all he needed to do was announce it, and a large number of geniuses would flock to Green Mountain Star, lining up to worship him as their master. Yang Kai did not point it out and simply said, "Junior appreciates Senior's kindness, but such a great opportunity is something Junior is afraid he is not blessed enough to enjoy. It would be best if Senior found another disciple." A trace of anger flashed across Luo Hai's eyes as he secretly cursed this little brat for not being sensible, but he still smiled gently. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Come back to Green Mountain Star with me first and stay with me for a few years. If your attitude is still the same when the time comes, this king will naturally not force you." He seemed to be making a great concession. Chi Hua also chimed in from the side. "Little brat, you should consider this carefully. Brother Luo Hai wanting to accept you as a disciple is a blessing you can obtain even if you cultivate for several lifetimes. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain such a thing even if they begged for it, so why refuse? Does Senior think this is a blessing? And, since Senior thinks so, you might as well worship Luo Hai as your master." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. The expressions of the many elders from Ice Heart Valley froze as they stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster, all of them feeling their hearts jump into their throats. This guy was really bold, daring to insult Chi Hua like this. Wasn't he afraid of causing unbearable consequences? Chi Hua's face went cold as he shouted angrily, "Bold." Saying so, a ray of light shot out from his eyes and shot towards Yang Kai. He intended to punish this little brat for speaking so rudely. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he stood in place without moving. Su Yan also ignored this terrifying attack, her pair of beautiful eyes never leaving Yang Kai's face from beginning to end, a look of happiness filling her face. Luo Hai waved his hand casually. Chi Hua's attack was silently resolved. Before learning Yang Kai's hidden secrets, Luo Hai did not feel relieved that he would be injured by Chi Hua. "Brother Chi Hua, please calm down. It's just a young man spouting nonsense. There's no need to care about it. Brother Chi Hua is also an Origin King, so even if this king wants to teach him, I'm afraid he is powerless." Chi snorted as he glared at Yang Kai coldly, his sharp gaze seemingly wanting to cut him into 1,000 pieces, but he did not say anything more. Luo Li, who had been sitting quietly without speaking, suddenly said, "He has been brought here. If Master Luo Hai wants to take him away, please do so." As for what Luo Hai would do after taking Yang Kai away, Luo Li did not need to consider. She had no friendship with Yang Kai, so naturally, she would not offend Luo Hai because of him. Right now, she just wanted to send Luo Hai and Qihua out of Pure Ice Island as soon as possible. She didn't even want to hold Yang Kai responsible for injuring Ran Yun Ting and causing havoc on Pure Ice Island. She always had a feeling of uneasiness, an inexplicable palpitation in her heart, as if something big was about to happen if she did not hurry up and send Yang Kai away. Hearing this, Luo Hai nodded and smiled at Luo Li. This time, this king came uninvited, so I hope junior sister Luo Li can forgive me. And, if junior sister Luo Li has free time, please come to Green Mountain Star as a guest. This king will certainly welcome you with open arms. Luo Li nodded lightly. There will be a day when I visit. Since Master Luo Hai has found such a good disciple, he must be anxious to return to Green Mountain Star to teach him. Luo Li will not see you off. She bluntly ordered him to leave. However, Luo Hai just smiled lightly and did not get up to say goodbye, instead glancing over at Yang Kai and waving his hand. There's no need to rush. This king's business is indeed over. But Brother Chi has come to your island this time for an important matter, so this king will wait for him. As soon as this statement came out, Luo Li's face changed slightly. What she had been worried about had finally come. Although Luo Hai didn't say it too clearly, just the words, "wait for him" together, made Luo Li smell something bad. This was tantamount to saying that Luo Hai was standing on Qihua's side at this moment. The faces of Bing Long, Ran Yun Ting, and the others also became ugly as they stared at Qihua vigilantly. Ice Heart Valley was a great force that had competed for supremacy on Scarlet Wave Star for thousands of years without a clear victor. But now that Luo Hai had intervened, Ice Heart Valley was bound to fall into a disadvantage. What's more, it was an absolute disadvantage. Even if they relied on Pure Ice Island's Pure Ice Grand Array, they would not be able to reverse the situation. For a time, Bing Long and the many elders looked resentful, but none of them dared to say anything. Yang Kai stood inside the Ice Palace and watched the show with a smile, not showing the slightest awareness that he had been reduced to a prisoner. "May I ask why Qihua has come to my Pure Ice Island this time?" Luo Li took a deep breath, calmed down her tumbling emotions, and asked cautiously. Qihua laughed loudly, his fiery red hair fluttering in the wind as he shook his head and said, "It's just a small matter, Luo Li. You don't need to be so nervous." He was very proud of himself. He had been fighting with Luo Li for so many years, and even when she was injured while cultivating, he had never been able to gain the upper hand. But now, he had finally tasted the joy of victory. Although it was like a fox exploiting a tiger's might, Qihua enjoyed this feeling very much. "Speak." Luo Li looked at him indifferently. Qihua chuckled meaningfully. "I came here this time to ask for someone from your sect." Chapter 1651. You want someone? Who do you want? Luo Li frowned. "My Ice Heart Valley doesn't have anyone you need, Qihua." "That's right, your noble sect really doesn't have anyone I need, but..." Qihua paused for a moment before waving his hand behind him. "Little beast, stand up and speak, after all, this is your business." Wei Feng smiled happily and quickly stepped out from behind Qihua, first bowing to Luo Hai, Luo Li, and the others before straightening his back. Just as he was about to speak, though, he suddenly noticed a cold gaze staring at his face. This gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced straight into Wei Feng's heart, causing his face to go pale as he gulped. He couldn't even spit out a single word. Following along that gaze, Wei Feng saw Luo Li staring at him with a hostile expression, and her gaze was icy cold. Even though she didn't exert any strength, just this pure gaze caused Wei Feng to feel as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar. It was as if he'd fallen into a bottomless abyss, and the icy coldness in the surroundings intended to drown him. Wei Feng's legs and stomach trembled as he gurgled, his eyes filled with fear. Bing Long and the many elders' hearts clenched as they subconsciously glanced towards Su Yen. When Wei Feng stood out, they realized what Qihua was planning. For a moment, their hearts were filled with sorrow, and they felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. The son of Brilliant Flame Sect's sect master had been eyeing Su Yen for a long time. The fight that broke out a year ago was precisely because Brilliant Flame Sect had used Su Yan as an excuse to force Ice Heart Valley to hand her over. The people of Ice Heart Valley were very clear about Wei Feng's character. It could be said that if Wei Feng had not been born in a great sect like Brilliant Flame Sect, and if he had not been the son of Wei Qing, he might not have been able to break through to the Saint King realm in his lifetime. Even though he had many unique advantages, relying on countless pills and saint crystals, he had only been able to push his cultivation to the origin-returning realm. He couldn't even condense his own Shi. He was perhaps the only origin-returning realm cultivator in the entire Star Territory who did not have his own Shi, enough to make him a laughingstock. Wei Feng's aptitude was simply unbearable. Compared to him, Su Yan was simply a heaven-defying beauty. The two of them should have never crossed paths. But one day, when Su Yan went out to gain experience in tempering, she was accidentally bumped into by Wei Feng, and he was immediately shocked by her beauty and intended to take her for himself. Brilliant Flame Sect took this opportunity to make a big fuss. Wei Feng's character was indeed bad, but as the son of Wei Qing, his background was not low. Brilliant Flame Sect believed that Wei Feng taking a liking to Su Yan was Su Yan's blessing. Qihua bringing Wei Feng to Ice Heart Valley this time, and even asking him to stand up and speak was self-evident. However, this unbearably ugly fellow was so intimidated by a single glance from the Grand Elder that he almost fainted. He couldn't even speak properly. Qihua's face was also extremely ugly. Wei Feng's appearance was simply a disgrace to Brilliant Flame Sect, so in his annoyance, he sent out a kick that nearly knocked Wei Feng to the ground. Useless thing. With this old man backing you up, what are you afraid of? Speak your mind and let this old man see if you're still a man. Qihua scolded loudly, as if angered by Qihua's scolding, but also as if he had received Qihua's guarantee. Wei Feng's courage grew greatly, his face turning red as he grit his teeth and pointed to Su Yan. I want this woman named Su Yan. All the elders of Ice Heart Valley were furious. Ran Yunting's face sank. The smile on Yang Kai's face gradually converged, and his eyes became cold as he stared at Wei Feng coldly, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle grin. Since entering this ice palace, Yang Kai had noticed that this cowardly guy was constantly looking at Su Yan. He didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Su Yan was a natural beauty who attracted the eyes of many men. But when Wei Feng said those words, he immediately understood that the other party wasn't just looking at her. He wanted to take her for himself. Yang Kai's heart filled with murderous intent as he stared at Wei Feng faintly, the expression in his eyes the same as Wei Feng's before. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. At this time, Su Yan turned her beautiful eyes and frowned as she stared suspiciously at Wei Feng. She didn't seem to have recovered until now. Before this, all her thoughts had been focused on Yang Kai, so nothing in the outside world could disturb her. It's you. Su Yan recognized Wei Feng and said indifferently, What's wrong? Haven't you learned enough from last time? Do you want to be beaten again? These flat words made Wei Feng jump up like a frightened rabbit and hurriedly rush back behind Qihua, seeking a sense of security. Wei Feng's performance was so bad that Qihua also felt like he had lost face, his old face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Even Luo Hai, who had been watching from the sidelines, slowly shook his head. Do you recognize him? Yang Kai asked. Su Yan shook her head, not really. Last time, he spoke rudely, so I broke a few of his ribs. It turns out this guy is from Brilliant Flame Sect. No wonder he's so annoying. Saying so, she sighed. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him directly. Don't be soft next time. Yang Kai patted the back of Su Yan's hand. Su Yan smiled and nodded gently. You've got guts. Although Wei Feng was timid and incompetent, he also felt a little angry at this moment. He had never forgotten Su Yan, so much so that he could only dream of her. Yet she didn't even know his origins. It seemed that she definitely didn't know his name. Wei Feng suddenly felt a sense of hurt. She was actually so close to that bastard and had completely ignored his existence before. This was simply a great shame and humiliation. Remember this. I'll let you know how formidable I am after you marry into my family. Wei Feng swore solemnly as he shouted. Courting death. Yang Kai's eyes flashed coldly as he waved his hand towards Wei Feng. A clear Saint Chi palm suddenly appeared in front of Wei Feng like a violent storm. This Saint Chi palm contained a terrifying destructive power. Wei Feng was scared silly, his whole body trembling as his face went pale, and he anxiously called out, Supreme Elder, save me. Boy, you've got guts. daring to make a move in front of this old master. Chihua coldly snorted as he stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, shattering the Saint Chi palm in an instant. Right at this moment, a ball of subtle energy warped and wriggled amidst the energy that exploded, and it transformed into a sharp sword that suddenly shot out. Caught off guard, it shot into Wei Feng's left cheek and came out from his right cheek. Chihua's face changed drastically. Luo Hai also raised his brow and glanced at Yang Kai in surprise. Luo Li's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she gently nodded. All three of them could see that it wasn't that Yang Kai had hidden some kind of secret energy in that Saint Chi palm, but rather that his control over his Saint Chi had reached a transcendent level. After it was scattered by Chihua, he was able to quickly reorganize it and launch a lethal attack. This kind of attack was generally not very powerful, so even with Wei Feng's strength, it was easy for him to defend against it. However, Wei Feng's performance was so bad that he failed to notice it and was injured by it. Blood gushed out from both sides of his cheeks as Wei Feng finally noticed the severe pain. His cheeks felt like they were on fire as a hidden force penetrated his flesh through his wounds. He howled violently as he covered his cheeks with his hands, tears and mucus flowing down his face, making it impossible for anyone to look at him directly. The many elders of Ice Heart Valley slowly shook their heads as obvious contempt and disgust appeared on their faces. Such a person actually dared to dream of obtaining Su Yan? Compared to him, Yang Kai was simply boundless. He and Su Yan were a true match made in heaven. Old Monster Chihua's face alternated between blue and white as he stared at Yang Kai, a deep voice squeezing out from his throat like a mad beast. "Boy, you're dead." Wei Feng's cheek had been pierced right in front of him. This wasn't just a slap to Wei Feng's face. Chihua's face had also been slapped, and Brilliant Flame Sec's face had also been slapped. Old Monster Chihua could no longer bear it. Like a dormant lion, an unimaginably terrifying aura roared from Chihua's body, causing everyone from Ice Heart Valley to pale. Yang Kai, however, remained calm as he looked at the red-haired old man indifferently, a sarcastic smile appearing on his face. "Chihua." Luo Hai frowned and shouted, "Let's get down to business." Naturally, he wouldn't let Chihua kill Yang Kai. Chihua was using his power to pressure Ice Heart Valley, and Luo Hai was willing to turn a blind eye as long as Chihua didn't pursue Yang Kai's secrets. However, if Chihua wanted to attack Yang Kai, Luo Hai would not sit idly by. Before Yang Kai's secrets were discovered, no one could attack him. Hearing this, the aura in Chihua's body seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water and was instantly extinguished. He also seemed to react and just stared coldly at Yang Kai with an unkind expression. "Supreme Elder, please uphold justice for me." "Kill him, kill him." "Supreme Elder, please uphold justice for me." Wei Feng didn't have the slightest bit of eyesight as he howled miserably. Chihua took a deep breath as his chest heaved violently. Why did this old master bring such a thing to Ice Heart Valley? At this moment, he couldn't wait to slap Wei Feng into a bloody pulp. Chihua made up his mind that after returning from this trip, he would imprison Wei Feng in Brilliant Flame Sect and never let him out. Otherwise, wherever he went, he would lose face for Brilliant Flame Sect. For Brilliant Flame Sect to produce such a thing, it was simply a disgrace. "Shut up!" Chihua shouted softly. Wei Feng's howling came to an abrupt end as he didn't dare disobey Supreme Elder's wishes, but the piercing pain caused his expression to distort. Coupled with the bright red blood on his face, he looked like a terrifying ghost. Covering his cheek with his hand, Wei Feng's eyes flickered, not daring to look at anyone. In the end, he could only stare at the ground under his feet without saying a word. "Boy, you've got guts. Since Brother Luo Hai intends to shelter you, this old master won't bother with you. If you want to thank someone, thank Brother Luo Hai," Chihua said bitterly before looking up at Luo Li and saying, "This old master's purpose in coming here this time should be clear to you. This good-for-nothing junior has taken a fancy to this girl and hopes she can return to Brilliant Flame Sect with me." Chapter 1652. When he said this, Chihua's mouth twitched. Even he felt that Wei Feng was not worthy of Su Yan, that he wasn't even qualified to carry her shoes. However, this was indeed a good opportunity to strike a blow to Ice Heart Valley. As long as he could force Ice Heart Valley to compromise here, Brilliant Flame Sect could gain the upper hand in future battles. Most importantly, he could use this opportunity to attack Luo Li's state of mind and create a flaw in it. If this matter were to succeed, it would become a heart demon for Luo Li in the future, making it impossible for her cultivation to progress. As for Qi Hua, he could take a step forward in his cultivation, and in the future, Scarlet Wave Star would definitely belong to Brilliant Flame sect. As soon as Qi Hua's words fell, Ran Yunting took a step forward and coldly declared, "Wishful thinking. Su Yan is a core disciple of my Ice Heart Valley. How could she possibly marry an outsider? She will only stay in Ice Heart Valley for the rest of her life." Qi Hua grinned wickedly as he looked at Ran Yunting and said, "If this old master is not mistaken, she should be cultivating your Ice Heart Valley's Ice Jade secret art, right? So what?" Ran Yunting didn't know what he was thinking. If that's the case, then it's easy to handle. This old master can see that her Ice Heart Valley has been affected by the backlash of her secret art. And in her current situation, I'm afraid it won't be long before her cultivation disappears and she becomes an ordinary person. At that time, what use would she be to your Ice Heart Valley? Ran Yunting's face changed slightly as she secretly thought that old monster Qi Hua's eyesight was quite astute. Su Yan's situation was very well hidden, and only her master was able to detect it, but Qi Hua had already noticed it the first time they met. For a time, Ran Yunting's face became extremely gloomy as she glanced over at Su Yan, the disappointment in her eyes obvious. However, Su Yan turned a blind eye to this and didn't even show any change in her expression, just standing there with a happy smile on her face, snuggling up to Yang Kai. It seemed that for her, cultivation and strength were nothing more than floating clouds. As long as she could be with Yang Kai, even death was worth it. Ran Yunting was even more disappointed. "Su Yan." Yang Kai was stunned as he stared at the beautiful woman standing beside him, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at him. Quickly releasing his divine sense to investigate Su Yan's body, Yang Kai finally noticed something wrong. The aura in Su Yan's body was indeed somewhat unstable, obviously a sign of backlash from the secret art she was cultivating. This kind of situation could be considered minor for the time being, but as time passed, it would definitely become more and more serious. "It doesn't matter." Su Yan smiled gently, her expression tranquil, not the slightest bit worried about her fate. "I will find a way to resolve it for you." Yang Kai took a deep breath, looked at her with a serious expression and promised, "If you kill yourself, you can resolve this difficulty in front of her." Ran Yunting shouted at Yang Kai angrily, "Master, please don't say such things." The smile on Su Yan's face slowly converged as her brow furrowed, her expression becoming serious. "If junior brother dies, I won't live alone." Ran Yunting's jaw dropped as she stared at Su Yan in a daze, a look of astonishment filling her face. This was the first time Su Yan had spoken to her with such an attitude, causing Ran Yunting to be greatly shocked. For a long time now, Su Yan had always been obedient to her. No matter what she wanted her to do, this disciple of hers would always accomplish it 100 times over, making her extremely satisfied and highly valued. But today she had contradicted her. It seemed that her honored master, who had painstakingly taught her and had great expectations for her, was not as important as a little brat in her heart. Ran Yunting sneered, her expression cold as she stared deeply at Yang Kai and said in a low tone, "Boy, you have wronged Su Yan. Even if you die, you will not be able to redeem your sins." After saying so, she stepped back again and closed her eyes, as if she did not want to get involved in what was about to happen. "Whether I have wronged senior sister or not is not up to you to decide. Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Good, let's stop this farce." Qi Hua stood up and stared at Luo Li with a pair of blazing eyes. This old master has explained his intentions. "Luo Li, it's time for you to make a choice. Hand over that person and this old master will withdraw. If you don't," there was an obvious threat in his words. The faces of the many elders from Ice Heart Valley changed drastically. Luo Li looked at Qi Hua faintly before turning to Luo Hai and asking, "Is this Master Luo Hai's intention?" She understood better than anyone that Qi Hua daring to come to Pure Ice Island in such a high-profile manner and demanding the best disciple in Ice Heart Valley was because of Luo Hai's support. Without Luo Hai, Qi Hua would not even dare to set foot within 1,000 kilometers of Pure Ice Island. Luo Hai smiled when he heard this and said gently, "Junior sister Luo Li's words are unreasonable. This is a matter between your Ice Heart Valley and Qi Hua's Brilliant Flame sect. This king just happened to be here to join in the fun." Changing the subject, Luo Hai continued, "However, this king thinks that Qi Hua is right. This disciple named Su Yan's aptitude is indeed good. But since she has suffered a backlash from the Ice Jade's secret art, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to achieve anything in the future. It would be better for her to marry Wei Feng, and your two sects can become in-laws, resolving the grievances between your two sects and living in harmony in the future. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Hearing what he said, Luo Li's face sank slightly, knowing that Luo Hai was standing on Brilliant Flame's sect's side. As for becoming in-laws and resolving the grievances between the two sects, that was simply a fantasy. The two sects had been fighting on Scarlet Wave Star for thousands of years, so the grievances between them could be said to be a blood feud that was impossible to resolve. In this world, as long as Brilliant Flame Sect existed, there would be no Ice Heart Valley, and as long as Ice Heart Valley existed, there would be no Brilliant Flame Sect. The two sects would fight each other forever. I understand. Luo Li gently nodded before closing her watery eyes, apparently falling into a difficult decision. No one disturbed her as the elders of Ice Heart Valley all looked at Luo Li, wondering what kind of answer she would give. Luo Hai's face was calm as he quietly sipped his tea. Chi Hua, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face as he laughed heartily. He was not afraid that Luo Li would refuse. This time, he was using Luo Hai's name to suppress Ice Heart Valley. As for that little girl named Su Yan, she was just a chess piece in this battle. Even without Su Yan, there could still be Zhang Yan, Wang Yan. With so many female disciples in Ice Heart Valley, how could they not find a suitable candidate? Wei Feng also stopped howling miserably. At this time, he was like a cat that had smelled fish, his eyes darting around. Although the pain in his cheeks was unbearable, he still stared at Su Yan with a cruel smile, as if he was looking at his own plaything, his eyes filled with evil. In his heart, he was secretly cursing how he would torture Su Yan after he obtained her, so that Yang Kai would know the price of provoking him. Yang Kai and Su Yan stood side by side in the center of the Ice Palace, as if they had become outsiders. No one cared about their feelings or opinions. In such a high-level dialogue and negotiation, the two of them had no right to speak at all. The happiness in Su Yan's beautiful eyes was replaced by a faint trace of sadness as she gripped Yang Kai even harder. She secretly decided that if Supreme Elder really wanted to compromise, she would use her life to create a glimmer of hope for Yang Kai to escape. As for herself, even if she died, it was impossible for her to go to Brilliant Flame Sect. Yang Kai looked on indifferently, as if this matter had nothing to do with him, carefully observing the changes in Luo Li's expression. After a while, he sighed and leaned over to Su Yan's ear and whispered, "Senior sister, do you trust me?" Su Yan didn't even think about it and nodded lightly. "Good." Yang Kai grinned. "Junior brother guarantees you that no one can take you away today. If anyone dares have any ideas about you, I'll kill them all. Then senior sister will wait and see." Su Yan winked at Yang Kai. This playful appearance stunned Yang Kai. He had never seen Su Yan act like this before. It was as if the arrival of a great crisis had given her the courage to do things she would never have done before. Although the two of them spoke softly, how could they escape the ears of Luo Hai and Chi Hua? Hearing Yang Kai's arrogant words, the two Origin Kings both sneered at Yang Kai disdainfully. "Luo Li, it's time to make a decision," Luo Hai urged impatiently. He was anxious to bring Yang Kai back to Green Mountain Star, so he could study the secrets of Yang Kai, so how could he be willing to waste time here? Luo Li opened her eyes, and in an instant, all eyes in the Ice Palace turned towards her. The first one she turned to look at was Su Yan, a faint trace of guilt flashing across her beautiful eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. "You can take her away. I hope you can treat her well in the future." After saying this, Luo Li's aura suddenly became somewhat sluggish, like a punctured balloon, and even her face paled slightly. Obviously, by making such a concession, she had gone against her will, making her already injured state even worse. "Supreme Elder," Ran Yun Ting called out in a low voice. Although she had some guesses in her heart, when Supreme Elder gave such an answer, she still couldn't accept it. After calling out reflexively, she couldn't say anything else and simply stared at Su Yan with regret, sighed, and said solemnly, "This is the path you chose, don't regret it in the future." At this moment, she finally decided to give up on Su Yan. Without even mentioning the fact that she couldn't resolve the flaws in Su Yan's mental state, even if she left Su Yan behind, she wouldn't be able to accomplish anything in the future. Putting Ice Heart Valley's entire sect in danger for such a disciple was not worth it. Even Luo Li's orders were not something she could disobey. If she really sacrificed the entire sect for Su Yan, she would be a sinner to Ice Heart Valley. She would not do such a thing. Between the sect and her disciple, it was self-evident which was more important. Closing her eyes, Luo Li refused to look at Su Yan. Good. Chihua laughed. After so many years, he had finally completely suppressed Luo Li and forced her to admit defeat in front of him. Although he had done so with the help of Luo Hai's prestige, this result was what Chihua wanted to see the most. Chapter 1653. Chihua laughed heartily, his red hair fluttering in the wind as an imposing aura burst from his body. Pointing his finger at Su Yan, he shouted to Wei Feng behind him, "Little beast, this girl is yours from now on. Whether you want to kill her or cut her up is up to you." He was not satisfied with the victory in front of him and wanted to use it to anger the elders of Ice Heart Valley, so they would take the initiative to attack. However, the people from Ice Heart Valley didn't act rashly, instead just staring at him with sad and indignant expressions. Even Luo Li didn't care. This disappointed Chihua greatly, but at the same time, he despised them. The actions and attitudes of these people from Ice Heart Valley seemed to be for the sake of the sect, but in fact, they had lost all sense of propriety. Chihua believed that after this incident, Ice Heart Valley would no longer be a threat. Wei Feng chuckled coldly, and the injuries on his cheeks caused his laughter to leak out slightly, and he said vaguely, "How could Disciple bear to kill and cut her? Disciple can't wait to dote on her. Disciple thanks Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder's might is boundless. Disciple is endlessly grateful." Although Wei Feng was timid and cowardly, his flattery skills were quite good. With just a few words, Chihua was overjoyed and suddenly felt that this good-for-nothing little brat was somewhat pleasing to the eye. Good. Luo Hai clapped his hands lightly, a faint smile on his face. This king congratulates all of you here and hopes that your two sects can use this opportunity to ease the relationship between you two and live in harmony in the future. After all, you are both great sects on Scarlet Wave Star. Always fighting and killing is not good. Brother Luo Hai, if you have nothing else to do, would you like to return to Brilliant Flame Sect for a drink? Chihua looked at him and invited. Luo Hai slowly shook his head. No, this king has been out for a long time. It's time to return to Green Mountain Star. Everyone from Ice Heart Valley went pale as they watched Chihua show off like he was the biggest winner in his life, but none of them dared to say anything. Even Luo Li kept her eyes closed, out of sight, out of mind. Yang Kai, come with me. Luo Hai looked at Yang Kai and said in a tone that brooked no argument. Yang Kai sneered lightly, not even looking at him as his eyes swept across the faces of Ice Heart Valley's cultivators. Everyone who caught his eye guiltily averted their gazes, their faces full of guilt. Even Ran Yunting was the same, but soon she seemed to react and said firmly, "You asked for it, you can't blame anyone." Yang Kai sneered. Gently patting the back of Su Yan's hand, Yang Kai said, "Senior sister, go and greet these so-called elders of yours. From now on, you have nothing to do with them." "All right, I'll listen to you." Su Yan nodded obediently and walked over to the group from Ice Heart Valley, bowed deeply, raised her head, and said to Ran Yunting, "Disciple will call you Honored Master for the last time. Disciple thanks Honored Master for her generous guidance over these years. Honored Master, please take care of yourself in the future." Ran Yunting opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she turned her eyes away. Su Yan seemed to have broken free from some kind of shackle and lightly returned to Yang Kai's side. "Boy, don't be stubborn. Just obediently follow Brother Luo Hai. As for the little girl beside you, from now on, she belongs to my Brilliant Flame Sect," Chihua coldly snorted. Yang Kai and Su Yan looked at each other and suddenly smiled at the same time, their smiles like the sun dispersing the gloomy and depressing atmosphere in the Ice Palace. "If you want to take senior sister away, you'll have to ask me first," Yang Kai suddenly shouted. At the same time, Su Yan's tender voice also rang out, "Junior brother and I will live and die together." The momentum of the two suddenly soared as their Saint Chi burst out. One Saint Chi was vigorous and vigorous, while the other's was cold and frigid. An unexpected change occurred as Yang Kai and Su Yan's Saint Chi seemed to resonate with each other and began to vibrate and fuse together. An even more berserk energy fluctuation rippled out leisurely. Everyone's complexion changed slightly as they stared at the young man and woman standing side by side in shock. Luo Hai's eyes flashed even brighter as a look of surprise appeared on his face, as if he had discovered something incredible. Luo Li, who had been keeping her eyes closed, suddenly opened them at this moment, and a brilliant light flashed across the depths of her eyes. Qihua let out a soft cry, while the three Origin Kings all showed looks of surprise. Looking around, Yang Kai and Su Yan seemed to have become one person, their second-order origin returning realm and first-order origin returning realm cultivation superimposed without the slightest conflict, allowing them to directly break through to the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. Interesting, is this a dual cultivation secret art? Luo Hai frowned. With his profound knowledge, he could naturally see at a glance that Yang Kai and Su Yan had already reached a level of telepathy. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for their completely different Saint Qi attributes to superimpose so perfectly and would have inevitably caused a conflict. Bastard! Qihua roared. After all, in his opinion, Su Yan was already Wei Feng's woman. But this woman had actually dual cultivated with Yang Kai at some unknown time. This was nothing short of a disgrace to Brilliant Flame's sect. Wasn't it said that those who cultivated the Ice Jade secret art were all flawless? So how could this scene be explained? As soon as Chihua's words fell, a deafening roar suddenly rang out from inside the ice palace. This roar was extremely strange and seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul. The moment this roar rang out, everyone present, including the three Origin Kings, felt their hearts palpitate. The faces of the elders from Ice Heart Valley changed drastically. This is... Luo Hai stood up as he stared at Yang Kai with trembling eyes, staring at the changes taking place in his body. A golden aura suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's body and hovered above his head, immediately transforming into a huge golden phantom. This phantom was more than 300 meters long, and its entire body was golden in color. Its hard scales seemed to be the best defense in the world, enough to resist any attack. His two eyes, which were as big as a small house, were filled with endless majesty. They were cold and frightening, as if he was standing on top of the clouds, overlooking all living things. Facing these eyes, everyone felt a sense of humility and insignificance. A golden dragon. Luo Hai's eyes trembled violently as his voice changed slightly. He stared at the golden phantom with fiery eyes, as if he had seen the most impossible thing in the world. Qihua stood in place, his eyes burning like flames, his thoughts unfathomable. He did not expect that Yang Kai's body was actually hiding such an astonishing amount of wealth. Was this why Luo Hai had chased Yang Kai to Scarlet Wave Star? No, judging from Luo Hai's expression, he seemed to have just discovered this. Does this little brat have other secrets? Before Qihua could finish his thoughts, though, another strange sound rang out. This sound was not as shocking as the dragon's roar just now, but it was extremely loud and clear, as if it was capable of shaking the heavens. Along with this sound, another ray of light shot out from Yang Kai's body and flew above Su Yan's head, transforming into a white phantom. Qua. This phantom spread its wings and resonated with the 300-meter-long golden dragon. A bone-chilling chill suddenly descended as the purest ice attribute Qi in the world was mobilized and gathered towards Su Yan. Luo Li's expression finally changed as she stared at the huge phantom above Su Yan's head and exclaimed, "Ice Phoenix!" What? Luo Hai was shocked. This time, he could no longer maintain his calm and composure and suddenly lost his composure. The Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix were legendary ancient divine spirits that had long since gone extinct, but today, he had seen them on Yang Kai's body. Although they were not real Golden Dragons and Ice Phoenixes, the faint source strength emanating from these two phantoms could not be faked. In other words, these two phantoms were the remnants of the real Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix after their deaths. How much wealth does this little brat have on him? Luo Hai looked at Yang Kai with a fiery gaze. Scorching hot and frigid cold qi filled the air as Yang Kai and Su Yan stood side by side, their momentum monstrous. The golden light and the white light soared into the sky, like two giant swords moving side by side, cutting the world apart. The clouds in the sky were suddenly split in half. Everyone in Ice Heart Valley saw this spectacle, and all of them were stunned, not knowing what had happened inside the valley. The Ice Palace had been reduced to ruins. When these two completely different but complementary energies erupted, the Ice Palace that belonged to Ice Heart Valley collapsed, and all the nearby barriers and spirit arrays were destroyed in an instant. The dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley began circulating their secret arts to resist the pervasive scorching hot and frigid cold qi. Wei Feng was shielded behind Qihua. Of all the people present, Only the three Origin Kings could face such a terrifying aura head-on. Ran Yun-ting was stunned as she stared blankly at Su Yan at this moment, a deep sense of regret welling up in her heart. She had told Yang Kai that Su Yan would eventually become a phoenix, and that a person like Yang Kai was not worthy of her. But now, Su Yan had done just that. With the Ice Phoenix Source strength, she could mobilize the Ice Phoenix's innate divine technique and truly transform into a phoenix. But all of this had been given to her by Yang Kai. The Ice Phoenix Source strength had clearly flowed out of Yang Kai's body and was perfectly transferred to Su Yan. However, in this world, only the Divine Dragon could keep pace with the Phoenix and be mentioned in the same breath. Ran Yun-ting stared blankly at the huge golden dragon phantom above Yang Kai's head and silently smiled bitterly, the taste in her mouth more bitter than if she had eaten a coptis. Many of Ice Heart Valley's elders and Luo Li shared the same expression. Luo Li also did not expect the situation to develop like this. If she had known this would happen, she would have never agreed to Old Monster Chi's rude request even if Ice Heart Valley's strength was greatly damaged. To have the power of the Ice Phoenix's source energy added to his body, just what kind of heaven-defying lucky chance was this? With this source strength, the backlash from the Ice Jade secret art was nothing to worry about. In the future, Su Yan would definitely lead Ice Heart Valley to greater heights, and her achievements would be far greater than Luo Li's. This was a talent that could make the entire sect pay with their blood and lives to protect. Unfortunately, he had been thrown out like a useless chess piece by himself, all for the sake of prolonging the sect's feeble existence for a moment. The light in Luo Li's eyes suddenly dimmed, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She suddenly realized that she had just made the biggest mistake of her life. Chapter 1654. Is this mine? Su Yan raised her head and stared at the huge Ice Phoenix phantom. As if sensing her gaze, the Ice Phoenix, which should have been unconscious, actually lowered its head and stared at Su Yan with its noble eyes, its gaze filled with kindness and approval. Everyone was stunned. With the power of the Ice Phoenix source, Su Yan felt relaxed, and the backlash from the Ice Jade secret art she had suffered in the past few days was instantly resolved, allowing her entire body and mind to relax. The white phantom floating above her head was like the blood flowing out of her body. It was a part of her. It became more and more crystal clear, and her neck shone with a porcelain-like radiance. At this moment, Su Yan's charm had suddenly increased by several levels, enough to make all living beings fall for her. Even masters like Qi Hua and Luo Hai could not help being momentarily dazzled by Su Yan's dazzling radiance. Yes, I brought it from Tongxian realm, Yang Kai nodded. The senior sister and junior brother pair talked as if there was no one else around. Neither of them worried about the current situation. I feel something. Su Yan took a soft breath, closed her beautiful eyes, and resonated strangely with the Ice Phoenix phantom in her mind. The Ice Phoenix cried out happily, each cry containing infinite power. The Ice Chi of all of Pure Ice Island was mobilized by this cry and gathered into Su Yan's body, allowing her to absorb it without any hindrance. Su Yan's aura grew at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. She was originally at the peak of the First Order returning realm, and if Yang Kai had not appeared, she would have been preparing to break through to the Second Order in the near future. However, because of the backlash from the Ice Jade secret art, her cultivation had fallen instead of rising. Now her cultivation had risen again. Peak of the First Order, Second Order, peak of the Second Order. All the way, Su Yan broke through to the peak of the Second Order in a very short time before she seemed to have encountered some kind of interference and stagnated. This kind of interference came from Yang Kai. At this moment, the two of them had formed a strange state of unity. Yang Kai's cultivation was only at the peak of the Second Order, so Su Yan could not improve any further, otherwise, the balance between their Saint Qi would be broken. However, anyone could see that she still had strength to spare. She had the ability to break through to the Third Order. Everyone was shocked. No one had ever been able to break through so quickly without any hidden dangers. This was simply not something that could be done by chance. This was simply a miracle. Yang Kai smiled gently, as if all of this was within his expectations. The dragon's roars and phoenix cries rang out again. The golden dragon and white ice phoenix phantoms suddenly distorted, fell from the sky, and disappeared. They poured into Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies. Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai. Yang kai, yang kai, yang kai, yang kai, yang kai, yang kai, yang and yang with yang and yang days. Luo Hai's eyes were a bit frightening as they flashed brilliantly as he stared at Yang Kai without blinking, slowly walking down from his seat. Every time he took a step, Pure Ice Island seemed to shake, as if it came from the depths of the earth itself, shaking everyone's soul. With every step Luo Hai took, his aura also increased. Yang Kai and Su Yan's golden Yang Qi field was unable to suppress Luo Hai. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the approaching enemy with a smile. If this is your trump card, then this king advises you to give up. Your strength is truly amazing, enough to make you invincible under the Origin King realm. Even an ordinary Origin King wouldn't be able to do anything to you. As soon as this statement came out, both Qi Hua and Luo Li frowned. Whether they were willing to admit it or not, Luo Hai was telling the truth. No matter which of the two of them faced Yang Kai and Su Yan here, they felt a sense of urgency, as if they were to fight against these two, even if they won in the end, they would have to pay a huge price. This was an extremely inconceivable fact. The Origin King realm already stood at the peak of this world, and any Origin King was strong enough to sweep away all Origin realm cultivators. Even if hundreds or thousands of them came together, they would not be able to touch an Origin King. Yang Kai's senior sister and junior brother being able to exchange blows with an ordinary Origin King with their own strength was already the limit of human imagination. Of all the people present, only Luo Hai was qualified to ignore the current Yang Kai and Su Yan. Boy, if you come with me obediently, this king promises not to kill you. Luo Hai stared at Yang Kai coldly, almost tearing off all pretense of cordiality, no longer maintaining his previous benevolent appearance. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, Luo Hai. I have no grievances with you, but you've been forcing me all this time. Fine, I'll kill you today to avoid future troubles, Yang Kai shouted. Kill me? Luo Hai seemed to have heard a funny joke and laughed. It seems your self-confidence is off the charts. Do you think you can kill me like this? This king will show you what a true Origin King realm master is. As soon as these words fell, a strange force spread out and wrapped around Yang Kai and Su Yan. Territory domain. A Star Master level territory domain. Suddenly, the ground began to crack. Where the Ice Palace was originally located, cracks began to appear. The power of the force field seemed to be able to make the sky and the earth collapse. Brother Luo Hai, this old master will help you. Qi Hua shouted as he released his own territory domain to put pressure on Yang Kai and Su Yan. Luo Hai glanced at him, but did not say anything. He naturally knew what Qi Hua was planning. Qi Hua didn't want to monopolize all the benefits, so he decided to help in an attempt to get a share of the pie. Luo Hai was happy to see this. All he wanted was the secrets of Yang Kai. As for that little girl named Su Yan, although her Ice Phoenix source was extraordinary, it was not compatible with his Tao, so it was useless to him. As soon as the territory domains of the two Origin Kings appeared, the faces of the many elders from Ice Heart Valley changed. Luo Li hurriedly released her own territory domain to offset the pressure on everyone while shouting, "All of you leave." If they didn't leave now, these elders would all be injured. Bing Long, Ran Yun Ting, and the others didn't say a word as they quickly used their movement skills to leave the place, leaping 1,000 meters into the air before looking down in shock. Only Luo Li remained behind with a complicated look on her face, but she had no intention of intervening. A soft sigh came from her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai and Su Yan with eyes full of regret. Senior sister, are you ready? Even with the territory domains of the two Origin Kings, Yang Kai remained calm. After his experience in the blood prison, he had become accustomed to this kind of intense territory domain interference. This kind of territory domain could not overwhelm him, and as long as he didn't fall, Su Yan would be fine. I'm ready. Su Yan nodded. The two of them had a tacit understanding, so there was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything. With just a thought, Su Yan understood what he was going to do. If you're ready, then let's begin. Yang Kai grinned, turned his head, and stared at Luo Hai coldly as he declared, Luo Hai, today is the day you die. As soon as these words fell, a strange token suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's palm. The token was pitch black in color. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it didn't look remarkable at all. However, the moment this token appeared, Luo Hai's brow rose as a feeling of dread filled his heart. This is... Luo Hai stared at this token in amazement before finally reacting. Emperor Pressure. A Star Emperor token? The token exuded a faint, almost imperceptible aura, but it was this aura that caused Luo Hai's complexion to change. The Emperor character on this token finally allowed Luo Hai to understand what Yang Kai's ultimate trump card was. It was actually a Star Emperor token. What's more, it was an unsealed Star Emperor token. It was rumored that the great emperors of Star Field had left behind an unbreakable legend in the Star territory. However, the Star Emperor tokens personally made by them had been passed down. There were a total of 9 Star Emperor tokens, each of which was sealed with the divine technique of the great emperors. This divine technique was enough to instantly kill an Origin King, a level that no master in the Star territory could reach. For an ordinary cultivator, a Star Emperor token was just a legend, and it was impossible to determine whether it even existed. However, a master at Luo Hai's level knew that Star Emperor tokens did exist. The famous Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in the Star territory possessed one, but this Star Emperor token had been unsealed and no longer contained the divine technique of the great emperors, leaving behind only a trace of Emperor Pressure. If an Origin King Realm Master carried a Star Emperor token and comprehended the Emperor Pressure within it for many years, it would increase their chances of comprehending the Heavenly Way and Martial Tao. As such, he recognized the token in Yang Kai's hand at a glance and instantly felt uneasy. Not good. Luo Hai was shocked and exclaimed, "Brother Qihua, kill them quickly. We must not allow them to unseal the Star Emperor token." Qihua trembled as a trace of determination and ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence that transformed into a raging inferno that enveloped Yang Kai and Su Yan. Qihua was also a ruthless man and knew that indecisiveness would only lead to chaos, so he had overdrawn his blood essence as soon as he attacked in order to kill Yang Kai and Su Yan as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the Star Emperor token was unsealed, he would definitely not be their opponent. The legend of the great emperors was simply too terrifying, a myth that no one could break. At the same time as Qihua attacked, Luo Hai also took action, summoning a long sword-like artifact. This long sword surface shone like moonlight and exuded the aura of an Origin King-grade artifact. Luo Hai poured his Saint Qi into it, causing it to vibrate and tremble slightly before suddenly disappearing from sight. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in front of Yang Kai and stabbed straight towards his heart. Yang Kai just stood in place and sneered softly, ignoring this fatal threat as he madly poured his Saint Qi into the Star Emperor token in his hand. The world shook as if the end of the world was coming, and a desolate and terrifying aura suddenly descended. Chapter 1655. At this moment, all over Scarlet Wave Star, birds fell from the sky while beasts prostrated themselves in place, trembling in fear. Large and small cities, the headquarters of sects and families, trillions of people, all felt a kind of horror from the depths of their hearts. It was a kind of despair that made people feel as if they would die in the next moment. Regardless of their cultivation, regardless of age, trillions of people were all drenched in cold sweat. Some even fell to the ground and were unable to get up for a long time, all of their strength drained in an instant. Fortunately, this aura came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Otherwise, millions of people on Scarlet Wave Star would have died today. On Pure Ice Island, where the Ice Palace was located, above Yang Kai and Su Yan, a pair of closed eyes suddenly appeared. At the same time, around Yang Kai and Su Yan, a layer of energy invisible to the naked eye and divine sense enveloped them. Qihua's burning blood essence and Luo Hai's attack with his long sword artifact were all blocked by this layer of energy, unable to cause even the slightest ripple. Impossible! Luo Hai shouted in horror. With his second-order Origin King cultivation, he was unable to hurt Yang Kai even with the help of an artifact, and all of this was because of the appearance of a pair of closed eyes. This was something he could hardly accept. The existence of the great emperors was only a legend, and ordinary people worshipped them as gods, but among masters like Luo Hai, many had been working hard to find traces of the great emperors, trying to break the myths they had left behind, or even replace them. In their hearts, the great emperors were just slightly stronger cultivators, not invincible. Luo Hai also had such thoughts. He thought that the great emperors were just masters at the peak of the third-order origin king realm, and he felt that one day he would be able to stand side by side with the great emperors, or even step on them. But today, he finally understood that the great emperors were still unreachable to him. They had definitely surpassed the origin king realm, an unknown and terrifying realm. Luo Hai suddenly felt a sense of arrogance. That pair of tightly shut eyes showed signs of opening. Luo Li's complexion finally changed as she no longer dared to remain in place. Her tender body flickered, and like a frightened rabbit, she quickly flew away from the ice palace. The eyes in the void opened, revealing clear and flawless pupils that did not give off any sense of majesty. What surprised Luo Hai and Qi Hui, though, was that these eyes clearly belonged to a woman. Could it be that the legendary Great Empress of Star Field was actually a woman? This ridiculous thought emerged in the minds of the two Origin King Realm Masters, making them somewhat unable to believe their eyes. This pair of beautiful eyes simply stared at Luo Hai and Qi Hui coldly, without the slightest emotion, as if she was looking at two ants. Qi Hui let out a strange cry as he was sent flying backward. He spurted out a mouthful of blood in midair, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Luo, 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 Luo Hai and Luo. Luo Hai, Luo Hai, Luo Hai, Luo, 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 Luo Hai. Of Luo, 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 of Luo, of a Luo, of Luo, even the depths of Luo Hai's soul began to crack, a sign that his territory was about to collapse. It was as if that indifferent glance of her beautiful eyes contained an unimaginable supreme power that was impossible to resist. Luo Hai's face paled as some blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. His body staggered slightly, but his cultivation was much higher than Qi Hui's, so he still managed to stand his ground. Luo Hai's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment before disappearing, as if they had never appeared. At the same time, a thick emperor pressure radiated from Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies. This was a power that did not belong to this world, an existence that could not be looked up to, an aura that could make billions of living beings bow their heads. This was the might of the great emperors. Yang Kai laughed loudly, his laughter rolling like thunder. It seemed to contain some kind of bizarre concept that shook Luo Hai's knowledge sea, causing it to tumble and become unstable. After Qi Hui regained his footing, his face became even paler. The golden and white qi wrapped around Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies, the roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes resounding continuously. But compared to before, this yin and yang qi was completely different. Although the yin and yang qi just now was powerful enough to threaten an ordinary origin king, it was not enough for Luo Hai to put it in his eyes. Now, however, the strength of this golden and white qi had risen to a level that caused even Luo Hai to pale. It was as if the unsealed Star Emperor token was pouring some kind of power into Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies. Suddenly, the yin and yang qi completely merged, becoming indistinguishable from each other. In everyone's field of vision, they instantly lost track of Yang Kai and Su Yan, and all they could see was a hazy mass of light. Qi Hui, you die first. Yang Kai's cold shout came from the mass of light, and in the next moment, the mass of light flew towards Qi Hui. Qi Hui's face changed drastically as he cried out in horror, "Brother Luo Hai, save me." At the same time, he formed a series of seals with his hands as he desperately pushed his Saint Qi to form an impenetrable barrier in front of him. Layers upon layers of Saint Qi enveloped his body, while an Origin King-grade defensive artifact transformed into a mass of flames that wrapped around him. But all of this was futile. When the mass of light approached, the first thing to shatter was the Origin King-grade defensive artifact that had transformed into flames. This artifact, which could be regarded as the most powerful artifact in the entire star territory, was unable to resist the terrifying power of this mass of light and shattered upon contact. Within the ball of light, the silhouettes of a golden dragon and an ice phoenix could be vaguely seen. Their majestic and noble figures seemed to be dancing above the 9 heavens, creating a soul-stirring dance. The mass of light brushed past Qi Hui. Qi Hui stood in place, motionless, his eyes staring blankly into space, a look of horror still remaining on his face. This old master regrets. Before Qi Hui could finish his words, a dazzling light burst from his body, like a balloon that had been poked with countless holes. Light shot out from his pores, making him look like a luminous hedgehog. Asterisk Hong, asterisk with a loud bang, Qi Hui's body burst apart, turning into a bloody mist that scattered to the ground. High up in the sky, gasps rang out as the dozen or so Ice Heart Valley elders felt their lungs ache from the cold, all of them showing looks of horror. Qi Hua, a first-order origin king, was unable to resist a single blow from Yang Kai and Su Yan, who had used their Star Emperor tokens, and was instantly killed. Such combat power was something even a third-order origin king might not necessarily possess. Luo Li's tender body trembled as a trace of horror flashed across the depths of her beautiful eyes, but more than that, she was filled with regret. She could understand Qi Hua's mood just before he died, and she also knew what Qi Hua's last words meant. Qi Hua was filled with regret, but how could she not be? If she had known the situation would develop like this, how could she have turned a blind eye to today's events? If she had known things would turn out like this, she would have risked her life to protect Yang Kai and Su Yan. Luo Li let out a long sigh. Ice Heart Valley was doomed to never rise again. A heaven-sent opportunity had been placed right in front of her, but she had turned a blind eye to it and pushed it away. What was the point of feeling regret now? She could only hope that this young man would remember that Ice Heart Valley was Su Yan's master and would not attack Ice Heart Valley after solving the current problem. If he did, Ice Heart Valley would undoubtedly be destroyed today. Ha 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 ha. A burst of crazy laughter suddenly came from the side, causing Luo Li to frown and see Ran Yun Ting laughing towards the sky. However, the expression on her face and her laughter were filled with endless bitterness and regret. From the moment she decided to give up on Su Yan, from the moment Su Yan called her honored master for the last time, she was destined to spend the rest of her life in regret. Luo Hai, it's your turn. Yang Kai's voice came out from the mass of light again as a murderous intent enveloped Luo Hai. Luo Hai's face changed drastically as he found that he had still underestimated the terrifying power of the Star Emperor token. Qi Hua had been killed in a single blow in front of him, a feat even he could not accomplish. In other words, he was not this young man's opponent. Star Force, come. Luo Hai's expression changed several times before he gave up on compromising and suddenly shouted. He knew that even if he negotiated with Yang Kai, it would be useless. He knew too many of the latter's secrets, so it was impossible to negotiate. What's more, Yang Kai had used the Star Emperor token, so how could he give up without killing him? Instead of humiliating himself, it was better to fight desperately. Somewhere in the distant territory of the Star Emperor, Green Mountain's star flickered, and a massive amount of star's power crossed the barrier of space, shot towards Scarlet Wave's star, and poured into Luo Hai's body. Luo Hai's aura soared as his second-order origin king cultivation soared to the peak in a very short time, almost on par with a third-order master. Then, without looking back, he fled into the distance. Using the power of his star's source just to escape, he did not even have the courage to face Yang Kai and Su Yan head-on. You think you can run away? Yang Kai laughed as the mass of light flickered and space force surged, instantly arriving in front of Luo Hai. From this mass of light, a terrifying force burst forth and attacked Luo Hai head-on. Luo Hai was shocked and quickly flicked the Origin King-grade artifact in his hand, sending out a sword wave that seemed capable of cutting through the world. A silent collision occurred, causing space to collapse and the sword wave to be swallowed up. But the power from the mass of light forced Luo Hai back a few thousand meters as his face paled slightly. In just a single exchange, he had suffered a small loss. Stabilizing his figure, Luo Hai took advantage of the recoil to continue fleeing towards the star territory. The mass of light where Yang Kai and Su Yan were did not give up and flickered again before strangely reappearing in front of Luo Hai. Boy, don't go too far. Luo Hai coughed up blood in anger. Although he had long known that Yang Kai had cultivated the Tao of space, he had never imagined that he would be tormented by this power. A cultivator who had cultivated the Tao of space had a unique advantage in pursuit and escape. If not for this, he would have captured Yang Kai a year ago. How could he have given him a chance to escape to Scarlet Wave Star? Now you know you've gone too far? Why didn't you think of this when you chased me all over the star territory? It's useless to say anything more. Today is the day you die. A huge void crack suddenly formed, like the open maw of a beast, and bit towards Luo Hai, as if it wanted to swallow the sun and the moon. Luo Hai did not dare to meet this attack head-on, and could only desperately dodge while waiting for an opportunity to escape. Chapter 1656. On Pure Ice Island, countless people were trembling as the island's barriers and spirit arrays had long since been destroyed by the terrifying energy riot. Now, Pure Ice Island could be said to be completely defenseless. Luo Li's face fluctuated as she suddenly shouted, "Quick, tell everyone to take refuge in the underground chamber." Bing Long was stunned for a moment before quickly taking out her communication artifact and pouring her divine sense into it. A moment later, all Ice Heart Valley's disciples received the order and rushed into the underground chamber. Only Bing Long and the dozen or so elders were still standing beside Luo Li, staring at the divine light and the violent energy fluctuations in the sky in horror. With Luo Li's protection, they had the courage to stand here. Above the clouds, in a place where the naked eye could not see, two extremely terrifying auras were fighting. These were Yang Kai, Su Yan, and Luo Hai. Although the dozen or so elders could not see the situation clearly, from Luo Hai's panicked cries from time to time, they could still infer that Luo Hai was at a complete disadvantage. From time to time, blood that contained a huge amount of energy would sprinkle down from the clouds. Every drop of blood contained a terrifying power. It was round like a gem, and when it fell to the ground, it would smash a huge hole in the ground. This was the blood of an Origin King. "Supreme Elder," Bing Long called out in a trembling voice, "what is the situation now?" Luo Li's beautiful eyes were deep as she stared at the void and whispered, "I'm afraid Luo Hai won't make it." Everyone was horrified and could hardly believe their ears. Luo Hai was a second-order Origin King, and even if a third-order master took action personally, they might not be able to kill him. At his level of strength, even if he was no match for his opponent, he would still have the ability to escape and try to make a comeback. However, Luo Li had just given Luo Hai a poor evaluation. This meant that Luo Hai was very likely to die here today. Could it be that Yang Kai and Su Yan, with their dual bodies, could display even more terrifying combat power than a third-order Origin King? Was this the power of a Star Emperor token? Everyone was a little dazed for a moment. At that moment, Yang Kai's laughter rang out again, mixed with Luo Hai's exasperated curses. The entire sky was in chaos. The fluctuating space force caused the space around the battlefield to collapse. Huge space cracks swam about like the mouth of a beast that could devour everything. Crimson blood continued to sprinkle down onto the ice peaks of Pure Ice Island. This destructive energy caused many ice peaks to collapse, turning the entire Pure Ice Island into a mess. Bing Long and the others were deeply shocked. A battle of this level was not something they could touch. Even if they wanted to watch, they couldn't see it clearly, let alone feel the aftershocks and fluctuations of the battle. Only Luo Li could barely see something. However, as time passed and the territory in the sky became chaotic, even she was unable to observe the situation there. Luo Hai's curses had long since subsided, and it seemed that he no longer had the energy to do such a thing. However, his aura was clearly weakening. "Die!" Suddenly, Yang Kai's roar rang out from the void, accompanied by Luo Hai's scream of horror. A halo of light suddenly burst out, radiating in all directions. The ripples spread out fiercely into the distance. A large amount of blood fell from the sky like rain, along with some severed limbs and pieces of flesh. The aura belonging to Luo Hai was suddenly annihilated. Luo Li's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip as her tender body trembled uncontrollably. She was aware of what had just happened. The earth-shaking battle subsided at this moment, and the dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley didn't even dare to breathe, all of them staring at the void in horror. The chaotic sky showed signs of regaining its clarity, and the huge cracks began to close. Gradually, a golden and white light appeared in everyone's field of vision while Luo Hai had long since disappeared. There seemed to be a pair of eyes staring out from this ball of light, overlooking all around. This gaze was cold and ruthless, with a faint trace of scarlet. Everyone who met this gaze couldn't help shuddering. Luo Li couldn't help taking a deep breath as she gulped, her heart in her throat. However, what made her feel at ease was that the scarlet gaze from the ball of light quickly retracted, and a loud dragon roar and phoenix cry rang out as the ball of light flickered and suddenly disappeared. No one knew where it had gone. The dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley were unable to calm their emotions for a long time, none of them daring to speak, all of them pushing their divine senses to carefully investigate their surroundings. It wasn't until half a day later that the ball of light still hadn't appeared that they gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai didn't intend to kill them all, otherwise, today's Pure Ice Island would have become a bloodbath. Green Mountain Star, Star Lord Divine Palace. At the very center of the Star Lord Divine Palace, there was a huge square, and in the middle of the square stood a humanoid statue about 300 feet tall. At first glance, it was obvious that this statue was the work of a great master, as the carving was extremely lifelike and full of charm. The original form of this statue was Luo Hai himself. As the Star Master, Luo Hai naturally had such an honor, and this statue in Star Lord Divine Palace was a symbol of his status as Green Mountain Star's Star Master. Below the statue, there were many cultivators sitting cross-legged, seemingly comprehending something from the statue, each of them immersed in it. Suddenly, a crackling sound rang out, and this movement was immediately noticed. The several cultivators sitting at the front frowned, opened their eyes, and looked around, wanting to know where the sound came from. But no matter how they searched, they couldn't find anything suspicious. Just as they were about to close their eyes and continue meditating, another cracking sound rang out, this time even clearer than before. Finally noticing something, they looked up at the huge humanoid statue. At first glance, they couldn't help feeling stunned. Master Luo Hai's statue has a crack. What? Impossible. How could Master Luo Hai's statue have a crack? This statue is closely connected to the star source of the stars and Master Luo Hai's own aura. Now that a crack has appeared, could it be that Master Luo Hai is in danger? Nonsense. Master Luo Hai is Green Mountain Star's Star Lord. His strength is unfathomable. How could he be in danger? There really is a crack. The news was like a gust of wind, instantly sweeping through all the cultivators who were meditating here. The thousands of cultivators all raised their heads and looked at the crack that was gradually increasing in size. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. Everyone can rest assured, Master Luo Hai is connected to Green Mountain Star's destiny, so even if he encounters danger, he will definitely be able to turn it into a blessing and return safely. There is no need to panic. Yes, how could a character like Master Luo Hai fall so easily? There's no need to make a fuss, someone immediately chimed in, obviously worshipping Luo Hai to the extreme. But as soon as this person's voice fell, a crashing sound came from the huge humanoid statue. Immediately afterwards, the towering statue broke apart and shattered into pieces. Boulders fell from the sky and mercilessly smashed into the ground. The nearby cultivators were all dumbfounded, their eyes trembling as they hurriedly used their movement skills to flee. Hong long long. The statue collapsed, causing the square to shake violently and sending up a cloud of dust. At the same time, all of Green Mountain Star seemed to shake, and some of the stronger cultivators could clearly feel that the world energy aura of Green Mountain Star seemed to have weakened. Master Luo Hai fell? On the square, the thousands of cultivators with different cultivation bases immediately realized what had happened after a brief moment of silence and astonishment. This statue was closely connected to Luo Hai himself and the star source of Green Mountain Star, so the statue being destroyed was the only explanation. Luo Hai was dead. Everyone could hardly believe it. How could such a powerful cultivator like Luo Hai die? Who did it? Which bastard did it? If I find out, I'll tear him to pieces. Someone roared angrily, his face twisted. The one who killed Master Luo Hai is the public enemy of my Green Mountain Star. Everyone who sees him must kill him. Everyone must kill him. On the square, countless cultivators roared with righteous indignation. Luo Hai might have nothing to do with them, and perhaps they had never even seen his face, but Luo Hai was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. The fall of a Star Master would affect Green Mountain Star, and the loss of its Yuan Qi would not be restored in a short time unless another Origin King came to Green Mountain Star to refine its star source. In other words, the fall of Luo Hai had caused a certain degree of loss to all of Green Mountain Star. The one who killed Luo Hai naturally became their enemy. While the cultivator roared, many people's expressions changed as they took out communication artifacts and poured their divine senses into them, spreading this shocking news to their friends, family, and sect elders. A day later, everyone on Green Mountain Star knew that Star Master Luo Hai had fallen. A month later, this news spread throughout the entire Star Territory. The entire Star Territory was shaken. There were many different opinions about Luo Hai's death. Some said that it was one of the old monsters who had not appeared in the world who killed Luo Hai, while others said that Luo Hai had wandered into some dangerous place and failed to escape. As for how he died and who killed him, no one knew for the time being. However, this was undoubtedly explosive news. There were not many Origin Kings in the entire Star Territory, and the death of any one of them could cause a sensation. What's more, the one who died this time was the Star Master of Green Mountain's star, Luo Hai, a second-order origin king. The news quickly spread to Scarlet Wave's star, and Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder Luo Li ordered that no one on the island should reveal what happened that day, or else she would personally clean up the sect. To be honest, what happened that day was only known to the dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley. The ordinary cultivators had no idea what happened, only that a shocking battle broke out over Pure Ice Island. Who was fighting, who won, and who lost, none of them were able to tell. Chapter 1657. Pure Ice Island, inside the Ice Palace, the island's top leaders had gathered. Luo Li sat at the head of the table while Bing Long, Ran Yun Ting, and the other elders sat on either side. An elder was reporting on the restoration of the island's barriers and spirit arrays. The last shocking battle had almost destroyed all the barriers and spirit arrays on Pure Ice Island. During this time, the spirit arrays had been constantly being repaired and were finally completed today. However, the collapsed ice peaks could no longer be restored to their former glory. Fortunately, they had evacuated in advance, so there were no casualties, which was a rare piece of good news. Luo Li kept her eyes closed until the elder finished her report and gently nodded, but she did not speak. Bing Long glanced at her before turning to look at another person and asking, 13th Elder, is there any news of that person? Hearing this, 13th Elder Yu Xueqing shook her head sadly. No, we searched for him for a year without any news. If he hadn't taken the initiative to appear at that time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to find him. This time, if he wants to deliberately hide his whereabouts, we won't be able to find him. Huh. Bing Long sighed. There's no need to look for him. Luo Li suddenly opened her eyes and said lightly, Supreme Elder, if he doesn't want you to find him, what can you do? Moreover, after such a battle, he will definitely need to heal his wounds. Heal his wounds. Bing Long and the others raised their brow, looking a little surprised, but they quickly reacted. You mean, he used his forbidden strength, so he must pay a price, Luo Li said lightly. He's injured? Ran Yun Ting's eyes lit up as a look of eagerness appeared on her face. If that's the case, then shouldn't we? Before she could finish speaking, Luo Li suddenly glared at her coldly, causing Ran Yun Ting to fall silent, unable to say a word. It has not been easy for my Ice Heart Valley to survive until now. My lifelong wish is not to advance Ice Heart Valley further, but to preserve the foundation of our ancestors. Do you understand? Luo Li's beautiful eyes swept the crowd with endless majesty. Everyone was shocked as they understood the meaning of Luo Li's words and quickly got up and respectfully said, Understood. It's good that you understand. If you understand, don't cause trouble for Ice Heart Valley. Ran Yun Ting's face paled as she said in a trembling voice, Wrong. Luo Li nodded slightly, very satisfied with her attitude. Suddenly, she smiled and said, Tell the people looking for him to withdraw. He will come back. He's coming back. Some of the elders who did not know what was going on paled. The battle where Yang Kai killed Luo Hai that day had really frightened them, and when they thought that this person might return to Pure Ice Island again, they couldn't help feeling uneasy. Bing Long also seemed to know something and said with a smile, There is still one person left on Pure Ice Island, so he should naturally come back. Ran Yun Ting pondered for a moment before asking thoughtfully, Valley Master, are you talking about Qingya? Yes. Qingya and Su Yan joined Ice Heart Valley together, so their relationship is very close. Even if Yang Kai doesn't come back, Su Yan will definitely return. Then, do you want to talk to Qingya? Ran Yun Ting frowned. This queen went to see her a few days ago. Bing Long smiled bitterly. Oh, what was the result? Does she know the whereabouts of Yang Kai and Su Yan? Does she know Yang Kai's attitude towards my Ice Heart Valley? Ran Yun Ting asked. Although this queen went to see her, I was unable to meet with her, Bing Long said with an embarrassed look on her face. What's going on? The group of elders was extremely surprised. Yang Kai left a stone mongoose puppet to protect her. When this queen tried to approach, she was beaten back by that stone mongoose puppet, Bing Long explained with a trace of lingering fear in her eyes. Bing Long explained with a wry smile, a look of lingering fear on her face. If Qingya hadn't stopped it in time, this queen might have been injured. That stone mongoose puppet is so powerful? Ran Yun Ting's face changed drastically. She had seen the stone mongoose puppet before. When she had ordered Bing Dai to kill Qingya, it had been the stone mongoose puppet that had protected her, But at that time, all her attention had been on Yang Kai and Su Yan, so she hadn't paid much attention to this strange creature. Now that Bing Long mentioned it, she realized just how extraordinary the stone mongoose puppet was. In a head-on confrontation, I am definitely not its opponent, Bing Long said solemnly. A series of gasps rang out. Bing Long was Ice Heart Valley's #1 Origin Returning Realm Master, one of the top masters on Scarlet Wave Star, but even she was not its opponent. Didn't this mean the stone mongoose puppet had strength close to the Origin King realm? What kind of existence was it? Everyone turned their eyes to Luo Li, expecting her to explain. Don't look at me like that. I don't know the origin of that stone mongoose puppet. Perhaps it is a puppet that has survived from ancient times, or perhaps it is some kind of strange creature. Even Supreme Elder doesn't know. Everyone was shocked. In their understanding, Supreme Elder was almost omnipotent, but today, that understanding was shattered. And the root of all this was Yang Kai. That girl named Qinya is still grateful to Ice Heart Valley. Otherwise, she would not have prevented the stone mongoose puppet from attacking Bing Long. Don't disturb her. Just order people to take good care of her. Yang Kai and Su Yan will come here again and take her away. Yes. Bing Long nodded respectfully. Next time he comes, make sure you don't act rudely. Luo Li left these words before suddenly disappearing. All the elders looked at each other before dispersing, leaving only Ran Yun Ting behind, a look of endless regret on her face. Inside the sealed world bead, in the loft where Xia Ning Chong had lived before, Yang Kai and Su Yan sat cross-legged opposite each other, their palms pressed together. The Saint Qi in the two's bodies blended together, and an inexplicable aura filled the air around them. Both of their faces were slightly pale. The battle with Luo Hai seemed simple and easy, but in order to use such terrifying strength, both Yang Kai and Su Yan had paid a huge price. As such, after the battle, Yang Kai immediately left Ice Heart Valley, not even bothering with Qinya, to find a place to heal in peace. To some extent, Luo Li's vision was quite sharp. Fortunately, this time he had used the Star Emperor token with Su Yan, so even though the price he had to pay was huge, it was not unbearable for the two of them. Yang Kai felt quite lucky. If Su Yan had not shared the burden with him at that time, and he had instead used the Star Emperor token alone, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The pressure of the great emperors was not something he could bear. Around the two of them were a number of Saint Crystal sources, and beside them were several empty jade bottles filled with pills that had long since been consumed. Pure energy poured into the two's bodies, healing their injuries and latent dangers. As time passed, the two's complexions gradually regained their rosy color, and their auras gradually stabilized. One day, Yang Kai let out a long breath and opened his eyes. What greeted him was Su Yan's beautiful eyes. The two looked at each other and smiled. After more than 3 months of healing, their injuries had finally healed. "Junior brother, did you break through?" Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of surprise. It seems so. Yang Kai finally noticed the changes in his body. Before the battle with Luo Hai, he had been at the peak of the Second-Order Origin Returning Realm. But after this battle, he had now broken through to the Third Order. Even he had not noticed when he had broken through. It may have been because the amount of energy the great emperors had poured into his body was so great that he had silently broken through his bottleneck. Moreover, his current realm was extremely stable, so there was no need for Yang Kai to expend any more effort. "You too." Yang Kai glanced over at Su Yan and was surprised to find that her cultivation was the same as his own Third-Order Origin realm. Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled. All the light in the world seemed to gather on Su Yan's body, making her look incomparably beautiful. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before reaching out and holding Su Yan's small hand, his heart rippling. "Su Yan." Su Yan's face blushed as she naturally realized what he was thinking and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Honored master, and the others are waiting outside." Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate and was surprised to find that his acquaintances and friends had long since heard the news and were waiting outside. Almost all the masters from the 3 clans had gathered in front of the loft, but no one spoke, all of them simply standing there and waiting quietly. Yang Kai scratched his head and gritted his teeth. "In any case, we've already waited for so long. There's no need to rush." Saying so, he transformed into his wolf form and pushed Su Yan to the ground. The door of the loft opened and Yang Kai and Su Yan appeared in front of Ling Tai-su and the others. Everyone hurriedly stepped forward and inquired about the situation. Xia Ningchang's beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealable anxiety and concern. When Yang Kai and Su Yan suddenly appeared in the sealed world bead, their auras were weak, as if they had suffered heavy injuries. Xia Ningchang was naturally shocked and quickly arranged for them to treat their injuries while at the same time spreading the news. It was not until today, 3 months later, that the two of them finally appeared. Yang Kai, are you all right? Ling Tai Su was the first to ask. Thank you for your concern, Grand Master, but I'm fine now. Smelly brat, I was so worried about you. Fourth Master Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to say that he was so worried about him, but he seemed to feel that it was a bit embarrassing, so he quickly pushed Dong Suju out to take the blame. Dong Suju stood next to Fourth Master Yang, biting her red lips tightly. Her nose twitched slightly, and large drops of tears welled up in her eyes. She looked like she wanted to cry, but she forced herself not to make a sound. Mother, don't worry, I'm fine. Yang Kai grinned and patted himself, as if he was very strong. This time, Dong Suju's suppressed emotions finally broke out, and she burst into tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many masters from the human, demon, and monster clans present, she probably would have rushed up and hugged her precious son in her arms and doted on him. Smelly brat. Fourth Master Yang was about to die from anger, and he glared at Yang Kai. What are you yelling for? What are you yelling for? Dong Suju pounded Fourth Master Yang's iron-like body with her small fists. Why are you yelling at my son? Fourth Master Yang's face darkened. He thought to himself, your son is my son, isn't it? I won't lose anything by yelling at him. What a mess. Feeling extremely depressed in my heart, I could only stand in place obediently and let Dong Suju pummel me as she pleased, not moving an inch. Chapter 1658. Meeting with his family and friends, he could feel their care and concern. Yang Kai felt warm inside and out. He suddenly realized that his decision to return to Tongxian realm and bring these people out was a wise one. Green trees had roots and flowing water had a source. These people from Tongxian realm were Yang Kai's roots and Yang Kai's source. A tree without roots and water without a source was destined to not last long. Inside the sealed world bead, in order to celebrate Su Yan's return, the three clans held a grand banquet, creating a lively atmosphere. Toasts were exchanged and toasts were exchanged. Regardless of cultivation, age, or high, everyone was a part of the festivities. Yang Kai was directly downed by the masters of the three clans and woke up with a splitting headache. Later, Yang Kai accompanied his parents for 2 more days to fulfill his filial piety before hurriedly leaving the sealed world bead. Before leaving, Yang Kai taught Su Yan the monster transformation secret art. Now that Su Yan had obtained the Ice Phoenix source, she could also use the monster transformation secret art to develop the source strength in her body and strengthen herself. The 10,000-year ice jade pedestal was also left behind. This supreme treasure was originally used to store the sun's true essence, but now it was useless in Yang Kai's hands. But for Su Yan, it was an extremely powerful auxiliary treasure. With the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, Su Yan's speed would increase by at least 30%. After arranging everything, Yang Kai set off in the direction of Ice Heart Valley again. Pure Ice Island was peaceful. They seemed to have recovered from the aftermath of the shocking battle a few days ago. Those who had to go into seclusion were in seclusion. The days were calm and tranquil. On the outer island, at the foot of an ice peak, a woman in a white dress was cleaning the ice path when suddenly a gust of wind blew past her. The woman could not help shivering as an inexplicable feeling of panic rose in her heart. She raised her head suspiciously and looked around, but found nothing. Feeling a little puzzled, she thought for a while before shaking her head and continuing to clean the ice path. In front of an ice peak not far from this woman, a figure strangely appeared. His footsteps did not stop as he delicately walked towards an ice room. After a short while, he arrived in front of the ice room. Looking at the restriction array in front of him, he smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to point at the void in front of him. A layer of ripples spread out, and the restrictions were broken. He directly walked in. Within the ice room, Chinya was currently sitting cross-legged on the floor with her hands supporting her cheeks. She was currently looking at the stone mongoose. She seemed to be very interested in the stone mongoose. Yang Kai and Su Yan had killed 2 origin kings in a row with shocking means and immediately retreated after the battle, not caring about her. Regarding this, Qingye had no complaints. She vaguely guessed that Yang Kai and Su Yan might have been injured, so she did not linger. Besides, even though Yang Kai had left, he had left behind this strange stone mongoose to protect her. Qingye naturally wouldn't have any complaints. She also knew that Yang Kai and Su Yan would definitely return to Ice Heart Valley to take her away. Over the past few days, Qingye had been in seclusion, waiting patiently in the ice room. Whenever she felt bored, she would stare at the stone mongoose like this. She found that although the stone puppet had sentience, unfortunately, no matter what she said, it would not respond to her and would only follow her closely. "Little guy, when do you think Yang Kai and Su Yan will come?" Qingye sighed. Once she was proud of Ice Heart Valley, but after what happened last time, she couldn't wait to leave this place, to leave this sect that had made her sad and almost killed her. Why don't you say something?" Qingye stretched out her hand and flicked the stone mongoose's forehead. Although her finger hurt, the stone mongoose blinked its eyes blankly. Qingye was amused by its appearance and couldn't help giggling. "You're in a good mood," suddenly a voice called out. Qingye's face changed drastically, and she instinctively circulated her Saint Qi. But when she realized who this voice belonged to, she immediately turned around in pleasant surprise. A young man stood there with a bright smile on his face, as if he was a ray of sunshine that dispelled the cold and darkness in the ice room. The stone mongoose's two beady eyes also flashed an amazing light as it crawled over to the young man's side, stretched out its thick fingers, and pointed to itself before pointing to Qingye, as if it wanted to say something but couldn't. "Got it, you've done a great job guarding this place, so you should be praised." The young man patted the stone mongoose's head. The stone mongoose's small eyes narrowed, obviously enjoying this praise. "Yang Kai," Qingye whispered, her face immediately turning red. It seemed that he had seen her talking to herself just now, which made Qingye feel a little embarrassed. But soon, Qingye adjusted her expression and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Yang Kai shook his head. "If I wasn't, I wouldn't have appeared here." "That's good. Where's Su Yan?" Qingye's face changed as she didn't see Su Yan anywhere and subconsciously thought something bad had happened. "Su Yan is in a very safe place." Yang Kai motioned her not to be nervous. "I came here to take you away. Are you ready?" Qingye took a deep breath and nodded seriously. "I've been ready for a long time." "Then let's go." Yang Kai tilted his head before suddenly frowning, stroking his chin with his hand as he smiled faintly. "Oh, I was discovered." At that moment, a cold voice echoed in the ice room. "Young man Yang, since you've come here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? If you have time, why don't you come to Pure Ice Peak?" "Supreme Elder." Qingye's beautiful face paled as she exclaimed. She recognized that this voice belonged to Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder. Luo Li. Yang Kai cast a reassuring look at her before turning his gaze towards a certain spot in the void, a subtle grin appearing on his face as he said loudly, "Senior's hospitality, this junior will accept. Then this queen will wait for you at Pure Ice Peak." Luo Li's voice fell, and the divine sense in the void disappeared. "Let's go." Yang Kai beckoned to Qingye. "Yang Kai." Qingye's face was full of worry. "Don't worry, she has no malicious intent," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Hearing what he said, Qingye was completely relieved and quickly followed Yang Kai out. Arriving in front of the ice room, Qingye couldn't help calling out in surprise as she found that there were more than a dozen people standing in front of it, from the Valley Master to the various great elders. She didn't know when they had all gathered here, but they seemed to be waiting for Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai appear, everyone's expression couldn't help becoming solemn. Yang Kai's expression, however, remained unchanged as he stepped forward to greet them. "Young Master Yang." Bing Long gently nodded to Yang Kai as a greeting, but the way she addressed Yang Kai had changed. It was obvious that the shocking battle that day had had a huge impact on her heart. "Senior Bing Long." Yang Kai cupped his fists. "This mistress wouldn't dare." Bing Long quickly waved her hand. "If young Master Yang doesn't mind, just call this mistress Bing Long." It was obvious that Bing Long was relieved. Before coming here, she was really worried that Yang Kai wouldn't give her any face or speak rudely, so she had mentally prepared herself to endure this humiliation. But Yang Kai's attitude was as amiable as the wind, making her feel like she was measuring the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. For a moment, she couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. It seemed that he really didn't have any hostility towards Ice Heart Valley, causing Bing Long to feel like a big stone had been lifted from her heart. "Then I'll have to trouble Valley Master Bing to lead the way," Yang Kai nodded. This way, please. Bing Long stepped aside and made way. Yang Kai stepped forward. In the crowd, Ran Yun Ting's expression changed several times before she finally couldn't hold back and asked, "What about Su Yan? Where is she? What is her situation?" Yang Kai stopped, turned around, and glanced at Ran Yun Ting faintly. The hearts of the dozen or so elders immediately rose to their throats, and even Bing Long wore a nervous look as she kept winking at Ran Yun Ting. Ran Yun Ting turned a deaf ear to this and met Yang Kai's eyes with a bitter smile. "I'm not qualified to be her honored master. But right now, I just want to know if Su Yan is safe." "She's safe. Thank you for your concern." Yang Kai responded faintly. "As long as she's safe." Ran Yun Ting breathed a sigh of relief. "From now on, Su Yan has nothing to do with Ice Heart Valley," Yang Kai said before continuing forward. Ran Yun Ting's body trembled as the bitterness on her face deepened. Most of the dozen or so elders also sighed and slowly shook their heads, their expressions dim. Pure Ice Peak was the central ice peak of Pure Ice Island. It wasn't the tallest or most majestic ice peak, but it had the richest world energy aura. Ice Heart Valley's supreme elder Luo Li cultivated on Pure Ice Peak. It was rumored that there was an eternal cold pond on Pure Ice Peak which overflowed with ice chi that had a great effect on ice attribute cultivators. When the group arrived at the foot of Pure Ice Peak, Bing Long and the others stopped and said, "This is Pure Ice Peak. Supreme Elder is waiting for you at the summit. Young Master Yang, please." Without the Supreme Elder's summons, no one was allowed to enter Pure Ice Peak, so Bing Long and the others could only wait below. Yang Kai nodded before turning back to Qingya and saying, "Wait for me here for a while." "All right," Qingya nodded. Yang Kai then walked up the white jade-like steps. Along the way, a cold wind blew, and the ice chi domain that filled the air was enough to freeze space itself. Yang Kai, however, was not affected in the slightest, and as he walked forward, he was still in the mood to take in the scenery around him. After a quarter of an hour, Yang Kai arrived at the top of the peak. As far as the eye could see, the peak of the mountain could be seen in a single glance. It was extremely simple and crude, and there weren't any bejeweled buildings as one would expect. There was only a thatched hut covered in snow at a certain location on the peak, and it was leaking in all directions. Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder Bing Long was sitting cross-legged in this thatched hut. In front of her was a stone table on which a teapot was simmering and white steam was rising from it. There seemed to be some kind of energy surrounding the hut that was isolating it from the cold wind. When Yang Kai arrived, the tea had just finished pouring. Luo Li opened her eyes and looked at Yang Kai, smiled slightly, and gestured, "Young man, please sit." Yang Kai cupped his fists and nodded. "Junior will accept." Saying so, he walked straight into the hut and sat down cross-legged opposite Luo Li. Chapter 1659. Seeing his calm appearance, Luo Li nodded secretly before reaching out and pouring a cup of tea for Yang Kai, saying, "Try this Queen's Snow Peak Stamen." The clear tea trickled out, and a delicate fragrance wafted towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang's expression changed. Lifting the teacup to his nose, he sniffed it a few times, his face revealing an intoxicated expression. Soon after, he tilted his head back and drank the entire cup of tea. Even a leaf was bitten into his mouth, constantly chewing on it. Luo Li was slightly startled but immediately smiled and said, "Young man Yang, it seems you haven't dabbled much in the way of tea." "I haven't studied it." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "I've been so busy these past few years that I haven't had the time or inclination to study such things." "That's only natural. Young man is so young, yet already possesses such a shocking cultivation. Naturally, you're a hard-working person. Senior is too kind, but although this junior doesn't dabble much in the way of tea, he can still taste that this tea has the effect of purifying one's mind and suppressing one's desires. Senior giving me this tea as soon as you arrived. What are you worried about?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. Luo Li sighed faintly. "Young man Yang, why ask a question you already know the answer to?" Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he said, "Little brat, I won't beat around the bush." Ice Heart Valley's attitude and actions really made me angry. For a moment, I even wanted to destroy Ice Heart Valley. Luo Li's expression remained unchanged as she stared quietly at Yang Kai, waiting for him to continue. But now that I think about it, it was just a hot-blooded impulse at the time. In fact, there was no need to do so. Moreover, even if I really wanted to do so, Su Yan would not have agreed. Hearing Yang Kai mention Su Yen, a trace of sadness flashed across Luo Li's face. Su Yen is a good child. I have taught her several times, and her comprehension, aptitude, and temperament are all excellent. If not for today's incident, Su Yen would have become the pillar of my Ice Heart Valley and led it to a new height of glory. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Yang Kai smiled coldly. This time, it was Ice Heart Valley's fault, and it was Luo Li's fault. Young man, Master Yang, for being magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones. Luo Li sincerely thanks you. Saying so, Luo Li got up and bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, but his expression eased as he thought for a moment and said, Senior is too serious. Senior is an Origin King Realm Master, while this Junior is just a third-order Origin returning Realm Cultivator. Senior is too polite. Luo Li shook her head. I would rather bully the old than bully the young. I am old, but the young man still has a bright future ahead of him. Although I am a little short-sighted, I know that the young man's future will be bright. Yang Kai laughed. Thank you for your kind words, Senior. After laughing for a moment, Yang Kai said solemnly, Since Senior wishes to be so frank, this Junior will tell Senior the truth. From now on, Su Yen and Qingya are no longer part of Ice Heart Valley, and I will no longer pursue all of Ice Heart Valley's previous actions. A faint sadness flashed across Luo Li's face as she nodded lightly. Good. It is my Ice Heart Valley's fault for not having the blessings and opportunities. It's good that Senior thinks so. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Luo Li was quite easy to talk to. Although Yang Kai had come here mainly to take Qingyu away, he also intended to meet with Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder and draw a clear line between Su Yen and Ice Heart Valley. After all, Ice Heart Valley had raised and taught Su Yen and Qingya for more than 30 years, so their contributions were enormous. Although their actions at the last moment had made Yang Kai extremely angry and disappointed, there were still some things that needed to be said clearly. Good. Now that we've finished discussing our private matters, let's talk business. Yang Kai's expression changed as he looked at Luo Li with a grin, as if he was a scheming businessman who was about to make a profit. Luo Li was stunned. Business? What business? Even with her intelligence, she was unable to keep up with Yang Kai's sudden change in mindset. Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley have been fighting on Scarlet Wave Star for thousands of years, and there is an indelible blood feud between them. Countless people from Ice Heart Valley have died at the hands of Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivator. Now that Brilliant Flame Sect's Supreme Elder Qi Hua has been killed by me. Does Senior not have any thoughts on this matter? Yang Kai looked at Luo Li with a smile and said slowly, for example, cutting the weeds and pulling up the roots to prevent future trouble. Luo Li's face changed as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. This young man is quite ruthless. If one isn't ruthless, they won't be able to stand firm, Yang Kai sneered. Luo Li's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly. This sentence is quite amusing. It seems this queen has underestimated this young man. Then what does Senior mean? I won't hide it from young man. This queen has long had such an idea. With Qi Hua dead, Brilliant Flame Sect is like a headless dragon. This is indeed a good opportunity to resolve the 10,000 years of grievance between our two sects. But this queen is powerless. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before gently nodding. Is Senior referring to the hidden injuries and hidden dangers to her soul? Young man's vision is quite sharp. Luo Li did not deny it. The hidden injuries in her body were caused by a mistake in her cultivation last time. As for the hidden dangers to her soul, they were left behind when she decided to give up on Su Yen. The latter made the former situation even worse, which was why Luo Li had been biding her time. Otherwise, according to the grievances between the two sects, Luo Li would have gone to Brilliant Flame Mountain Range and uprooted Brilliant Flame Sect as early as the day Qi Hua was beheaded. Even so, with Senior's means, is there really no way to deal with Brilliant Flame Sect? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Young man must be joking. Luo Li shook her head and laughed. Luo Li laughed and shook her head. If this queen was at her peak, she may have had a 70% chance of breaking through Brilliant Flame Sect's mountain defending array, but in the current situation, it will be difficult. Although Brilliant Flame Sect does not have an Origin King Realm Master, there are still many peak Origin returning Realm Masters in the sect. With their mountain defending array, they may be able to trap this queen. It seems I underestimated Brilliant Flame Sect. Yang Kai stroked his chin as a dignified look appeared on his face. After all, this was a huge sect with 10,000 years of inheritance, so it should have some kind of heritage. However, what if I can restore Senior to her peak, remove all the hidden injuries and hidden dangers, and with my assistance? Yongkai suddenly smiled strangely. What? Luo Li was startled and frowned. You mean you can restore me to my peak? But with my injuries, ordinary pills are useless. Only Origin King grade spirit pills will have an effect, and they must be specific Origin King grade spirit pills. Saying so, Luo Li seemed to realize something, and her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "Could it be that this young man is also an Origin King grade alchemist?" Yongkai smiled but did not say anything, appearing enigmatic as he said, "Whether or not that is the case, Senior should wait and see. And I need these materials, and with Ice Heart Valley's heritage, they should be able to provide them. Senior, please listen carefully." Yongkai listed a list of herbs, all of which were Origin King grade. Luo Li was completely dumbfounded. While memorizing these names carefully, she stared at Yongkai with a strange look, her tender body trembling uncontrollably. All signs indicated that this young man really was an Origin King grade alchemist, and at the very least, he had an Origin King grade alchemist behind him. Otherwise, why would he need so many herbs? Luo Li's heart was filled with stormy waves that she was unable to calm down for a long time. Origin King grade alchemists were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the entire star field, the number of which could be counted on one hand. All of these alchemists were famous existences, and even a peak third-order Origin King would have to treat them with respect, not daring to show the slightest neglect. They were the true nobles of star territory. If this young man in front of her was really an Origin King grade alchemist, Ice Heart Valley's loss this time would be huge. At the thought of this, Luo Li's vision darkened and she almost fainted. Fortunately, her mental fortitude was quite good, so she managed to suppress the shock in her heart and maintain her consciousness. These materials shouldn't be difficult to find, right? Yongkai looked at Luo Li. I'll send someone to the storehouse to check. The materials that young hero mentioned should be in stock in the storehouse. Good, and I also need a secret room. This queen will arrange it. Luo Li nodded immediately. Good, in 3 days, I will come back here again. Senior, please wait and see. Yongkai stood up. Young man Yang. Luo Li also got up and called out. Is there something else, Senior? I want to ask, why did you deliberately try to destroy Brilliant Flame Sect? Although Wei Feng insulted Su Yan, he is already dead. Besides that, Brilliant Flame Sect doesn't seem to have provoked young man, right? You can't be doing all this to help our Ice Heart Valley. Who said they didn't provoke me? Yongkai snorted. They have provoked me several times, but of course, that is not the main reason. I want to deal with Brilliant Flame Sect because I want their Heavenly Thunder Fire. Luo Li's face changed as she whispered. Young man's appetite is quite big. The Heavenly Thunder Fire is the foundation of Brilliant Flame Sect and is rumored to have gained sentience. The reason why this queen does not dare to intrude into Brilliant Flame Sect is because of this Heavenly Thunder Fire. Is that so? That's great, for Senior to be so wary of this Heavenly Thunder Fire. It seems to be quite extraordinary. I must obtain it. Yongkai laughed happily. You. Luo Li stared at Yongkai in amazement, thinking that this person was really a madman. Even she was afraid of the Heavenly Thunder Fire, yet he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. What kind of confidence did he have? Hopefully, he isn't someone with high ambitions. Luo Li prayed secretly in her heart. Her expression changed a few times as Luo Li seemed to have made a major decision and said again, Young man Yang, if there is a chance, can you let Su Yan come see this queen again? This queen has something to discuss with her. Kai Yang looked at her seriously. After a while, he nodded and said, Good, I'll have Su Yan come to see you tonight. I'll take my leave now. Many thanks, young man. Luo Li nodded gently. Yongkai descended Pure Ice Peak and Qinya, who had been waiting for him at the foot of the peak, couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief when she saw him return safely. Bing Long apparently received a message from Luo Li and immediately greeted him. Young Master Yang, please come with me. Many thanks. A short time later, Yongkai was arranged to stay in a loft on the inner island, and the herbs he had requested before were gathered in just half an hour and delivered to him by Bing Long. Chapter 1660. Su Yan was released from the sealed world bead by Yongkai and went to Pure Ice Peak alone. Although Yongkai did not know why Luo Li wanted to see Su Yan, he could feel that this woman had no malice towards her. He even faintly felt that this was an opportunity for Su Yan. Su Yan's strange appearance shocked the Ice Heart Valley elder, who had been guarding outside the loft. She had not seen Su Yan enter the loft at all, but the other party had walked out from inside. For a moment, she could not figure out what was going on. Yang Kai remained inside the loft and began to perform alchemy. Origin King grade spirit pills were not something that could be refined at will. According to Yang Kai's understanding of the true alchemic way, if one wanted to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, they needed an excellent pill spirit. Only when a pill spirit had a spirit could the pill refined be called a spirit pill. Yang Kai defined a pill spirit as a high-quality monster beast monster core. A monster beast monster core contained the essence of a monster beast, so naturally, it had a high level of spirit and met the requirements. Yang Kai did not have a 10th order monster beast monster core, nor did Ice Heart Valley, but Ice Heart Valley had a lot of peak 9th order monster beast monster cores. Among the materials they had provided before this, there was one. For the next 3 days, Yang Kai remained in retreat. From time to time, some strange sounds and movements would come from the loft, followed by a rich fragrance. Bing Long and the others, who had already heard some news from Luo Li, were dumbfounded as they stood guard outside the loft, their jaws dropping in shock. Yang Kai turned out to be an excellent alchemist. Although they did not know if he could refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, this alone was enough to show that his attainments in the alchemic Tao were not shallow. But how was this possible? Yang Kai did not look very old, and his cultivation being able to reach the 3rd order origin returning realm was already incredible enough. So how could he have the extra energy to study the alchemic Tao? What's more, he had walked so far down this path. Only now did Bing Long and the others realize what kind of terrifying existence Yang Kai was. Their gazes towards the attic gradually became reverent. As time passed, the abnormal movements coming from the loft became more and more obvious. Thousands of rays of light faintly flowed out, and the fragrance of pills floating in the air became more and more rich. When the fragrance entered everyone's nose, it made everyone feel refreshed and comfortable. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The door to the loft opened by itself. Yang Kai's voice came from inside. "Senior Ice Dragon, please come in and talk." Bing Long's expression turned serious as she hurried forward. Not long after he entered the loft, he came out again with a nervous yet excited expression. "Valley Master, what's the situation?" Great Elder Ran Yun Ting and the others eagerly watched. They had also received news that Yang Kai had been refining pills for the Great Elder these past few days. Naturally, they couldn't wait to know the results. Bing Long did not speak, simply revealing a white jade bottle in her hand before putting it back into her space ring and rushing towards Pure Ice Peak at an extremely fast speed. Did he really succeed? Ran Yun Ting's face went pale as she muttered to herself. The other elders looked at Bing Long's departing figure before turning to look at Ran Yun Ting, a few of them sighing slightly as a trace of blame flashed across their eyes. They all knew that if they were in Ran Yun Ting's position, when Chihua and Luo Hai arrived at Ice Heart Valley, they might have made the same choice to abandon Su Yan and save the sect. However, Yang Kai's bizarre performance and great potential still made them regret it. If they had not done so at that time, and instead risked their lives to protect Su Yan, how much better would it have been? That way, they could have established a relationship with Yang Kai. An Origin King grade alchemist, how noble was that? Inside the loft, Yang Kai closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Refining the Origin King grade spirit pill this time had given him some insights, and Luo Li also needed some time to refine the medicinal efficacies of the pill to heal her injuries and repair her mental trauma, so Yang Kai could rest assured and boldly meditate. When Luo Li recovered from her injuries, it would be time to launch a large-scale attack on Brilliant Flame Sect. Part of the reason why Yang Kai wanted to destroy Brilliant Flame Sect was because of the Heavenly Thunder Fire. The masters he had met before from Brilliant Flame Sect had all used the Heavenly Thunder Fire secret technique, and this Heavenly Thunder Fire had a great effect on the Firebird artifact spirit. The other reason was naturally because they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Yang Kai himself had several frictions and grievances with this sect, so his impression of them was quite bad. A day later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. In order to improve his alchemic Tao, he really needed to practice more. Refining an Origin King grade spirit pill had allowed him to accumulate a lot of experience, and if he had enough materials to practice regularly, Yang Kai felt that his alchemy skills would improve exponentially. Feeling someone cast their gaze over, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Qinya looking like she wanted to say something but was hesitating. "Senior sister Qinya, if you have something to say, just say it." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Do you also want me to help you refine some kind of spirit pill?" No, no, no. Qinya quickly waved her hand, hesitating for a while before finally saying, "It's about Qian Hao." Qian Hao. Yang Kai nodded. He was one of Ice Sect's elders and Qian Yu's older brother. Back then, he had come to Scarlet Wave Star with Qinya and Su Yen, but because of his different surname, he was unable to enter Ice Heart Valley. Fortunately, Ran Yunting arranged for him to join one of Ice Heart Valley's subordinate sects, and from what Yang Kai heard, he had been living quite well these past few years. "You want him to leave that sect?" Yang Kai immediately understood what Qinya meant. Now that Su Yen and I are no longer members of Ice Heart Valley, if Qian Hao still stays in that sect, he will inevitably be despised. Also, since we have all reunited now, there is no reason for Qian Hao to be left alone. So I want him to come back. That's easy, Yang Kai smiled lightly, releasing his divine sense to send a few words to someone. After a short while, he turned to Qinya with a smile and said, "Qian Hao will come here tomorrow, and when the time comes, your Ice Sect disciples will be reunited." "Thank you," Qinya said emotionally. In the past, Ice Sect was one of the largest forces in Tongxian realm. Although there weren't many members of the sect and its reputation wasn't prominent, any master with even a little bit of influence knew of its existence. As such, Ice Sect was able to remain in a remote corner of Tongxian realm. But now there were only 4 people left in Ice Sect. Looking back on the past, Qinya cherished the present even more. Su Yen has found a good man. Qinya looked at Yang Kai with a gratified smile on her face. Ice Heart Valley's efficiency was extremely high, and the next day, Qian Hao really came to Pure Ice Island. After seeing Qinya, he felt a sense of familiarity and asked about her well-being, but after seeing Yang Kai, he was dumbfounded, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. After rubbing his eyes a few times, Qian Hao confirmed that Yang Kai had really appeared in front of him and was not an illusion. "Good, now that you've reunited after such a long time, you should have a lot to talk about. Relax, I'll send you to a place where someone is waiting for you." Yang Kai smiled lightly and said to Qinya and Qian Hao. The two of them didn't ask too much and immediately relaxed. Yang Kai opened his hand, and an invisible force enveloped the two of them. In the next moment, Qinya and Qian Hao disappeared and reappeared inside the sealed world bead. When the brother and sister met, Qian Hao and Qian Yu wept with joy 10 days later. Yang Kai suddenly received a message from Luo Li and immediately left the loft to go to Pure Ice Peak. Luo Li's voice was much better than before, probably due to the effect of the Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. Yang Kai didn't know why she wanted him to go to Pure Ice Peak this time, but he vaguely guessed it was related to Su Yen. Since that day, Su Yen had entered Pure Ice Peak. She had not appeared again. Yang Kai wasn't worried though, because from what he could sense, Su Yen was safe. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the top of Pure Ice Peak. The peak was as simple and crude as ever, with the exception of a small thatched hut. Luo Li was sitting cross-legged inside the hut, her aura stable, and even her complexion rosy. Her injuries had obviously healed. "You're here?" Luo Li motioned to Yang Kai to sit down and talk. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before frowning. "Where's Su Yen?" He didn't see any trace of Su Yen here. Young man and Su Yen seemed to have a kind of mysterious telepathy. "Can't you tell where she is?" Luo Li smiled but didn't answer. "Is she testing me?" Yang Kai's brow curled slightly as he immediately cast his eyes towards a cold pond not far away. The cold pond was only about 5 feet square. The water in the pond was so clear that it was impossible to tell how deep it was. Above the cold pond, white smoke rose in spirals. The white smoke contained the purest ice energy. Yang Kai subconsciously released his divine sense, but soon let out a light sigh as his expression became dignified, not daring to act rashly. The last time he came here, he had noticed this cold pond, but at that time, he hadn't been able to observe it too carefully. This time, after using his divine sense to investigate it, Yang Kai was a little surprised. This cold pond actually contained some of the power of his territory. When Yang Kai tried to probe it with his divine sense, he was unable to extend it too far and was instead directly blocked and frozen. Because of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was comparable to a true origin king's. What was the origin of this cold pond? How could it possess such power? At the same time, Yang Kai could clearly feel that Su Yan was somewhere deep within the frozen pond. This is my Ice Heart Valley's Heavenly Blessings frozen pond. Luo Li saw the confusion on Yang Kai's face and took the initiative to explain. Along with Brilliant Flame Sec's Heavenly Thunder Fire, it is one of Scarlet Wave Star's 2 divine tombs. Once one enters this Heavenly Blessings frozen pond, one's fortune will defy the heavens. What kind of miraculous effect does it have? Yang Kai stared at the cold pond with scorching eyes, also discovering its strangeness. For those with the ice attribute, the Heavenly Blessings frozen pond is a blessing from the heavens. The reason my Ice Heart Valley established its sect here is precisely because of this cold pond. It has the innate ability to transform a cultivator's physique, allowing the cultivator to better adapt to the ice attribute world energy. The elders of my Ice Heart Valley have all benefited from this cold pond. Yang Kai nodded lightly, remaining calm. Luo Li continued. Before the origin kings of my Ice Heart Valley died, they would disperse their territory and pour the power of their territory into this cold pond. Anyone who enters this cold pond can comprehend the mysteries of the ice attribute domain and comprehend the mysteries of our territory's ice attribute domain. Chapter 1661. The Heavenly Blessings frozen pond is a top secret of my Ice Heart Valley. Only important figures are allowed to enter. The frozen pond is divided into 12 sections, and the deeper one goes, the more difficult and dangerous it becomes, but the more benefits one can obtain. Luo Li looked at Yang Kai and continued to explain. Oh, may I ask which section Senior was able to reach? Yang Kai asked with interest. The best this queen has ever done was to reach the 8th section. After that, this queen is powerless, Luo Li said with some shame on her face. Is Su Yan inside? Her aptitude is top-notch, and she is an ice crystal cultivator. Originally, I wanted to wait a few years before sending her into the frozen pond to search for opportunities. But unexpectedly, she broke through to the third-order origin returning realm in such a short time. Now, she is qualified to enter the frozen pond. Although she is no longer a member of my Ice Heart Valley, this is still a farewell gift from this queen to her. Many thanks, Senior, Yang Kai nodded. He naturally knew that Luo Li was doing this mainly to ease the relationship between him and Ice Heart Valley. In any case, the Heavenly Blessings frozen pond was right here, so whether Su Yan entered or not wouldn't have much of an impact. Allowing Su Yan to enter once was the best way to win him a favorable impression of Ice Heart Valley. Luo Li smiled lightly. It is my Ice Heart Valley who owes her, young man Yang. There is no need to be polite. And she should be coming out soon. I wonder which section she reached this time. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai's expression changed. Using his divine sense, he noticed that Su Yan's aura was slowly rising from the bottomless frozen pond. After a short while, a small vortex suddenly appeared above the frozen pond. This vortex rotated rapidly, forming a hollow space in the center of the frozen pond where an even more intense chill began to fill the air. After a while, a beautiful figure flew out of this vortex. A cold light accompanied this beautiful figure, causing Yang Kai's eyes to shrink. Even with his current strength, the moment he saw this cold light, he couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine, as if millions of needles were stabbing into his pores. Yang Kai's expression was stunned as he stared straight at this cold light. Luo Li was also shocked as she looked up at the sky. High up in the sky, Su Yan's figure stood motionless, her ice-cold aura several times more tyrannical than it had been 10 days ago. In her right hand, she gripped a 3-meter-long sword that gleamed with a cold light. The piercing cold light was shining from the long sword. Yang Kai and Luo Li's eyes were instantly fixed on the long sword. The former was stunned for a moment before revealing a carefree smile, while the latter's face was filled with horror as her delicate body trembled slightly. The long sword in Su Yan's hand looked a little strange. Although it was about 1 meter long, it was extremely slender, not as thick as an ordinary long sword, giving off an extremely sharp feeling. A burst of cold light flowed endlessly on the sword. Su Yan raised the sword with one hand and gently stroked it with a finger. The sword buzzed as a cold light burst forth from it, and a terrifying ice attribute concept spread out from Su Yan's body. Pure Ice Peak, which was already extremely cold, was now on the verge of being completely frozen. The barrier outside the thatched hut made cracking sounds as if it couldn't bear the weight and was about to collapse. Profound frost. Luo Li could no longer maintain her calm as she stood up and exclaimed, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at the thin, long sword in Su Yan's hand with a look of disbelief. Yang Kai observed Luo Li's expression and knew that Su Yan must have picked up a big bargain this time, one that Luo Li had never expected, causing him to burst into laughter. Su Yan also seemed to have finally recovered at this moment and turned her head to look down, the ice attribute concept around her suddenly dissipating as a warm smile appeared on her face. Her tender body flickered and she arrived in front of the thatched hut. Junior brother, why are you here? Senior called me over, Yang Kai explained with a smile, his eyes flashing a faint light. He suddenly discovered that Su Yan's aura was extremely stable and was much stronger than when they had separated more than 10 days ago. Obviously, she had obtained great benefits in this heavenly fortune frozen pond. Yang Kai's eyes once again fell on the thin long sword, observing it up close. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing Origin King-grade artifacts, he couldn't help feeling a little startled. There was an ice-cold aura in the thin and long sword. It condensed into an invisible sharp blade and stabbed into his mind, as if it was resisting his observation of it. Su Yan, this sword, can you let this queen see it? Luo Li recovered her composure and asked solemnly. Please take a look, Supreme Elder. Su Yan respectfully held out the thin long sword with both hands and handed it over. Luo Li stretched out her hand and grasped the sword. A brilliant light flashed across the sword. Following that, an unimaginable coldness emerged from the sword and started to invade Luo Li's body. Luo Li's small hand was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, a thin layer of ice forming on it. However, she seemed to have expected this to happen and simply flicked her wrist, shattering the layer of ice around her. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. This slender longsword seemed to be no small matter. Even without anyone controlling it, it was able to cause trouble for a powerhouse like Luo Li. If it was controlled by someone, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? With this longsword alone, Su Yan's combat power would soar by several levels. This is probably an Origin King-grade top-grade artifact, right? Yang Kai secretly guessed. It really is profound frost. Luo Li carefully observed the sword for a long time before nodding lightly, her expression somewhat emotional as she said, I didn't expect that this queen would be able to see profound frost again in her lifetime. Yang Kai asked, what is the origin of this sword? A respectful look appeared on Luo Li's face as she quickly said, it is the personal sword of my Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. Yang Kai and Su Yan glanced at each other and could not help showing looks of shock. Ice Heart Valley had been around for 20 to 30,000 years, and rumor had it that its ancestral founder was a peak third-order origin king, a true overlord of the Star Territory. However, although she had left behind her inheritance, Ice Heart Valley's development had not been smooth in the past 10,000 years. There had never been a supreme master like her in the sect, with the strongest being only a second-order origin king. In this generation, Luo Li's cultivation was only at the first-order origin king realm. It's actually ancestral founder's personal sword? Su Yan was also a little dazed, but after thinking about it for a moment, she said seriously, since it is ancestral founder's personal sword, it should be handed over to Supreme Elder for safekeeping. I didn't know this sword was so precious, so I brought it out. Luo Li slowly shook her head. This queen is already very gratified that you can call me Supreme Elder. As for safekeeping this sword, haha, this queen is powerless. As she spoke, her entire arm, which was holding the sword, was covered in a layer of frost. She shattered one layer after another, and the situation became more and more severe. It spread straight to her chest, and in a moment, she was afraid that her entire body would be covered in frost. Luo Li did not dare to continue holding the sword, and instead handed profound frost back to Su Yan. Since you were able to obtain it, it is your opportunity. This queen has no reason to take it back. Ancestral founder left behind instructions that profound frost will choose its own master. If this queen keeps it, she will be violating her ancestral founder's instructions, a crime this queen cannot bear. But Su Yan seemed to want to say something. This is profound frost's choice, as well as ancestral founders, Luo Li sighed. If Su Yan was still a member of Ice Heart Valley and obtained profound frost sword, Luo Li would be extremely happy, But now that Su Yen was no longer a member of Ice Heart Valley, she had obtained the recognition of Profound Frost Sword, which was a huge loss for Ice Heart Valley. With the ancestral founder's instructions, Luo Li did not dare violate them. She wanted to ask Su Yen to return to Ice Heart Valley, but when she remembered the attitude she and Bing Long had shown before, she couldn't bring herself to do so. Since Senior has said so, Su Yen, just take it. As long as you have Ice Heart Valley in your heart, what difference does it make whether you belong to Ice Heart Valley or not? Yang Kai said lightly from the side. Luo Li glanced at him thoughtfully, a look of gratitude appearing on her face. Although Yang Kai's words were not very clear, Luo Li understood what he was implying. Although spilled water could not be taken back, with Profound Frost Sword as a bond, if Ice Heart Valley really encountered an unresolvable crisis in the future, Su Yen would not sit idly by. For Ice Heart Valley, this was the best outcome possible. Right, Su Yen, since you obtained Profound Frost Sword, does that mean you've already reached the 12th segment? Luo Li suddenly thought of something and asked nervously. I don't know how many segments I've reached, but that's already the bottom of the frozen pond, Su Yen replied softly. The bottom, then it's indeed the 12th segment, Luo Li sighed. Luo Li sighed. It seems that with the power of the Ice Phoenix's origin, your future is indeed much brighter than this queen's. She had been working hard for so many years, but had only been able to reach the 8th segment. On the contrary, Su Yen, who had entered the frozen pond for the first time, had directly rushed to the 12th segment, which showed just how powerful the Ice Phoenix source was. Without the Ice Phoenix source, it would have been impossible for Su Yen to accomplish this feat, since you've reached the bottom. Have you seen Ancestral Founder's Origin Essence Crystal? When Luo Li asked this, her expression became even more nervous. Origin Essence Crystal? Su Yen frowned. I haven't seen it. At the bottom, besides the extremely powerful territory field, there was also Profound Frost Sword, but I haven't seen an Origin Essence Crystal. I haven't. Luo Li's beautiful eyes flashed as she seemed to think of something, her expression constantly changing. After a long time, she showed a smile and muttered to herself, It seems the rumors are true, haha, the rumors are true. In the end, she couldn't help laughing, as if she was extremely excited. Yang Kai frowned and asked suspiciously, What does Senior mean? My Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder may not be dead. Luo Li's words were shocking. Yang Kai's face changed while Su Yen couldn't help covering her mouth with her small hands. Of course, this is just a possibility, Luo Li smiled lightly. Luo Li smiled lightly. After all, it is impossible for a character as powerful as Ancestral Founder to fall so easily. My Ice Heart Valley's ancient records state that Ancestral Founder left her Profound Frost Divine Sword in the Heavenly Fortune Frozen Pond. But there is no detailed record of whether Ancestral Founder died or not. Since there is no Origin Essence Crystal left behind by Ancestral Founder in the Heavenly Fortune Frozen Pond, it means she may still be alive. Chapter 1662. When a cultivator reached the Third Order Origin King realm, they would condense an Origin Essence Crystal in their body. An Origin Essence Crystal contained the life experience and martial Dao essence of a peak Origin King realm master. So even if the cultivator died, the Origin Essence Crystal would not disappear. Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder had left Profound Frost Sword at the bottom of the Heavenly Fortune Frozen Pond, but no Origin Essence Crystal, which was enough to explain many things. She might really not be dead. But even so, she had not appeared for 20 or 30,000 years, so no one knew where ancestral founder Bing Yun was, or whether she was alive or dead. But for Luo Li, this was undoubtedly extremely exciting news. Luo Li turned her head to look at Yang Kai and sighed slightly. She found that if Yang Kai was really a member of Ice Heart Valley, he would be a blessing. Since he appeared in Ice Heart Valley, too many happy events had occurred. First, Chihua was killed, then Luo Li's injuries healed, and now, Profound Frost Sword had reappeared in this world. What Su Yen had seen and heard also confirmed that the ancestral founder might still be alive. This series of events was excellent news for Ice Heart Valley. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was a man and could not join Ice Heart Valley. What's more, he did not seem to have a good impression of Ice Heart Valley. Senior, it's time to go to Brilliant Flame Sect, Yang Kai suddenly said. Luo Li nodded after hearing this. It is indeed time. She looked into the distance with deep eyes. From now on, Scarlet Wave Star would be dominated by Ice Heart Valley. A team of 5 pitch-black starships set off from Pure Ice Island, carrying a total of 3,000 elites from Ice Heart Valley. Under the leadership of one of the starships, they set off towards Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. Ice Heart Valley was one of the top sects on Scarlet Wave Star, so it naturally had its own starships. However, Yongkai found that the best of these starships was only Origin-grade high rank, while the other 4 starships were only Origin-grade mid-rank. In terms of quality, they were incomparable to the one Yongkai owned. It seemed that Origin King-grade starships were extremely rare, even in the entire star territory. As a powerful weapon for sieging cities, this trip to Brilliant Flame Mountain Range was to destroy Brilliant Flame Sect, so Luo Li naturally had to use this powerful starship. The disciples of Ice Heart Valley also knew what they were going to do this time, and all of them wore dignified expressions as a fierce look appeared on their faces. Countless years of fighting had caused the hatred between Ice Heart Valley and Brilliant Flame Sect to grow deeper and deeper. Many of their senior sisters had died tragically at the hands of a Brilliant Flame Sect cultivator, and because they were all women, once they fell into the hands of a Brilliant Flame Sect cultivator, their fate would be worse than death. When they learned that Supreme Elder was going to personally lead a group of people to Brilliant Flame Sect, these 3,000 elites took the initiative to sign up and participate in the battle, all of them suppressing their anger until they reached Brilliant Flame Mountain Range and burned their 10,000-year-old enemy to ashes. The speed of the fleet was very fast. Ice Heart Valley was 10 million kilometers away from Brilliant Flame Sect, but in just a few days, the 5 starships had arrived at the periphery of Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. In the direction of the main ship, Luo Li stood atop it, looking into the distance. Behind her were the elders of Ice Heart Valley. Yongkai and Su Yan were also mixed in with the crowd. This is Brilliant Flame Mountain Range? Yongkai looked forward and couldn't help marveling. As far as the eye could see, the mountains rose and fell. The enormous mountain range was like an enormous dragon that was crawling on the ground, and it continued for countless tens of thousands of miles. It was covered in dense mountains, and the end couldn't be seen with a single glance. Moreover, this entire mountain range seemed to contain an extremely rich fire attribute aura. Looking at it with the naked eye, one could see a faint red glow between the mountains. Even the temperature of the world had risen by quite a bit. And this is Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. There is a fire dragon earth vein here, which is perfect for Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivator, allowing them to rapidly improve their cultivation here. Luo Li did not say anything as Bing Long quietly explained to Yongkai. But from today onwards, this place will no longer belong to Brilliant Flame Sect, Ran Yun Ting coldly snorted. As soon as her words fell, she suddenly seemed to notice something and cast her eyes down below, stretching out her hand and grasping at the void. Accompanied by a panicked cry, a cultivator wearing Brilliant Flame Sect's robes was pulled up by Ran Yun Ting from somewhere in the forest below and brought to the ship's hull. This man looked to be in his 30s or 40s and didn't have a high cultivation. He was a First-Order Origin returning realm cultivator, but his fire attribute Saint Chi was completely suppressed by Ran Yun Ting. After landing on the ship and seeing so many beautiful women, this man's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood what was going on, shouting, "Ice Heart Valley, why are you here? You have invaded Brilliant Flame Mountain Range on such a large scale. Could it be you want to start a war with my Brilliant Flame Sect?" "War?" Ran Yun Ting sneered. "When did my Ice Heart Valley and your Brilliant Flame Sect ever stop fighting?" The cultivator's expression froze as he was rendered speechless. Indeed, the 2 great forces that dominated Scarlet Wave Star had never been at war with each other. Usually, there would be constant small frictions between them, but such a blatant invasion of another force's territory had never happened before. "What do you want to do?" This Brilliant Flame Sect cultivator seemed to have some backbone. Even though he was facing so many masters who were far above his realm, he still dared to question them. "What do we want to do?" Ran Yun Ting sneered. "Of course we want to flatten your Brilliant Flame Sect." The cultivator's face went pale as he stared at Ran Yun Ting with wide eyes, seemingly trying to figure out whether she was telling the truth or not. "Your cultivation is good, so it seems your status in Brilliant Flame Sect isn't too low. Quickly go back and tell Wei Qing that I, Ran Yun Ting, have arrived. Tell him to wash his neck clean." "Ran Yun Ting." The cultivator screamed in horror. He had naturally heard of Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder, but when he turned his head and looked around, he suddenly discovered that the cultivation of each woman was unfathomably high, causing him to subconsciously shout, "My brilliant flame sect has a supreme elder overseeing it. Don't act recklessly." "You mean Chihua?" Ran Yun Ting sneered. "Chihua is dead. It seems you don't know anything." "Supreme Elder is dead?" The cultivator's eyes trembled as he cried out, "Impossible. Supreme Elder is an origin king. Which one of you has the ability to kill him? You can ask Wei Qing yourself. This elder doesn't have time to waste with you." Ran Yun Ting no longer spoke and simply reached out and threw the cultivator off the starship. Midair, the cultivator quickly circulated his Saint Chi to stop himself, glanced up at the 5 terrifying starships, grit his teeth, and hurriedly flew into Brilliant Flame Mountain Range, apparently to report the news to his superiors. "Let's greet them first. That way they'll be prepared, lest others say that I, Luo Li, am bullying the weak." Luo Li hadn't paid any attention to what had happened just now, and only after the cultivator had disappeared from her field of vision did she finally speak up. The fleet continued to move forward at a leisurely pace, but an invisible and terrifying pressure slowly enveloped the entire Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. After an incense stick worth of time, at Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters, an uproar broke out. Ice Heart Valley actually launched a large-scale invasion? How dare they? It seems that the lessons they received before weren't enough. Haha, now that they've taken the initiative to come here, it's a good opportunity to teach them a lesson. I heard that the dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley are all outstanding beauties. I didn't have the opportunity to capture them before, but now they've delivered themselves to my doorstep. Good. This old master will capture a few and properly train them. Elder Chi, at your age, you shouldn't have such thoughts, right? This old master is still in the prime of his life. How could he not satisfy a few maidservants? That's true. Those maidservants will definitely submit to Elder Chi's power. A group of elders was very optimistic. When they heard that Ice Heart Valley had taken the initiative to attack, not only were they not worried, they were even a little overjoyed. Thinking of the screams of those tender women from Ice Heart Valley before they died or their struggles as they were ravaged, these elders were in high spirits. Destroying the sacred and ravaging the pure had always been the most exciting thing for men. The women of Ice Heart Valley had always been sacred and pure. "Sect Master, please hurry up and deploy our forces. We need to meet those maidservants," an elder said to Wei Qing, who was sitting at the head of the table. Hearing this, Wei Qing glanced over at him, a look of deep worry appearing on his face. "Sect Master, you?" Wei Qing's demeanor made many elders realize something was wrong, and the noise gradually subsided as everyone looked at him suspiciously. "Brilliant Flame Sect's great calamity." Wei Qing sighed. All the elders' complexions changed. "Sect Master, what do you mean?" The elder who spoke before wore a dignified expression. "Although Ice Heart Valley's strength is good, they actually dared to invade my Brilliant Flame Sect. This is a good time to teach them a lesson. How could it be a great calamity for my Brilliant Flame Sect? Because the Supreme Elder might have already fallen." As soon as this statement came out, the audience fell silent. After a long time, an elder trembled and asked, "That's impossible, right? Sect Master, are you joking?" At this time, how could this king make such a joke? Wei Qing said seriously. "But how could Supreme Elder have fallen? And Master Luo Hai, wasn't he living with Supreme Elder in the back mountain?" Wei Qing rubbed his forehead. A few months ago, Supreme Elder and Master Luo Hai left Brilliant Flame Sect for Ice Heart Valley and have not returned since. That doesn't mean Supreme Elder has fallen. Some people couldn't believe it and still held on to a glimmer of hope, but even they didn't have the confidence to say so. If Supreme Elder hadn't fallen, how could he not have returned to Brilliant Flame Sect? If Supreme Elder hadn't fallen, how could Ice Heart Valley have come here so aggressively? They obviously knew this information, so they took advantage of this opportunity to attack. It's impossible for Ice Heart Valley's Luo Li to kill Supreme Elder, could it be? Master Luo Hai? Someone exclaimed. Only Luo Hai had the ability to kill their sect's Supreme Elder. However, wasn't it rumored that the two of them had a good relationship? Moreover, when Master Luo Hai came to Scarlet Wave Star this time, he had been a guest in Brilliant Flame Sect. So why would he suddenly kill their Supreme Elder? Chapter 1663. It wasn't Master Luo Hai. Wei Qing shook his head with a heavy expression. Master Luo Hai. He also fell. A series of gasps rang out as everyone was shocked. All the elders of Brilliant Flame sect stared at Wei Qing in shock, the look of disbelief on their faces even more exaggerated than when they heard their supreme elder had fallen. The news can't be wrong. I received news from Green Mountain Star 2 months ago that the Star Master statue of Green Mountain Star's Master Soul Art had collapsed and Master Luo Hai's brand aura had disappeared. He has indeed fallen. Calculating the time, it should have happened a few days after he went to Ice Heart Valley. Supreme Elder fell, and even Master Luo Hai fell together with him. Who in Ice Heart Valley has such ability? And on that day a few months ago, an earth-shattering energy fluctuation came from the direction of Ice Heart Valley. Could it have happened at that time? Could it be Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder? This old master has heard some rumors before that their ancestral founder is not dead. How is that possible? Ice Heart Valley has been a sect for nearly 30,000 years. If their ancestral founder is really not dead, why hasn't she appeared before? What's the point of saying such things now? Ice Heart Valley has already launched a large-scale invasion. What we need to do now is discuss how to deal with them. How to deal with them? My Brilliant Flame sect's Supreme Elder has already fallen, so Ice Heart Valley's Luo Li will definitely take action. My Brilliant Flame sect is powerless to resist. Even if it's Luo Li, this old master will go all out against her. Even if I die, I'll take a bite out of her flesh. After learning that Qihua had died, the group of elders no longer felt as optimistic and relaxed as before. Everyone expressed their opinions and views with solemn expressions. Wei Qing sat at the head of the table, not saying a word, as if he was an outsider. After a long time, he raised his hand, and the noisy hall quieted down in an instant. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to him. Good, don't quarrel. Wei Qing said faintly, Ice Heart Valley has launched a large-scale invasion. Although this may be a great calamity for my Brilliant Flame sect, if we act properly, we may still have a chance to fight them. Luo Li was indeed an Origin King Realm Master. None of us are a match for her, but don't forget that they are attacking and we are defending. We have formations and restrictions that we can use to exhaust their power. Furthermore, rumor has it that Luo Li made a mistake in her cultivation and is suffering from a hidden injury. I'm afraid that she won't be able to display her full strength. That's right, the sect leader is right. Using defense as offense, we have the advantage. Hee. Have you all forgotten that we still have that thing? If that thing were to be released, then, even if it's Luo Li, she'll have to pay for it. Someone laughed strangely, his smile filled with madness and malevolence. The others quickly realized what this person was talking about, and their expressions changed. Even Wei Qing's expression was extremely solemn. After pondering for a moment, he said, That thing cannot be released unless it is absolutely necessary. Pass down my order. All disciples are to prepare to meet the enemy. Today's battle will be between us and the enemy. If there is an enemy, there is no self. All the elders shouted in unison. The 5 starships slowly sailed into the depths of the Brilliant Flame mountain range, approaching Brilliant Flame sect's headquarters. Along the way, they encountered some spirit arrays and barriers, but none of them were able to delay the progress of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. The starship's crystal cannons simply fired randomly and destroyed these spirit arrays and barriers. Bing Long, go out first and tell the people of Brilliant Flame sect that this queen is only here to kill their elders. If those disciples wanted to live, they should hurry up and escape. When my Ice Heart Valley starships arrive, those who do not flee will be treated as enemies of Ice Heart Valley and will be killed without mercy, Luo Li suddenly said. Yes. Bing Long nodded and flew out alone. Soon, Bing Long's divine sense spread out from the front, conveying the message that only the elders would be killed while the ordinary disciples were advised to flee. The elders of Brilliant Flame sect felt this message and could not help cursing Bing Long, calling her despicable, vicious, shameless, and despicable. Brilliant Flame sect had tens of thousands of disciples, and although their cohesiveness was not trivial, in a life-or-death situation, not everyone could advance or retreat with the sect. In addition, Bing Long deliberately spread the news that old monster Qihua had fallen, which really frightened some Brilliant Flame sect disciples. Some began to flee from Brilliant Flame mountain range. Once those who tried to escape were discovered, the elders of Brilliant Flame sect would kill them as a warning to others. Although this bloody and cruel method temporarily deterred most of the lower-level disciples, As time passed, more and more brilliant flame sect disciples began to panic and began to flee. Streams of light rose from different locations in brilliant flame sect and shot out in all directions. Luo Li's huge divine sense enveloped the entire brilliant flame mountain range. Any cultivator below the origin returning realm was ignored and allowed to flee, but if an origin returning realm cultivator tried to escape, Luo Li would personally kill them. Any brilliant flame sect cultivator with an origin returning realm cultivation had their hands stained with the blood of countless Ice Heart Valley disciples, so Luo Li naturally would not let them escape. Soon, those cultivator with strength below the origin returning realm also discovered this situation and were overjoyed. No longer caring about the dissuasion of their sect, more people began to flee. For a time, the morale of the entire brilliant flame sect fell apart, and no matter how the elders and deacons tried to suppress them, they were unable to restore the situation. Senior Luo Li, I'll head over there first. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly turned to a mountain peak behind Brilliant Flame Mountain Range. Luo Li also glanced over and understood what Yang Kai's purpose was, but she did not stop him, simply saying, "Be careful." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Junior brother, do you want me to accompany you?" Su Yan asked. "No need, just stay with Senior Luo Li." Yang Kai waved his hand before his figure flickered and disappeared from the starship. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. Luo Li's beautiful eyes shrank slightly. It wasn't until this moment that she finally understood why Yang Kai was able to escape from Luo Hai for several months without being harmed. With this strange speed and movement skill alone, an ordinary origin king would have no way to catch him. Even she herself had not been able to see how he moved just now. Is this the mystery of the Tao of space? Luo Li showed a look of interest on her face as she tried to figure out what was happening, but no matter how she tried, she could not sense the slightest trace of the Tao of space. All she could sense was a blur. Sighing slightly, Luo Li withdrew her gaze, knowing that the Tao of space was not something she could comprehend, so she immediately turned her attention back to Brilliant Flame Sect. Near the back of Brilliant Flame Mountain Range, there was a barren mountain peak about 1,000 meters high that exuded a high temperature. Standing at the bottom of this mountain and looking up, one could vaguely see the bright flames at its summit. This was a volcanic crater, and an extremely unstable one at that. The energy aura emanating from this volcanic crater not only contained a scorching fire domain, but also an overbearing thunder domain. Inside this volcanic crater, there was a fierce aura that was filled with brutality and malevolence that caused one to shudder. This should be it. Yang Kai came to the foot of the mountain and pondered. This time, he did not intend to intervene in the battle between Ice Heart Valley and Brilliant Flame Sect. His goal was Brilliant Flame Sect's Heavenly Thunder Fire. This was a peerless flame that even Luo Li was afraid of. It was rumored that this thing had developed sentience and was extremely difficult to deal with. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that the entire volcanic peak was surrounded by large and small barriers and spirit arrays. Yang Kai cast his eyes towards a certain spot in the void and grinned. "Why do you two need to hide? Why don't you just show yourself?" As soon as these words fell, a cold snort came from the other side and a ripple appeared in the air as two figures strangely walked out. It was as if these two figures had come from another world. The two people who appeared were both very old with white hair and beards, but their cultivations were third-order origin returning realm. The fire attribute Saint Chi around their bodies was incredibly hot. The one on the left was thin while the one on the right had dark red skin. Both of them had dignified expressions. Obviously their status in Brilliant Flame Sect was not low. "Boy, who are you?" The thin elder stared at Yang Kai and asked coldly. "You don't need to know who I am. I just came here to collect this Heavenly Thunder Fire. If two old seniors think it's fine, why don't you tell me how to unlock the spirit array on this peak?" Yang Kai looked forward with a smile. "Arrogant junior." The thin elder flew into a rage. "Is my Brilliant Flame Sect's Heavenly Thunder Fire something you can covet? Since your cultivation has not been easy and you have reached such a high level at such a young age, please withdraw quickly, and these two old masters will not embarrass you." He put on a very amiable look, not intending to kill Yang Kai just because he had trespassed into Brilliant Flame Sect's restricted area. "Old sir is too kind." Yang Kai raised his brow as a sarcastic smile suddenly appeared on his face. Stomping his right foot lightly on the ground, he said, "Is this what old sir means by not embarrassing me?" Asterisk Hong. Asterisk as soon as Yang Kai's right foot landed, The ground suddenly cracked open, and a gully appeared from the tip of his foot, spreading towards the two old men. In the middle of this gully, two pure and hidden fire attribute energies gathered and quietly approached Yang Kai, coming to a stop less than a meter away from him. It was as if these two vipers were lying dormant on the ground, ready to attack at any moment. Boy, your eyesight is quite good. Since you've noticed, there's nothing more to say. Trespassing into Brilliant Flame Sect's restricted area. Die for me. The skinny elder saw that Yang Kai had seen through his trick and didn't hesitate to tear away his hypocritical face and push his Saint Chi, causing the dormant fire attribute energy underground to erupt and transform into a giant flame python that shot towards Yang Kai. Daring to make a fool of yourself with such petty tricks. Yang Kai laughed loudly as the verdant dragon bone sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, a green light flashed, and the terrifying flame python was split in half, transforming into a burst of fluorescent light before disappearing. A powerful enemy. The two old men glanced at each other, their expressions becoming dignified. Chapter 1664. With Yang Kai's dragon bone sword in hand, a thick pressure pulsed from it, like a towering mountain was pressing down on the two old men from Brilliant Flame Sect, causing their expressions to turn ugly. At the same time, they could vaguely hear the roar of a dragon. One each, quickly deal with them, I'll wait for you up ahead, Yang Kai said casually before releasing the stone mongoose and firebird artifact spirit. Immediately, without even looking at the two old men, Yang Kai stepped forward. With a single step, as if crossing the barrier of space, Yang Kai's figure disappeared, reappearing halfway up the mountain. Bold. The skinny elder's face went livid. Yang Kai's disregard for him angered him greatly, and his figure flickered as he prepared to chase after him. But just as he was about to move, though, a dark stick shadow struck him head-on. This stick shadow was incredibly heavy, as if it weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms, causing even the air around it to tremble. The harsh sound caused the old man's eardrums to sting. The skinny elder's face sank as he hurriedly raised his hand to block, causing flames to burn on his arm. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the flames were extinguished, and the skinny elder felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his figure flying back several dozen meters before he managed to stabilize himself, his face slightly pale as some blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. With just one blow, he had suffered a small injury. Looking ahead in disbelief, the skinny elder saw a stone puppet less than 3 feet tall standing there. It carried a pitch-black staff on its shoulder, and its bean-like eyes were filled with an indescribable charm. It was looking at the skinny elder as if he was looking at a prey. On the other side, the crisp cry of a bird rang out as the old man with dark red skin stood together with the firebird. High up in the sky, the figures of one man and one bird danced back and forth. Entangling with each other, the power of flames sputtered out into the depths of the void, making for an extremely lively scene. What the hell is this? The skinny elder was stunned. He could vaguely tell that the fiery bird-like existence fighting with his companion was a kind of artifact spirit, but what was the stone puppet in front of him? There were no energy fluctuations coming from its body. However, just that tyrannical power alone was enough to make him extremely fearful. Illo! The stone mongoose suddenly raised its head and roared. It pounded its chest repeatedly with its fist, producing a dong-dong-dong-dong sound. It was like the sound of a war drum, shaking one's heart. Following the sound, the stone puppet, which was less than 1 meter tall, began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. He immediately transformed into a stone giant that was 50 feet tall. The pitch-black staff that it carried on its shoulder also grew longer as its body changed. Another layer of scorching dark red light flowed out from its body. The surface of the stone puppet instantly looked like it was covered in lava armor. The fiery red armor emitted a terrifying energy that made the old man's heart palpitate. In the next moment, the lava giant in leather armor bent its knees slightly, and its huge body shot out like an arrow from a bow, causing the earth to shake. A huge crater instantly appeared on the ground. His vision blurred, and the skinny elder suddenly discovered that the transformed lava giant was already above his head. The huge pitch-black staff swept towards him with the power of lightning, directly sweeping out a crack in space. Perceiving the terrifying power contained in this blow, the thin elder screamed in horror, not daring to meet it head-on. Hurriedly, he used his movement skill to dodge. But even though he dodged quickly, the attack was even faster. Just the aftershocks of this attack caused half of his body to go numb, and he was unable to circulate his Saint Chi properly. Unstoppable! Unstoppable! The thin elder's eyes trembled violently as he instantly realized the gap between him and this lava giant. Before he could finish his thought, the pitch-black giant's stick once again came crashing down from above with the force of Mount Tai. The thin elder's eyes narrowed as his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Desperately pushing his Saint Chi, he shouted. Summoning a shield-like artifact, he protected himself above his head. Asterisk Hong Hong. Asterisk as the giant staff smashed down. The shield-like artifact flashed and instantly shattered into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. A force strong enough to split heaven and earth landed on the thin elder's body. Half of his body was directly smashed into dust, leaving a bloody wound where his squirming internal organs could clearly be seen. Even with such injuries, the thin elder did not die immediately. If he had enough pills, he might have been able to restore his body. However, the fear that welled up from the depths of his heart made him lose all will to fight. Staring at the giant pitch-black staff sweeping towards him, only one thought flashed through his mind. What the hell is this? At the end of his life, the last scene he saw was his companion being swallowed by the firebird, howling miserably. As the giant staff swept past, pieces of flesh flew out and the entire world became clear. A ball of thunder fire flew out from the thin elder's corpse and the firebird artifact spirit opened its mouth wide, sucking in this ball of thunder fire like a whale sucking in water, letting out a satisfied cry. On top of the volcano, Yang Kai stood midair, overlooking the ferocious volcanic crater from above. As far as his eyes could see, he could clearly see the surging red magma inside. The temperature of this volcano was so high that even an ordinary origin returning realm master would find it difficult to bear. Any cultivator below the origin returning realm would be burned to death in an instant. The artifact spirit flew to Yang Kai's side, and the stone mongoose transformed back into its harmless appearance, carrying the heaven-shaking pillar and sitting on the firebird artifact spirit's back. So fast, you're a bit too violent, Yang Kai grinned. The stone mongoose scratched its head, looking like it didn't know what it had done wrong, but the artifact spirit let out a cheerful cry. Xiao Xiao, come back first. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and put away the stone mongoose, leaving only the firebird artifact spirit behind. The firebird hovered around Yang Kai, letting out crisp cries from time to time, seemingly extremely excited. Several times, it even wanted to rush directly into the volcano's crater. Accompanied by its cries, a booming sound came from inside the volcano, as if responding to the firebird's provocation, showing no signs of weakness. You felt it too, right? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at the volcano's crater and grinned. The firebird responded hurriedly. Are you its opponent? Yang Kai asked again. The firebird was silent for a while before letting out an even louder cry. Good, since that's the case, I'll wait and see. But are you sure you want to do this? This is cutting off all means of retreat. Either you succeed or you die trying. The firebird responded with a loud cry again. I understand what you mean then. I wish you good luck. Yang Kai nodded with a dignified expression before waving his hand. A huge artifact refining furnace appeared. This was the artifact refining furnace that gave birth to the firebird artifact spirit, something Yang Kai had brought out from the fifth layer of the Lu Yen Sandfield's earth lung fire vein. This was the firebird's vessel. If this artifact refining furnace was damaged, the firebird would also die, without the slightest suspense. Since obtaining the firebird artifact spirit, Yang Kai had basically not used this artifact refining furnace. Firstly, it was for the sake of the artifact spirit's safety. Secondly, there was no need to use it. But this time, he had no choice but to use this artifact refining furnace. With this vessel, the strength of the artifact spirit could be increased by at least 20%. As soon as the artifact refining furnace appeared, the firebird opened its mouth and swallowed it. Yang Kai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his left eye had become a golden light. Demon Eye of Annihilation. The vertical golden pupil seemed to contain endless majesty, causing those who saw it to shudder. He looked down. Everything that he couldn't see before was now presented before his eyes. The Demon Eye of Annihilation had the ability to see through all illusions, so with the help of this demon eye, Yang Kai immediately discovered the huge spirit array that sealed the volcano's crater. A stream of pure energy. Like shackles, This octagonal formation sealed the entire volcano's crater. This spirit array not only blocked the flow of energy inside the volcano, but also sealed the freedom of the creature hiding inside. Yang Kai observed carefully, and after a short while, his eyes flashed as he gently drew the dragon bone sword in his hand and poured his Saint Chi into it. A dragon's roar shook the heavens. Go! Yang Kai threw the dragon bone sword out. With a dazzling green light, the dragon bone sword transformed into a giant dark green dragon and bombarded a certain spot in the void. The octagonal spirit array that sealed the volcano's crater shook slightly. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ground. An unbearably hot aura immediately leaked out from this crack, as if it was trying to incinerate the world around it. Enter! Yang Kai shouted. The Firebird artifact spirit turned into a stream of light and rushed into the crack, Yang Kai following closely behind. The octagonal spirit array shook slightly. It repaired itself and continued to seal the huge volcano's crater. Inside the spirit array, Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he hurriedly circulated his Saint Chi to resist the pervasive heat. The Firebird shot into the volcano's crater. As far as the eye could see, the magma inside the volcano was churning, and within the crimson magma, there were faint traces of blue lightning slithering about like silver snakes. Stimulated by the Firebird artifact spirit, a terrifying aura was slowly awakening, as if a slumbering dragon was awakening. The artifact spirit rushed into the magma and disappeared. A moment later, an astonishing amount of willpower suddenly broke out and transmitted a message that made all living beings submit. A trivial artifact spirit dares to challenge this king's majesty? Ignorant ant, tremble before this king's might. Yang Kai's body shook as he stared down in amazement, as if his eyes could penetrate the thick magma and peer straight into the depths of the earth. The rumors were indeed true. Brilliant Flame Sect's Heavenly Thunder Fire had indeed developed sentience, and its sentience was not low. It was even clearer and more complete than the Firebird. It could already clearly transmit its thoughts, while the Firebird obviously did not have this ability. The Firebird's situation was worrying, causing Yang Kai to suddenly worry. Before coming here, he did not expect the Heavenly Thunder Fire to have evolved to such an extent. He thought it was similar to the Firebird, but now it seemed that the Heavenly Thunder Fire was definitely superior. Below the volcano's crater, an astonishing battle of willpower erupted. This was the battle between the Firebird artifact spirit and the Heavenly Thunder Fire, the resulting shockwaves causing the world energy aura of Brilliant Flame Sect to become chaotic. Chapter 1665. In front of Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters, Iceheart Valley's elites, under the leadership of Luo Li, broke through countless layers of defensive barriers and directly arrived at the heart of the sect. 5 starships lined up high in the sky, black crystal cannon muzzles vaguely pulsing with energy as they aimed down, conveying a message of death and destruction. Atop the starship, Luo Li looked down indifferently, while the elders of Iceheart Valley stood valiantly on either side of her. 1,000 meters below, there was a square where many of Brilliant Flame Sect's elders had gathered, led by Wei Qing, all of them looking up with ugly expressions. Between the two groups of people, there was a fiery red light barrier. This was Brilliant Flame Sect's final defensive barrier. Once it was broken, Brilliant Flame Sect would become completely undefended and Iceheart Valley's forces could do whatever they wanted. After staring at each other for a long time, Wei Qing shouted, "Senior Luo Li, does Iceheart Valley want to fight my Brilliant Flame Sect to the death?" "Yes," Luo Li responded. Wei Qing laughed. "Being able to trouble Senior Luo Li to personally take action is an honor for my Brilliant Flame Sect. But, does Senior think my Brilliant Flame Sect is a soft persimmon that can be crushed at will? Junior advises Senior that if you don't want everyone to die together, please withdraw quickly, otherwise, Senior will regret it." "Are you threatening this queen?" Luo Li's cold eyes pierced towards Wei Qing like a sharp knife, causing even someone as strong as Wei Qing to involuntarily retreat a few steps. Feeling shocked, Wei Qing cupped his fists and said, "I wouldn't dare." Wei Qing is the sect master of Brilliant Flame Sect, so naturally, he must consider the tens of thousands of sect's disciples. Senior's cultivation is profound, and no one in my Brilliant Flame Sect is your opponent. But wanting to destroy my Brilliant Flame Sect? It won't be easy. I know what you're relying on. Luo Li suddenly smiled slightly, To be honest, this queen also has a headache dealing with that thing. Unless absolutely necessary, this queen is unwilling to confront it. It's good that Senior understands. Wei Qing's face relaxed slightly. He thought Luo Li was beginning to hesitate. Unexpectedly, Luo Li smiled again. However, this time, I am only responsible for dealing with you. That thing will naturally be dealt with by someone else, so you should hurry up and surrender. I don't want to bully the weak. Cripple your own cultivations. This consort can spare your lives. Wei Qing was enraged. Just as he was about to say something, his knowledge sea suddenly tumbled. An astonishing and terrifying will was transmitted from a certain direction, sending a message that made his hands and feet go cold. A mere acquired artifact spirit dares to challenge my authority? Reckless ants, tremble before my might. As soon as this will was transmitted, a battle of wills broke out at the volcano behind the mountain, causing people to change their expressions. Everyone could feel it clearly at this moment. The complexions of Brilliant Flame Sect's elders changed drastically as they stared towards this direction. Who dares provoke the heavenly thunder fire? An elder from Brilliant Flame Sect exclaimed. Has it started? Luo Li narrowed her eyes. She had underestimated Yang Kai's speed. She had thought that she would have to wait for a long time before Yang Kai would use the heavenly thunder flame. However, she had not expected that just as she had arrived at the other party's doorstep, Yang Kai had already taken action. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Cripple your own cultivations, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll break through this last layer of defense and kill you all. At this moment, Luo Li's cold and aloof temperament had become aggressive. The grievances between the two forces were too deep, and it had reached a point where there was no one else but the enemy. Wei Qing's expression fluctuated as he sensed the heavenly thunder flames were coming from the restricted area. He knew that he could no longer count on his last hope, but it was impossible for him to cripple his cultivation. A cultivator's life was a struggle against the heavens and against fate. Every time a cultivator broke through, it was like crossing a wooden bridge with thousands of men and horses. Countless people were stopped before a new realm. Wei Qing had spent 300 years to raise his cultivation to the peak of the third-order origin returning realm, and was a master who had high hopes of breaking through to the origin king realm. How could he be willing to cripple his cultivation? Instead of struggling at death's door, it was better to fight with his life and win a slim chance of survival. Fight them! Wei Qing roared. The group of Brilliant Flame Sect's elders obviously had the same idea. They knew that with the grievances between the two forces, even if they begged for mercy, there would be no end to it. As such, as soon as Wei Qing shouted these words, many of the elders began pushing their Saint Qi and summoning their artifacts to attack the 5 starships. Courting death. Luo Li's face turned cold as she stretched out her hand and gently tapped the air in front of her. This wave of her finger did not seem to carry the slightest aura as a crystal snowflake with 6 petals flew out from her fingertip and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, these 6 snowflakes grew to the size of the sky and covered the entire square. A coldness that made people tremble fell from the sky. Ice ceiling thousandly. Bing Long, Ran Yun Ting, and the others suddenly shouted in unison. Everyone's Saint Qi overflowed endlessly from their bodies, gathered together, and pushed forward. Wherever this Saint Qi passed, the earth began to freeze. Snow began falling from the sky. Every snowflake contained a frightening energy fluctuation. When they landed on the fiery red barrier, they seemed to have a corrosive property, corroding small holes in the impregnable barrier. The ice ceiling concept spread through these holes towards the center of the square. The weaker Brilliant Flame Sect disciples were turned into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Wei Qing was filled with grief and indignation, knowing that Brilliant Flame Sect was doomed this time. With Luo Li guarding this place, none of them were a match for her. Originally, they could rely on the sealed Heavenly Thunder Flame to prevent Luo Li from attacking them. But now that the Heavenly Thunder Flame was entangled by someone, they couldn't rely on it. Moreover, looking at Luo Li's appearance and aura, where was the slightest trace of injury? She was clearly in her peak condition. Was Brilliant Flame Sect really finished? Wei Qing's eyes were filled with darkness, as if there were dark clouds covering his vision, preventing him from seeing the slightest light. Below the volcanic crater, Yang Kai landed on a red rock that had an extremely high temperature. Yang Kai had to use his Saint Qi to protect his body from being burned. The magma in front of him was tumbling and roaring as 2 different life auras fought at the bottom of the magma. From time to time, The roar of the heavenly thunder fire and the cry of the firebird could be heard. It seemed that both sides were evenly matched. But as the master of the artifact spirit, Yong-kai was unable to resist. Yong-kai was keenly aware that the firebird was somewhat lacking. The degree of its evolution was not as good as the heavenly thunder fire, and the conditions for its birth were not as unique. The artifact spirit was born from an Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace in the Earth Lung fire vein after tens of thousands of years. As for this heavenly thunder fire, it had existed since the beginning of time and had grown stronger over time. It was one of the purest forms of energy in the world. Even with the assistance of the artifact refining furnace, the firebird was gradually falling into a disadvantage. It was time to give it a helping hand. Yong-kai suddenly sat down cross-legged on the rock. Summoning the stone mongoose again, Yong-kai closed his eyes and used his divine sense to communicate with it. An illusory shadow suddenly burst out of Yong-kai's mind. In terms of appearance, it was no different from Yong-kai himself. But this shadow was not real. Soul projection. It was the soul avatar that was leaving his body. The soul avatar flickered. Then he plunged into the magma and went deeper into the magma. Soul projection was an extremely dangerous action. Once it was done, one's physical body would be in a defenseless state. That was why Yong-kai had summoned the stone mongoose. Moreover, the soul was an extremely fragile and sensitive existence. Without the protection of a physical body, it was easy for it to be damaged. What's more, this was the scorching hot volcanic crater. The soul of an average person would not even be able to approach it. If it did, it would be burned to ashes by the scorching heat. But Yong-kai was different. His spiritual energy was a variant of his conflagrated knowledge C, which came from the same source as the magma. This scorching firepower, which even Origin Kings feared, could not pose the slightest hindrance to him. It didn't take long for Yong-kai's soul avatar to reach a depth of 10,000 meters underground. The surrounding environment was getting hotter and hotter. Deep underground, there was a grotesque battlefield. On this battlefield, the 300-foot-long firebird artifact spirit was swaying gracefully as it fought against a huge reddish-purple shadow. This shadow was somewhat humanoid, but it was suspended in the void and had no legs. Instead, it had tentacle-like arms that floated back and forth, filling the entire space around it. On the head of this shadow was a huge eye that exuded a heart-palpitating light. Rich fire attribute energy lingered around its body, while purple arcs of lightning danced across its body, symbolizing the violent power of thunder. Heavenly Thunder Fire. Yong-kai stared blankly, not having expected the Heavenly Thunder Fire's true form to be like this. However, it was undeniable that the Heavenly Thunder Fire's destructive aura was enough to make one shudder. Its tentacle-like arms swept about, covering the entire battlefield with their attacks. If the firebird was accidentally brushed by one of these tentacle-like arms, the light radiating from its body would weaken slightly. It was as if the firebird's source strength was being seized by the Heavenly Thunder Fire. The firebird was not to be outdone, and every time it found an opportunity, it would rush to the Heavenly Thunder Fire's side, open its mouth, and bite down. With each bite, the firebird's stolen source strength would be restored. These two strange creatures were using this special method to seize the other's existence, trying to devour the other's strength. The scene of their battle could only be described as earth-shattering. However, Yong-kai keenly discovered that behind the Heavenly Thunder Fire, there were 8 golden energy chains that locked its body and imprisoned it here. These 8 chains gave off the same aura as the octagonal spirit array at the mouth of the volcano. It seemed that the existence of these 8 chains greatly limited the strength of the Heavenly Thunder Fire. If not for this, the firebird would not have been its opponent at all. Considering all this, Yong-kai was deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine what kind of strength the Heavenly Thunder Fire could display without the shackles of this spirit array. Was it a second-order Origin King or a third-order Origin King? Who was it that used the Grand Divine technique to bind it here? You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.